and it's notched on the bottom, so it sits on a little like cut corner.
No, look at that.
You can see it right there. See that little cut corner?
Another expensive little fidget for you.
I got it for free. It just came in the mail. I think it was.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's just. It's just another little a little thing for you to have.
It's interesting. Like you can't really see the colors. I mean, you can kind of see the color. There's the yellow one, and then I feel like I'm going to drop it because it's like I'm balancing it, trying to show it off.
Yeah.
There's the blue side. It's got my fingerprints all over it, but I thought Matt sent this to me because he was sending stuff out. You know, he's talking about sending out.
Maybe he did.
Chroma cubes. No, he didn't. I wrote him and asked him.
Oh, okay.
I said, "You send this to me?" He said, "No."
Well, who knows?
He goes, "You already have one." I go, "Yeah, I know." But you and I were just talking about these. And then it sits on this little LED cycler, which is kind of cool.
Well, it is.
Give me some special lighting over here.
There you go.
More RGB lighting.
Paulie T, who was volunteering at the Alaboom.
I never saw him.
Really?
I never saw Paul.
I saw him and his lovely.
There was tons of people I did not see, man. I'm really bummed.
Well, we'll talk. We'll talk about BGG in a second. First, it's November 24th, in the year of our Lord,
day before
2021. Yep, day before
the giving of thanks.
So here, this is my prize.
Sweet.
From being at there. I wanted Barry to be on here so I could actually thank him. Yeah, you got the splendiferous.
I got the purple. What is this? Purple heart? He said
purple heart or something. I got.
It's double sided too. I don't know if he messed up one side and just decided to do both or what.
Probably.
This has the hooks on it right in the back here.
Yeah. I got one hook. That's how good I am. I get one hook, and I get oak or pine or something. But I can't complain.
Yeah, he
did a really good job.
Yeah, pretty cool.
You can tell
this one is weighty, man. I mean, this will do damage.
Yeah,
this is what I'm grabbing when someone breaks in, and
I don't want to hear about somebody taking that off your wall and beating you to death with it though. That would be horrible.
Yes. I'm gonna turn this light off because it's driving me nuts. It's pretty cool though, it's got like it can change colors. It's pretty neat.
So BGG Con, man,
2021.
Yeah, it's in the books. It's in the books.
I'm like bummed, I mean, I got like post-con blues, like I didn't talk to enough people. I saw a fair amount of people on Sunday because I didn't really game on Sunday. I just kind of walked around. We were gaming from the get-go.
Oh, I know. I found out that I was unpleasant to game with.
I was wondering.
There's a story behind that. We'll tell it later. It
was pure awesomeness right there. I never get one over on you, Lance. So
I don't even know what. Well, there's no.
I'll tell you. I forget what happened, but I
okay. So here's. Okay, so this is my version of the story. So Evan and Ryan.
I wish they were here to talk to.
No, well, I pestered them. They said they would be here, but we'll see, right? They show up later because they're all West Coasters. Yeah, that's good. I'll tell the story, and then we can ask them.
We'll ask them their versions of the story.
Yes, without any input from us, so there can't be anything. So they had mentioned wanting to play Eldritch Horror,
right? And then we've been planning for like.
Yes.
Right? A month.
So there was there was a bit of a dispute prior because I was being requested for my job to like go and do this work related dinner thing to go because meet up with another because Shane works with Arcane Wonders every once in a while, and so there's a big thing with people from Arcane Wonders are going to be there, and then just the whole 9 yards. And I was like, how is this going to work? Because if they're flying in, they're going to play at 8. And as bad luck, misfortune should have it, Evan and Ryan's plane was late. So,
right.
Oh man, I mean, my plane was late getting out.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, that was crazy. But I won't tell it. I'll tell the story later. No. So then they were gonna so I was like, well, that's serendipitous. So I can go to Hard 8, eat food. And the thing is, and this is in a side reference here, I like going to Hard Eight. I like enjoy going there. I like the process of it. You know, it's like, and the food is good.
Yes.
But it was like it's one of those things where it's like it doesn't hold like the mystical awe that it once had for me anymore. If that makes any sense. It's just kind of like, it's kind of like,
you can't recreate that place experience after the first time. If you've never seen anything like it and you go there and you're like, oh my God, this is barbecue heaven.
Yeah.
Then you're like, oh, whatever, it's barbecue heaven.
Well, no, and then we went to that other place you suggested we go to, that Lockhart. Yeah.
Yeah, you went to Lockhart, right?
We went to Lockhart, right? And I mean, the food was just as good. You know, I mean, in my opinion, I mean, like the brisket I had there was just as good as the brisket I had at Hard Eight. They had turkey at Lockhart that was just, it just melted in my mouth.
Oh my God,
so good.
I always get the smoked turkey.
Yeah, it's so good.
I almost prefer it to the beef.
Yeah, and the thing is like, hey Barry, Barry, thanks, man. I got mine.
Okay,
appreciate it very much, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, man. I was handing them out like candy.
Yeah,
Scott, yours will darken.
Oh, will it?
Over time,
it will light. Oh, you like the
purple.
Hey, there's your wonderful wife who puts up with your bullshit, Barry.
She's
tell her happy Thanksgiving from me.
Jen, the guy said happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. She's a wonderful human being.
I was actually thinking of you today, Scott. That thing will be, I will mail it from my house by the end of the year. Whether you get it, I don't know, but I will mail it. Okay.
All right. So here's you're in the middle of my story here. So we sat down to play Eldritch Horror. And so I got back. Yeah, and then we got back and you were playing some game. I don't even remember what it was. And this is Wednesday night.
Well, those guys were playing something too.
Yeah, and then so we set it up at the other table, right? We went over and set it up the other, because there's the two tables, and then we set it up, and then like you had a hard and fast rule. You're like, we're not setting it up. We're not starting playing this game at like 10 because I'm not going to be playing this until. And then we
broke that rule, of course.
We broke that rule, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
So we got her set up. We got the game going. And it took a little while. It took a turn or two for me to start grokking all the rules and remembering how the process goes, you know, and just like, but once we got the process rolling, and
we only missed like half the things.
Yeah. Anyway, so we played, and then it was like 1 or 2 in the morning, and they had just gotten in, and you could tell they were just worn out. They were supposed to go head over to Shane's Airbnb that was close by, and I was just like, just stay in our room that we have upstairs, and just, you know, I mean, because there's no sense at 2 o'clock in the morning trying to figure out how to get over to an Airbnb. You don't even know if Shane's there right now. So we went to bed and whatever. So the next day,
they sleep on the floor or something.
No, they had an air mattress and stuff that they brought with themselves. So the next day we were like, okay, well, the game's kind of in a holding pattern, and we were like, okay, we'll go ahead and we'll attack this later. And I did feel bad that the game was kind of just left set up, and it probably bogarted table space for people. I felt bad about that, but it was tough because they had presentations they had to give for their games to different publishers, and so we were trying to figure out a time to go in there and make that happen. And so, of course, we didn't actually make it happen until late Thursday. And to be cards at the table, to be fair, I was feeling a little cranky. I was just, I don't even know why. Yeah, I was just, I don't know. It was like Thursday, miss my family, cranky going on. And I don't remember what it was. I was trying to like do my thing, and like I went to Antarctica and Eldritch Horror, and I wanted to go on an expedition. Like nobody ever goes on expeditions.
Yeah, of course, because you don't really need to.
You don't really need to, but I always like the expeditions are fun. It's a deck of things that I haven't really seen everything, and it's just kind of neat to go on this little expedition, you know. And unless the game tells you have to do that to like solve it, because I think they actually expand on the expedition for.
Oh gosh, there's a million expeditions.
Yeah, but there's like, there's the one expansion for it, like Mouths of Madness, I think that expands the expedition.
Yeah, you probably got to go on them to solve
puzzles
or something.
So anyway, so what I think happened was like you were like, because we needed a clue. We needed to
We
collect.
needed one more clue.
We needed one more
Finish
clue
the
to like
mission.
finish. I don't know what it was. We had to go
Yeah.
like kill a deep one or something, and the only way you could do it is if you had a clue or something.
Yes.
I was like, I'm just gonna go on the expedition, and you were just like, "There's a clue right there. Just take it." I was like, "Well, I didn't know it was." I don't know.
Yes, I was.
I was feeling cranky.
I was sort of playing it up
yeah,
because I don't care.
but no, I don't either. And I was
It
just
was
like,
just funny because
was like,
you're
just-
standing on
just-
a clue to get a clue, but you're like, I'm going on an expedition.
I was just
Going to
let
Antarctica.
me take my turn. How about you let me take my turn? I'm not
Yes.
telling you what to do on yours, so
Right.
let me do
Fucking
mine.
Lance.
And I was just like, oh, maybe I'll just go upstairs. I said, just buenas fucking noches. See you later.
But it's fucking no-
And by this time, Shane had come back from whatever place that he went.
Oh, he went to go
this-
get. He got like Kobe beef or something.
Well, yeah, he went and out,
Was
and
it
then they
that
went to
night?
this. Then they went to the cigar bar again, and you know, he had been drinking, and he was sleeping on the couch in that room, and
He was like, I wish I had a picture of him.
yeah, and he was just laying down, and he was just like, you know that thing didn't look comfortable to lay down
Mm.
on,
Sure did.
and it was just like, but he was out. He was just like,
Oh yeah, he was
just
out in a second.
well, because he was waiting.
He was resting
waiting.
his eyes.
He was waiting for Evan and
He was
Ryan
out.
to take him back to the Airbnb because he had his car there. And he was just sitting there and he was just like, and then like, I don't know what you and I were just arguing about
We
something.
were going back and forth. The Migo, something about the Migo.
Oh
or
no,
the-
you said something like, oh yeah, that's a tough one to defeat. I was like, oh yeah, isn't that one? Then you drew another monster out. I didn't even know what it was. It was just something like, oh, it's a something. Oh yeah, that's another tough one to defeat, right? And then, and then finally, Scott just turns and looks to me because he's sitting right next to me, totally deadpans. You are unpleasant to game with. And all of a sudden, Shane like awakens from a dead slumber and just starts cackling in the
So who played you, Evan? You two and Evan, and who else?
just us two and
Ryan,
Evan and Ryan. You know,
Evan
Evan
and
Ryan.
Ryan.
Me and Lance, and then there was other people in the room, right? I think. It was
Yeah,
two-
they were just watching of it really, and they were just there. It was.
Oh no, there was
more,
the other guy.
Mike, our
Poker,
social
Mike.
media guy.
Yeah, the social media guy.
You know, so, but yeah, I mean that was probably my highlight. I was like, I got to get a Board Game Geek T-shirt that says "I am unpleasant."
Unpleasant to game with. I'm trying to think of a good design in my head. Well, it's come up.
But yeah, so that was fun.
For
We
you.
I had a
played.
blast. It was awesome.
Doesn't sound like
Yeah,
Scott.
That was
no,
like the
it-
best
Uh,
game
we
of
won.
Eldritch Horror I've ever cheated at.
Really?
We won.
Well,
and
we forgot a roll.
Yeah,
We
it
did-
happens.
we did forget the room.
It's a
It was
complicated
a
game.
reckoning, and then we did not
Yes.
play correctly.
And
And then Lance had this like unbeatable +10 strength thing, whatever. I don't know what it was. What was the thing? You had something.
Well, there was a spell that allowed
Yeah.
me that if I did really well, it gave me +5 to my strength to defeat. But I
Right,
didn't.
so you were wiping out.
but I
Susan's daughter.
mixed up like the back of one of my spells
Yes.
was one thing, and the back of another one of my spells was the other thing. And so like I had mixed up the combination. So like I should have been losing 1 sanity each time I did that, but I didn't because I thought it was the back of the other one.
Right.
So I screwed that up.
Cheaters, man.
Yeah.
I was because I've never seen anything in Eldritch Horror that works as good as that without some consequences.
Yeah.
So I go,
Yeah.
Lance, let me see that card. And I look at him and I'm like, you're supposed to lose a sanity every time you do this. And he has like 4 sanity. Like that's his total. He's like not a sane character.
Well, no, because she's the reformed cultist. Like she
Right.
has,
So she's already got fragile sanity.
yeah, she's
But she
got
never
no
takes
power.
more than 1. That's her ability. That's her ability. Right?
Yeah,
Well,
She
she never
only
loses
loses-
more than 1.
she only loses 1.
But she only has like 4 or 5 total.
Yeah.
So but anyway, it was cool.
Um,
It was awesome. Because we played with I never played with that Aquaman character. I forget what the name was.
Aquaman.
My man.
Well, it was Ryan.
He's
Oh.
the sailor, and he has a net.
He was the
Yeah.
sailor and he has a
harpoon.
net. Yeah, and he was super powerful on the water. However, if we had been playing Cthulhu correctly, he would have poisoned the water with deep ones all over the place, which we forgot about.
Hey, it's just
Yeah.
cheating all over the fucking place.
Yeah, it was still fun. We had some good
It's-
times.
It's a tough
So
game.
we played free fart or free ride or fry fart
Free-
or
free
free
ride,
ride.
Free
That was
ride.
me, you, and Jen.
Was that the first night? Yeah, it was the first.
That was
night.
the first night. I just wandered back over there, and that was the night that Shane and Mike ended up having way too much to drink and being out on the
I was
town.
like a pattern.
I cannot drink anymore.
I can't
I'm
even.
I'm
Yeah, I
worthless
can't.
if I basically just stopped.
I got gut issues. Jen thinks I might have that celiac disease or something. Like
Stop
beer,
it.
I can't drink it anymore.
But no, so there was that. So and then I would say with Freifart, I mean, like that's not a 3-player game.
Something it was too long.
It was way
We were
too
dragging
long.
it was dragging out at the end I mean I like the mechanism of the game. I thought it was really cool.
I thought it was cool. I thought it was
Yeah.
cool how you built up the tracks and I like the limitations. Like you couldn't if you start building a track, you had to finish that one. You couldn't just branch off and go do something else. And and just the money was your victory points, whatever. I thought there was some cool stuff there. I talked to Richard Ham about it later. Like I sat down and bullshit with him at his wife's booth. And then I was sitting there talking to him about it, and he was just like, yeah, he's like, you played with 3, and I was like, yeah, and he's like, well, that's the worst number for that game. And he
I
says,
think it's like a 5-player game. Or
well,
4
yeah.
at least.
And that's why he said like it's just it doesn't ramp
Down.
well for it. It's like you have to play with 5. If it's 1 to 5, it's like he says in his opinion,
Lance is not going to fund the game with.
well, no, he says in his opinion, Friedman just doesn't he creates the game for the highest number of player counts, then he doesn't worry about making it as much for the others. So
Yeah, I can see that.
I know.
I don't know if that's
in the
true or not.
2-player
but-
I think in the 2-player game you do remove cards, which I think probably should be removed in the 3-player game.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's that bidding game, right? That auction.
No, there's no auction. It's just there's a deck of 45 locations in Europe, and you
Okay.
shuffle it, and you deal out 6 columns with 3.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah.
So 6 columns, there's 6 triples. And the way it works is the card so imagine a column of 3. The top card and the middle card is a route, or the middle card and the bottom card is a route.
Okay.
You can't take the top and the bottom. You have to take the middle and the top, or the middle and the bottom.
Okay.
Make a route, and you put it in your train. Or you have to go to the starting city of you have to do one of the cities. So let's just do Paris to London. You have to go to Paris or London to pick up that route, and then you have to go to London. If you're starting in Paris, you got to go to London. If you start in London, you got to go to Paris. Really cool. I've never seen that before, I don't think, of creating routes for maps and stuff. But you could get weird stuff like London to like Istanbul. Right, and then you're like, oh, which is miles across the map. And you don't want long routes because you don't get any bonuses for having long routes. It takes you longer to finish it and more expensive. And you build tracks in that game, and you own the track until someone pays you $1 to use it. And bucks are not trivial in that game.
Okay.
They're worth 3 points each.
Yeah.
And when you finish a route, you get 5 points. So it's not much different than finishing a route. And if you finish a route a second time, like let's say you get London to Paris and you finish that, and then you get Paris to Madrid. If you won't get extra points for Paris, you only get 2 more.
Okay.
So you don't want to have all the same cities. You want to have different cities.
Right.
Yeah, you want to have as many different cities as you can, because they're all worth 5. And then extra times you visit that city, it's 2.
Okay.
So a coin is worth more than visiting a city a second time. And you have to pay a coin to if Lance builds a bunch of routes all through Europe, and I don't build any routes, when I start traveling through Europe, Middle Europe, Eastern Europe, I have to pay him. So I'm giving up 3 points every time I do a city, which means I only get 2 really.
That
So it's
fucking
pretty
Lance.
interesting like that. I mean, I enjoyed like the first 2 hours of that game. Unfortunately, it went on for like
First
another
2?
hour.
Jeez.
Well, it's long. It was long because like when you only have, so imagine if you have this deck of cards, 45 cards, right?
Mhm.
Divided into 6. So that's 9
Yeah.
9 cycles of 6 cards. And no, that's not exactly right, but 7 or 8 cycles. That's a lot of routes to finish. Like
Yeah.
we all finished like, I mean, we had a stack of cards like this in front of us of routes we finished.
Maybe that's what I didn't.
Like with more players, you would finish less routes because people are taking them away from you.
Right.
Like the game doesn't end in time; it ends on based on how many routes you finish. As you go through the decks, it gets like it's 3 deck cards, like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. In stage 2, you can pick up 2 routes. So you can do like 4 cities and you can get this cool combo where you're like, okay, I'm just going from the city to the city to the city, like a very cool quick four stopper, and then you got all these cards finished. And then your train moves faster in the 3rd round, which speeds it up immensely, like moving extra spaces instead of, is it 2 spaces first and then 3 in the end, something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
scale it well at all for like putting a dummy or eliminating this area.
Maybe if you just like pulled 1 column every round.
Yeah.
Right. Like maybe it's a draft where they slide down, and then the one that's not taken the longest would just disappear. I think that would speed it up actually.
All right.
It's like a dummy player because we're finishing like one route every 2 turns maybe.
Yeah.
Because you have to get to the city, pick up the route, and then finish it, and that doesn't unless you have the most optimal circumstances, you can't do that in like 1 turn. You have to do it in 2 or 3 turns. Anyway,
so I have to keep an eye.
9 times 6 is not 45. It's 54.
Yeah, I have to keep away from that one.
Well, it's neat. It's cool.
The theme.
It's fun. Like I enjoyed, and this is another thing. This is just dumb Americans. I don't know where anything in Europe is except for like the most basic stuff.
Yeah, I think
like you have to constantly look at the board. You're like, where's Helsinki?
Well, how do you?
That's in Finland.
How do you think the Europeans feel when they play an American game?
Totally.
They get the ride or something.
Some color coding would have helped. Like Eastern Europe city versus Central European, which is Western European
regions,
or southern and northern cities. Like some kind of color code. I mean, I like the map. It's cool, but like it's stark black. It's shades of greeny gray and black and white. Like there's no color. It's starkly Eastern European.
Saving money on the paint.
What's that?
Saving money on the paint.
They hired Harold Leesky. Harold Leesky is probably one of the top artists in the board game industry. He's not cheap.
Well, maybe it was his decision.
No, I mean, I think it looks cool. Like I like looking at it, but when you're playing it, you don't know where those cities are. The pictures on the pictures they use for landmarks, and the names of the cities, which are they in German or are they in English? I can't remember. Or they're like ancient names. They're German, I think.
Freeman,
which like doesn't help. But it's a cool game. I recommend the game. Besides all the problems.
Besides everything I hated.
Everything.
No, I didn't hate anything. I just thought it took too long to play.
You're just going to say that because you'll probably carry it in your store.
No, we're not actually carrying that one because it's Oreo, I think.
It's what?
Rio Grande.
RGG.
Rio Grande games. Remember those games?
Yes.
Well, I was supposed to bug either you or I got to reach out to Beth to give me because she was going to get me some stuff out of the Board Game Geek store, but then she didn't bring it, so I'm supposed to get I'm supposed to reach out to you or her. I probably should be talking about this offline.
Yeah,
what do you? I mean, you could have got stuff at the show.
She could. She went back to the warehouse to get it for me, but then
she
was going to, but then. What? No, I said you don't have to do that. No big deal. And then she was like, no, I got to go back there anyway because we ran out of this item and that item and the other item. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I showed up and she was like, yeah, we didn't go back because we were really short staffed and we need to do all this other stuff. And I was like, all right, that's fine. Don't worry about it. And she was just like, oh, no, just email me or just have Aldi give you a gift card or something. I was like, all right, fine, whatever.
Sounds fishy.
It does sound fishy. So
what are you getting?
You can talk. She owes me a few things for the help I gave her.
What?
We'll talk about it offline. Whatever.
What help did you give her?
I helped her out with the poker chip stuff.
Okay.
Like and like no, she's
fine.
You talk to your person. She's the one.
I'm just giving you shit, dude.
I know.
I'm not gonna acquiesce to whatever your nonsense you're coming up with. Oh, you owe me things.
Let me see. What else did I play?
I took pictures of almost every game I played.
Well, was how many-
We,
did you
we,
play
we
last
played.
night?
We played Unfathomable.
What'd you say, Mary?
Did you play a lot? I'll get back on Fathom.
I
Eventually when
played
get to it.
far more than I've ever played in BGG times.
Did you?
Because I didn't have any events to do.
Well, because you're such a grouch. You're just sitting in your room like a little troll.
Did everything run smoothly? I know you were
Gotta
worried about
pay
something.
the
From what I
toll.
know,
Yeah.
I like
Yeah, that's good.
Cascadia quite a lot.
Cascade.
Even though I don't think it breaks any new ground, I think it's fun to play.
Cascade. Is that like the Trex one?
That's
Is
like
that what-
most games, though. Most games don't break any.
It's
new
from
grounds.
that design crew.
Ooh,
that
I got
does
it.
the
I got into an argument with
Calico, I think.
I got into an argument with
Okay.
Tom Vassell at Hard 8. That was fun.
Tom Vassell.
Like spirited. Like he was slapping the table in
He was
anger
pounding
when
he was pounding the
talking.
table.
Why are you pissing off Tom?
He was just we were just talking about how we were talking about Kickstarter and how crowdfunding is used and
Yeah.
he had something that he felt. I mean, I'm not going to dish.
Yeah.
He'll most likely make his feelings known or whatever, but he had his opinions on what Kickstarter should be used for and what isn't, and he as
I'm
a
with him.
and he as a YouTube channel creator and yes, technically publisher. He's published games and done things, but he has a different viewpoint than I do as a board game publisher. And the thing was, it was like I was like fine. I was like, Tom, I get what you're saying and I understand, but that's not how it works. That's not how the real world works. I mean, and it was just and then afterwards he was very kind. He approached me afterwards and he said, "Hey, we're okay, right?" And I was like, "Of course we are. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Oh, I wanted to make sure I didn't really upset you." And I was just like, so I thought that was very nice of him, that he actually cared whether or not that I
Under
was
his
actually
breath,
upset.
he was calling you motherfucker.
Oh no, probably, but
Made
but
him
no.
curse, and he's religious.
But like but when he started slapping the table, I was actually like, oh geez, he feels very strongly about this.
I don't know. Like it's interesting that he has such an opinion on Kickstarter games when he gets most of them given to him.
Well, he doesn't really
Like,
do
does he
him
buy them?
himself. I don't think does them.
I don't
anymore.
think
he backs stuff on Kickstarter
does he?
with,
Okay.
with an account that
Yeah.
it's like secret. He has like a secret
Yeah.
thing, so people don't see what he backs.
Yeah, I don't think
I
he
turned
re-
mine off, by the way. I got tired of
Okay.
answering questions.
I don't think he reviews them anymore, though. I think somebody else does. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but it was nice of him to come. Is that a thing though? Coming back and saying, "Are we all right?" Like,
Well, he was worried that he might have pissed off Lance.
yeah, I get that, but like,
Not
I'm
true.
from the blue collar world. It's like with us, it's you blow up, you brush it off, you move on. You know, it's really nothing's ever really said.
Well, see,
you
we
know?
live in a world now where people actually care about whether or not they may have upset somebody, and they just will assume that things are just fine. So you make an extra effort to say, "Hey, everything's good." Unlike it's like
Yeah,
I wasn't beaten to sleep with the Bible like you were.
No,
Barry,
I'm not
so,
saying that.
Beaten to sleep with the Bible?
Yes. See, oh, Jesus Christ, I can't remember which Bible.
King James Version.
King James, yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Let's see what else.
The unabridged.
Yeah.
I played Meepletown. I think it was called Meepletown, which was fine.
I saw so many games that just look
Meeple Towers.
I don't want to. I mean, since I'm part of a publisher, I don't really feel like I should be giving my opinions about games. But man, oh man, did I see a lot of games that just looked really just dull and just like uninspired. And it was just like
This year,
I don't
2021.
I don't know, man. I mean, I was like, I walked around the hot games room and I was just kind of taking, like, being respectful. Didn't want to like, crowd anybody, I mean, I'm just, still wearing my mask and whatever. But I was like, just, it's one of those things where I was like, just, like taking a look at the stuff people were playing and like what was being set up and stuff. And I was just kind of like, yeah, I mean, they're probably all fine to play, right? But I was just, I don't know. I was just kind of like, nothing here is
nothing grabbed.
Well, there was nothing that was being set up on a table that was like dazzling me. That was just like, oh my gosh, look at that board and look at those components.
Did you see Batoku?
I don't even probably, but I mean, like, I didn't know what did it look
Batoku
like.
is a pretty looking board. It's like it's based on that what do you call it? I can't remember the name of it.
There was some game that Steph was setting up to play with her.
Like the spirits in the forest thing,
Oh, okay.
like Asian yokai and kodamas and all that stuff.
There was some game that like Steph was setting up to play, and I looked at it looked like somebody had like taken 5 seconds on Photoshop to put the game board together and the stuff, and I was like, what is this? And I forgot what the name of the game is. I wouldn't say it was anyway, but I was looking, I was like, this looks like hot garbage. I was like, who put this? It looked like a game that was made in the late 90s where it was just like, it's functional, put it out there.
So it's a Grey Fox
I wonder
game.
which one that is.
I don't know. I'd have to go back. Yeah.
I mean, I heard a lot of positive things about all the games we put in the Hot Games Room.
No, it wasn't a Hot Games Room. That was down in the like bacteria pit that was the masks optional room. That
was the fun zone.
So I will talk about this. So one thing, after wearing a mask, like when I was in communal areas, and using sanitizer and just basically limiting my exposure to large groups of people, I got home from a convention with no con crud, no like
really
runny nose.
Holy
no
shit! Hygiene works. How about that?
Yeah, and
I felt a little. I don't know if I want to say oogie, but I was just like, I mean, day 5 of very little sleep.
Yeah,
it's on you. And I'm kind of feeling not so great on Sunday morning.
So
it was just worn down.
Yeah. But it was so weird.
I'm still feeling it a little bit.
It was so weird. It was like, okay, so most of the games that I played were in the Glasscock room.
Okay.
I mean, I did take part in the poker tournament, but that was really well run by Jeff. I hope you gave him a lot of kudos. He did a really good job. Well, all your people did a good job.
Yeah.
Except for that Scott guy. That guy sucked.
Yeah, I'm kind of bad at giving kudos.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much to do. You know what I mean? I always say, "Hey, great job! It was awesome." What else do I need to say?
Well, no,
that's all.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought it was all awesome. I mean, it did feel
don't say it
different, but the same. Different, but the same.
Yeah. So the room that was the main hall plus dealer room, like that was never. I don't think that ever like the actual gaming area. I don't think it ever got half full. I mean, it just didn't. I mean,
in the middle of the day, it would look pretty full to me, but I don't know. I wasn't checking tables or anything.
But I mean, I would say at best it got half full. I mean, and that's not, I'm not, and don't take that as a criticism.
Right? The one with the exhibitor hall in it.
Yes.
Half exhibitor, half gaming tables. Yeah.
Yes. And that's not a criticism of you. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, if you wanted to game in there, you had to have your mask on.
Right.
And that's required. It was required. And it just speaks to whatever. You can draw your own conclusion however you like. But
that's my right.
The bacteria pit below that, where masks were optional, and which meant nobody was wearing one.
It was like 50-50.
No.
When I looked in there, I saw plenty of people wearing masks.
Why would you go to the mask
I saw a scant handful, mostly because they probably forgot they were wearing one. So
I got a picture right here if you want me to bring it up.
Well,
I want to see the picture. I'm so curious about the mentality of the person who wears the mask and chooses the non-masked room.
They want to.
I would.
I mean, there was definitely more people in that room.
It was
I
full.
completely get wearing a mask. I completely get not wearing a mask. I don't understand why you'd wear a mask in the non-mask room.
Okay, I'm looking at the picture.
You just forget sometimes.
You might be right. Lance.
Or I guess friends. Friends could be a big deal. Hey,
there's a person right in the middle of the room. I mean, I don't know if you can.
No, a person, sure. I'm like the idea that there's a.
Yeah, it was not majority by any means.
Well, it's
close.
I think if
you found the one culprit, way to go.
It's not one. It's a whole
I think if the rest of the con was
table.
optional, it would be the same thing, Scott.
No, I would say 25% here are wearing masks.
No.
Yes.
Unless you zoomed in on a table of 4 people and one person was wearing, and that's where you're getting.
Let's say 10%. 10%.
I'll give you 10%. There's always 10% people that are crazy.
Yeah. So, which is fine, right? I just kind of breezed through that area, and then this, and you know what actually was more like kind of like, oh my gosh kind of moment was that I kind of went into that area and I was kind of standing there, and then I was looking at it, and I was with Mike, and I said, this is where the dealer hall was last 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And this was full of exhibitors. I mean, there wasn't, it was all exhibit. It was a giant exhibitor.
80 exhibitors in 20.
Yeah, it was all exhibitors. It was wall to wall people showing shit off and selling it. And
yeah,
there was no gaming area down there at all.
No,
it was just
not gaming. It was exhibit hall.
It was an exhibit hall. And then the other thing is that, like, I remember when Evan and Ryan, I mean, and again, this is not a criticism, but Evan and Ryan were like, they said, "Oh, we're in the unpub room. We're demoing one of our games." And I said, "Oh, where's the unpub room?" And they're like, "Well, it's on the second floor, and you take a left after you get off the
it's down the long hallway, right?"
Yeah,
and the other
and
half
I was like,
hotel.
which was the worst. I mean, you couldn't have shackled those guys into more of a cavern. It was just like,
dude, I went back there Saturday night and those rooms were full. Everybody.
I'm not saying they weren't. I'm not saying they weren't. What I'm saying is that, I mean, like nobody.
Where else would they be?
Nobody knew where that place is.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not true. The whole place was full. I went back there and saw every
Lance, this is not a criticism, but it sure sounds like you're disguising a lot of your criticisms as non-criticisms.
Of the room that you
where would you have it then?
There was probably room for 40 people back there, and yes, there was 40 people back there. So yes, it was full, but it was not. It was. I don't.
Well, it's
I don't
not
know.
the same as
It's out of the way. That's why
it's breakout rooms, right? Like they're off the main path.
Yeah, somebody.
Yeah. They're like where the. Where
I mean, we have
you,
the whole hotel.
Where you made Gollum go back.
There's a lot of rooms back there.
You had the whole hotel?
Yeah.
I didn't realize you had it in the new venue, the whole hotel.
We do. I mean, we can hold probably 4,000 people in that hotel. I'm going to be right back. I got to get a drink.
Well, maybe you should get 4,000 people to attend.
You were just bitching about the vendors not being there now. It was 2,500 or whatever. There's no pleasing you, Lance. You're like an old Jewish grandmother. Just
well, I don't know.
Not quite.
I'm coming up on 50, man. I'm staring at it next month.
50 is the new 35-ish, 40.
Why are they gonna?
Because we're living the fucking 80. That's why.
Maybe.
Maybe.
You never know. No, I will say I personally feel that the convention was good and it was a success and I had fun. So I got no complaints as far as that stuff goes.
No complaints. Yeah, maybe next year. Hopefully, we'll see. I might go up to Unpub or PAX Unplugged if I'm back. I'm going up the mountains tomorrow night.
I had more people ask me if I was going to that than anything.
Are you going?
No. What am I? No, I'm not going to PAX Unplugged. And it has nothing to do with me not liking Philadelphia or anything like that. One, it's over my birthday, so I'm sure as heck not going to spill over my 50th birthday in Philadelphia at a board game convention.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I mean,
I just spending my first 30 birthdays in Philadelphia.
Second, they whether they say they do it on purpose or not, they seem to just always seem to do my boy wrong with Scott. So
But what do they do? What do you mean?
Well, Scott,
we don't need
Plan it the week before.
we won't dive into it. That can be an off-air discussion if we're so inclined.
It could be the convention center in Philly. You never know. That is a busy convention center.
Moving on.
Anyway, I was pretty happy. Like we had a lot of games. We got way more games than I thought we would be able to get this year.
Yeah.
We had all the hot games from Essen. I think there was one game that was missing that I thought might be there, but I think it was a Grana game. What was it? Oh no, we had Gutenberg.
Gutenberg. It's a plus game.
That's Grana. But they had a whole bunch of releases that I wanted to get, but I think we didn't get them. Let me look.
I don't know. I play a lot of games and I feel like I still don't play anywhere near as much as I want to. There's so many games.
No, it's Game Brewer. What did Game Brewer have this year?
Paris? I don't know. Stroganoff?
Stroganoff? It was something like that.
They definitely had Stroganoff. The question is, was that the one you talking
We didn't
about?
have it. I don't think. Let me see.
Do you have Arc Nova?
We did. We had 3.
Do you play it?
I have not. Sitting right here though.
It looks so like the art looks terrible to me, but like I've heard people compare it to Terraforming Mars and the art looks terrible there. So
Hippocrates is the one I was trying to think of.
Hippocrates, you're right. They had that one too.
I don't know if we had a copy of that in the library or not. Maybe we did. Yeah, no, Arc Nova looks cool. It's supposed to be like it's the action selection mechanism from Civ.
Yep.
The new Civ, the newer Civ, I should say.
Has anybody played it? The
Mhm.
newest version?
Yeah.
How is it?
Civ?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Is it more streamlined than the old one, the Fantasy Flight one?
I don't know because I never played that one.
Okay.
The pyramid building thing from Kevin Wilson.
Yeah.
I never
the
played that
tech
one.
tree with the pyramid.
Yeah.
That's the only one I played. It was okay. It's just some it's like Eldritch Horror on it. Just some shit you just forget, some nuance rules. I could never get that
We
to the
had,
table.
yeah, I
though.
mean, Bitoku is on my top of my list to play. Arc Nova, Gollum, Boone Lake.
I just got Gollum today.
Um,
Yeah, Boone Lake was interesting.
What else do we have? People said Boone Lake was their favorite. I think Steph said Boone Lake was her favorite.
I just need to retire.
Or
and
no,
play board games
Jen.
all day.
Jen. Cool. Let me know how it goes.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Scott, did you do a poll in the hot games room?
Yeah.
What was the game of the con? Do you know offhand?
We don't know, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, I mean, we don't really poll while we're there. But if we notice a game not getting played, we do pull it. I think we went down to 1 copy of Anno 1800 instead of 2. That's a long
What?
game.
It's a good game.
Sure, but it's long.
It's a long one, yeah.
Fine. It's just so good.
I haven't played it yet. I mean, I played on TTS, but I don't know if I played it correctly.
I'll be playing it again this Sunday, actually. It's such a good game. I like Martin Wallace. Although I just played Age of Steam and was reminded why I like Steam and not Age of Steam.
I don't like either. The theme.
Maybe he doesn't like you.
It's the theme.
Theme-wise,
Oh yeah, I need to look at the checkouts too.
Huh?
Oh, and I said I need to look at the checkouts just to see what got checked out and stuff.
Race
I mean,
was okay.
It was interesting. Like we had 3 copies of Robin Hood because I had just finished the game before the con, so I put my copy in the library.
The
And
adventure
it
one?
when I went
mine.
into the library, it was all 3 copies were there. I was like, maybe nobody cares.
I mean,
Nobody
it's a hard game to
cares.
play at a con. Like, it's Robin Hood's a game that's not worth playing unless you're going to play through all the 7 missions.
Yeah, he's got a point.
You can get a flavor of it by the first 2,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, first
Have you
2
finished
maybe.
it?
If you're going to play 1, I would recommend not even trying. Because if you're going to play 1, you'll walk
Yeah,
away.
you,
with
you got to play
less.
2. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's 1 doesn't even have the game mechanics in it. I mean,
It's like
a
I'm playing
little
through with
bit.
my daughter right now. I'm enjoying it. It's very light, but I'm enjoying it.
So here, can I give my review of Unfathomable?
Unfathomable?
Oh yeah,
Unfa-
yeah.
Unfathomable.
You
Okay.
How was
review?
it?
Well, I mean,
Oh my god, that game!
But I'm a publisher. I don't review other people.
I cannot
shit.
believe the way you guys treated me in that game.
I can.
Well, I
was
It's
so
not fun to
mistreated.
play with.
No, you were the spy, or you were the thing.
Hybrid. I was not a hybrid though. When you guys put me in the brig,
Well, I
Son
just
of a bitch! You
I
put
was
him in the brig?
100% innocent.
you were
That
you were
sucks.
Well, you had to put one person in the brig, so I became that person. Like it was a
Oh,
card. It was a card where
as the captain of the ship, and I had to pick.
you had to make a
somebody,
decision. You had to pick somebody. It was me
and
because
I agonized
Like,
it over it.
Keith
for
went in
2
on all in on me.
microseconds.
I agonized over it for days, and
I knew Eric was a hybrid from the get go. First play of the game.
Did it-
Yep.
So
So-
okay. So here,
Play the tape back. I said thanks, Eric. He tanked the first game, the first round.
Son
the
of a
first test.
bitch.
I was like, "Oh, good job, Eric."
Yeah.
And then
So-
no one listened to me.
so here, so
But here's- Well, let me finish. Let me finish. By
Let
the
him
second half
finish.
of the game, I became a hybrid. I was a hybrid. I was not a hybrid in the first half of the game. I was a latent hybrid. I was a sleeper hybrid.
Lance is a
Made it
psychic.
ever so delicious that we actually won the game as hybrids.
did
All
you
right,
win? No, we
You did.
won, didn't we?
You lost.
No, we made it, didn't we?
No. Ship blew up.
Ship
Remember,
blew up.
you were fighting all the explosions on the ship, and they all went out.
Oh yeah, we lost.
Remember, because Aaron was trying. Aaron was
Oh yeah, I was just happy because the cultist died too.
the cultist died.
Yeah,
Although
That
I
made
did
me
not know
happy.
Aaron. I thought Aaron was pure human.
So Lance, before
which once again proves that the silent sympathizer is the dumbest portion of the game. I mean, it is the worst mechanism of
Yep.
Battlestar Galactica games. All right, so rip.
I had a good time.
Rip.
All right,
We'll
go.
go
except
back.
for playing with Lance because he's not fun to play games with.
I am
Well,
unpleasant.
Lance is quite
Tell
fun.
you.
Was quite
Unpleasant.
fun
I'm
in that game.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Lance has a lot of statements that he says canned, I guess, from all the playing the game all those years. He transferred them into the Unfathomable universe, so I'm assuming he had them all ready. To
Oh
go.
yeah. It's just like you're over there scraping your arms with a scaler, trying to pass up.
Trying to get those scales off your arm.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
no.
Before
So,
you
okay.
get started,
Oh,
with that,
jeez.
you know how they had that rule where you were talking about the brig, and you know how
Right.
somebody could get stuck there the whole game in Battlestar, basically, if they didn't have enough help. Did they eliminate that in this, or is that
Yeah,
still?
well, that's part of my review. If you want to just
Okay.
you're worse than buddy Craig. You know, I'm trying to teach him a game. So you'll go here and you'll click coins. What are coins used for? You know, just like, let me get to it, Craig. All right. So
So what's the break for?
I will fucking ban you.
I mean, you know.
No, so no. All right. So Unfathomable, the Cthulhu themed Battlestar Galactica.
The Atlantica.
The
Atlantica.
Atlantica, instead of the Galactica. Okay, so you
We did
don't
play one
have
rule wrong. I don't know if you remember that. Did they tell you which rule we played wrong?
what?
Would you let him get to the fucking?
I would just want to make sure you knew. I don't know if it's going to come into play with your.
What are rules again?
So here's
They'll start out.
so
It's a long game.
so most of the rules transfer over pretty well. Same deal. You have a captain. You have a president. The president is the like the
Mystic or whatever.
mystic, you know, is they have access to the mystical tome of spells, which is kind of a lot like the old quorum deck, and you have the powers of the cabinet and what have you. The biggest difference is that when you jump, you don't get to leave behind everything. Also, when you jump, you still draw the destinations that you get or whatever, but as I dug through the deck, there were a ton of high numbers in there. Before, there were like 4s and 5s in there, you know, which
What were you drawing? Like 2s and 3s?
yeah, I used the 1-4 when I did. I got the one time I actually had a choice that I could have taken something big, it would have killed us.
Yeah.
So I just was like, oh well, I can't take that one, you know. So, but anyway, so the destinations you can get going pretty quick as long as your stuff is sitting pretty well. Instead of nukes, you have a second track that's like the mystical spell of banishment, and as that goes up. But if that goes up and there's people on the deck or so anything that's inside the ship, they're fine. Nothing happens to them. Anything outside the deck gets destroyed. So deep ones are destroyed.
Or sick bay.
Yeah, if you're a player, you're sent to the sick bay. And if you're the Mother Hydra and Father Dagon go back to the deep. And so they don't come out for a while. So The big thing
That was what we played wrong, by the way.
what?
They should have advanced along the ship edge when we moved the little counter, the travel counter.
Oh, really? That's
Every
so
time,
they-
every time that travel counter moves, they move.
Okay,
So that would get them off the board quicker.
How much do you think that would affect the
But
game?
not much.
not
Not
much, not
Not
much.
okay.
I mean, because that's good then, because that was like a major contention. Like I thought that was so stupid that it was just like, it's just like why even bother having them move down the side of the ship? But
Yeah, they had
that
a
makes
rule,
sense. Then.
but we didn't play it right.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's
That's
their first game. Yeah.
fine.
I don't think it had a major impact.
I think
Although
everything transferred over.
It did clump all the old ones in the
in the
four-
the deep
four-
ones were all
front of the
like
ship.
in the front of the ship.
Okay.
So the big thing about it is that I like the fact that the silent, like without silent, I'll just call them silence. The hybrids or whatever, they take a more active role, right? You know, it's just like you get to just walk into a room and shoot somebody, you know, instead of like,
Cool.
oh, I'm gonna like try to play a card and it's gonna do something bad. You know, there's no resurrection ship. You're still on the ship. And you know, the deep ones won't fight you, and you can go and you can just smash a room apart, or you can do things to mess with the place. Like there was all those different locations that we just didn't use, right? I mean, like we didn't go to the galley and like draw 5 cards and then roll a die to make sure we don't lose food or anything like that.
I was
mean,
gonna go do that if I could have,
well, I know, but it was just.
but I couldn't. I couldn't get over it.
But once again, that's a lot like Galactica too. There's all kinds of spots in the ship that just never get used. I mean, like I was wondering if
People
I
were
was
getting
wondering-
equipment. People were getting equipment quite often.
well, yeah, that's because the equipment you burn through the deck, right?
Yeah.
You can't after the deck's empty. The deck's empty. You just
Yeah.
you can't get any more equipment, which I
I
thought
think
was,
Keith got a gun, and I got a. Forget what I got, but I never used.
well,
it.
I got that shotgun and I just gave it to Keith. I was like,
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
because I had a
Easy.
pistol already. No, I mean, I think the game is fine. The thing about it is, I was hoping it would decrease the time of Battlestar. Battlestar
It didn't.
with 5 players,
Oh.
you're looking at 2 hours with everybody paying attention, being
and
focused, playing the game.
Yeah.
I think in the last hour, like we thought you guys thought you were going to lose, and it just took an hour to lose. And Aaron was trying to actually turn it around. I think everybody had checked out at that point. Like you were just like playing through the motions of it to
Well, I
finish
just
it.
wanted to make sure the cultist didn't win. That's all.
No, well, he wanted to win because he was the cultist. He wanted you guys to play hard. to
So
get-
that's the thing. Yeah. So the cultist only wins if
you've gone.
you've gone so you go 12 distance, and then you make it down the track one more time. And the cultist has to have the ship sink when you're at 12 distance, because then you're within
They
sight
can-
of land
They
and
could swim back to shore.
they can swim back because they don't have their gills yet, you know, so they're trying to prove themselves to the cult. So I mean, my big thing there is like, you know, the sympathizer is still once again just like the worst thing to have. I mean, it's so
I don't see why they don't just make a third old one or deep one hybrid.
because the idea is that if you have if you're not at 12 yet and if all 3 of you if
you
half
want
the
someone
people
to-
at the table
yeah.
are trying to smash everything, then you're just gonna lose. I mean, I think that's the mentality.
We had
I mean, I
6
think-
players. Did we have 6 players?
We had 6.
Yeah, so you want to play 5.
Mm.
Should have played with
so
5.
So there's no sympathizer. There's no
There's no
cultist.
what?
No cultist.
Hold it. Okay.
Oh, I gotcha.
What the
Yeah.
hell was that? Who's listening to
Oh, it's
salsa?
just
It's Baby Shark.
what is
Oh,
it?
Baby Shark.
That's what it sounded like to me. I don't think that's what it was.
Baby shark.
What's up, Matt?
Matthew.
Hey man.
Missed you. Missed you. Missed you in the
I did.
gla- missed you in the glass cock.
Wish I could have gone.
I would say maybe next year. Oh, Scott, how did the magnets? How did it hold into the door work?
I couldn't get it to work.
Okay,
Wham, wham.
so it wasn't a metal door.
No.
All right. Yeah, I have to
But
think
people
about
knew.
I had to think about that.
What's the whole deal with the glass cock thing?
Lance,
For those who know, No
What
explanation is
happens in the glass
necessary.
cock stays in the glass cock.
For those who don't, no explanation is possible.
Fair enough.
You try to
No,
command
there's
strips or no?
there's some person that's like some leader of business for the Dallas area, and her last name is Glasscock. And in the old place that where
Which we still
BGG
use, by the way. It's
with
great.
where BGG Spring, which I'm considering going to. I'm considering attending BGG Spring.
We also,
But at the
I'm not.
at the old school BGG Spring, there's a basically the nerve center room or what have you is
yeah,
is
our main headquarters here at Rim is
where we'll go and
The
play
Glasscock.
games is just the Glasscock room. It says Glasscock room.
I see.
So yeah.
So it was a wooden door. Did you try to command strips? No.
I didn't want to.
You didn't fuck
It's
with
the where it is. Like if anybody wanted to, they could have just taken it. You know what I mean? Like the
Yeah,
rim's
that's what I was
not
thinking.
secure. It's
Okay.
not that secure. In fact, there's a back way in. I didn't even realize you could get in through the back way.
Okay, because I would have sent you something like a metal rod that you could have. The magnets would have held on that. You could have put it on a command strip or something. But if you're not worried about it, I won't.
It was still fine.
All right.
Didn't have any tepid lemonade though.
No tepid lemonade, son.
No snacks, no tepid lemonade. We had these mints. I don't know if I would hesitate to call them mints. What,
That's
Well,
why I
those
don't go to
things, those
BGG.
things,
were-
the Lysol flavored one.
they're
was,
like
was-
fruity little. hard
There
candy.
was no fruit.
The
Tastes like fruit to me.
chalk
Wow.
ones.
They're insane.
What else did we play? You neglected to leave out the part where you disappeared for like 2 hours of the Unfathomable game.
What happened?
Well, I had to go back and help out
Yeah,
at the booth.
He had to work, and halfway
Right.
through the
No.
game, we were like,
That's offensive.
"Where did he go?" He's working.
So what, you're bitching at him on a game that you missed the third of? You know.
You shut your mouth.
Oh, I should also. So I don't know if you guys heard, but QAnon is camping out at that hotel.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was the truck parked out front.
See, I'm glad I didn't go. I would have had some fun.
I can't read it, but basically, just envision all the sayings of Trump
It's
and
Yeah.
W. What is it? WWGIWGA.
What,
Oh, the
what-
JFK Jr.
Where
show
we
up?
go one, we go all.
Did,
Big
did,
Q on the back wheel.
Are they that against board games?
Trump won 2020 and JFK Jr. The
Did he
storm
show up?
here. It's got the General Flynn, Lynn Wood, Mike Lindell, Sidney Powell, Clay Clark, Patrick Byrne. I don't know who any of those people are. Save the kids, we the people, repent. 1776. It's just Epstein didn't kill himself. That's one that was interesting to see on the side of that.
Honestly,
truck.
that's the most reasonable thing there.
Yeah.
So there was a guy wearing
What?
tinfoil. Did you see the tinfoil hat wearing guy?
no, I did not.
I saw a picture of him.
Did you?
Anyway,
So this got Wyworth.
I have to imagine.
there.
I mean, not to interrupt, but I have
The
to
hotel.
imagine.
is right next to the grassy knoll, which is
Did
where
it?
they.
Oh, okay, okay.
Where JFK Jr. is supposed to reappear and make Trump the king of kings and reassume the presidency and all that stuff.
Holy shit! When did he become a messiah?
Well, you didn't know about that?
No,
Yeah.
I thought JFK was just going to show up. I didn't know all that. Or Junior, I'm sorry, not JFK. But wouldn't they go up north where he crashed in the water?
That's where, yeah, I would think he would come back from.
Yeah. Where was it? Off Massachusetts or something?
Something like that. Anyway,
So it's right next to
sad.
the grassy knoll?
It's sad because like it was weird. Like they didn't bug anybody. I think because if they bugged people, that would be sort of room to get them thrown out of the room, out of the hotel.
Yeah,
But,
probably.
Anyway,
I had so my one interaction with the QAnon person, and it was like, and I've said this, when you're just kind of standing there, you're doing nothing, and I was lost in my thoughts, and I was just standing there, and I was outside the hotel because I was waiting for I think we're gonna grab lunch or something. And I was just kind of stand there, and then you kind of see somebody in your periphery, like kind of turn and start like walking towards you, and like a normal human. And this is one of those things too, where you don't you notice it right away that they're like heading right towards you. Like normally, like, okay, I'm gonna they veer off way before they get close to you, right? Like, oh, I can't walk through that person, so I'm gonna be walking around. And I in my peripheral, I could see this person like walking straight towards me. And so I just kind of paused and look, and it was like this sweet old grandma lady, I'm guessing 70s. She came and I was like, oh, does she need like directions or something? And then she got closer. She got closer. I saw that she had a giant Trump and JFK Jr. 2024 button on. And I just kind of looked, and she said, it's like, you're such a big young man. Doesn't it worry you that you wear that mask and breathe in poison all day? and I
You really said
was
that,
like, what?
What did she really?
Yeah. Aren't you? You're such a big, strong young man. Aren't you worried that you're just breathing in poison all day wearing that mask? And then I was like, I was kind of taken aback, and I said, and I normally in my head, I think if it had been like some douchebag 30-year-old dude, I would have like, whatever, dude, just go ahead, just like, but instead I couldn't say anything mean. I just said, thank you very much for being concerned for my health. I think I think the mask is protecting me or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what I said.
Protecting you.
And then she. And so she's like, oh dear. And she patted my arm gently and then walked away. And I was just like, just
Grandma Q.
We can all get along, Lance.
Yeah, I was just kind of like,
I'm confused about the JFK thing though. This isn't even like Lincoln where he was a Republican and switched. JFK was.
Oh, it makes no sense.
Correct.
Don't try to make any sense.
Okay.
And that's why it gets us riled up, because we're logical thinkers, right? And there's no logic to this, so we can't understand it, comprehend it. And that's how they have power. So I ignore it and take the power away.
I just think it's funny, their logic. But whatever. That's why we're Americans. We have the right to think like that, or the opposite.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just don't inflict it on me. Well, yeah, I mean, I had a good time. I played lots of games. The store did pretty well, very well, I should say. I mean, I think there was only one other store that actually had merch, which was Stronghold.
Really?
Yeah, they sold out of all their
One of my
stuff.
favorite things to
Oh,
go
Fun Again wasn't there? Or
Yeah.
the
No,
board whoever sold board games? Was
No
it
Fun Again. There was no board game seller there.
Who was it? Was it Fun Again? I can't remember.
No, there was no board game seller.
No, I mean prior to this year.
In the past, Fun Again had done the
It
Mule.
was Fun Again? Okay.
Mule.
I'm sorry, Scott or Matt. I think I cut you off.
I should say it's one of my favorite things to get at cons is t-shirts and apparel
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And
We sold out of the shirts instantaneously.
I'm looking
Printed too few.
Scott, I'm looking at your Batman in the background. This just came in the mail.
What is that? Can't quite see it. Oh yeah, Mysterio. Oh sweet. Is that a?
It's a gift.
Oh, is
for
that
somebody.
Is that a Hot Toys?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
it's a gift
expensive.
for a friend.
Oh wow, awesome. That's a nice gift.
He's a good fella.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
What
It was
else?
either that or a lightsaber.
Oh yeah, those are cool too.
You didn't go
But
for the lightsaber?
lightsabers is a whole rabbit hole.
Oh geez, don't it? Yeah, I'm sure.
Like,
Lincoln collected them, and he got
Did he?
he had almost all of them stolen one day. He got the house got broken into, and they stole all of them.
That's-
oh no.
We had-
Really
But he
sad.
did get insurance, and he pretty much, I think he got most of them back. But I think there was one that was like unobtainium kind of
That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
collector version. Yeah.
You got your house broken in by nerds.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I mean, it was crazy. But so I'm looking into all this, and there's all these like not very reputable dealer or manufacturers
Yeah.
and in Taiwan and wherever, and there's some that are really good, and there's like all these forums about it and people modding their own and all this other stuff, and I got into it. I'm like, okay, well, this is to say thank you for a whole bunch of stuff, so I'll I'm willing to go fairly deep in pocket for it, but I was getting up at like $600 or $700.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Was it that much?
And I'm like, well, because there's the hilt, and then the hilt alone
Kyber
was like
crystal.
$400.
Oh wow. Okay.
for the ones that I was looking at, and then you can get these two
we're
types
still
of-
talking Canadian dollars, right? So I mean, it wasn't really like
So okay, so
It's still 500. You know?
Five or $600
600
American.
Canadian. That's like $7 American, right?
6 hours. Sorry.
So, and then there's these two types of hilt you can get. There's this one, and one has like one's more advanced, and it does the whole when you light it, it lights it
From the bottom to the top.
It extends, yeah.
Mm.
And it has all these other really neat.
Tell me about this hilt that extends, and when you light it up, and just sorry.
But
all
yeah, so I'm
kinds
like,
of fun words going on.
the nerd in me wanted to get him a good one, but then I'm like, shit, man, I don't know, like I'm
He's not worth that
appreciative,
much.
700's a bit much.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. So I ended up kind of pulling it back, and I'm happy with what I got. And
There we go.
Mhm.
I mean,
So is
Hot
that the-
Toys. I know Hot Toys are not that cheap either. So
no,
you probably dropped a few coins on that.
yeah, and it's beautiful too. The sculpt of Jake Gyllenhaal is
Oh,
just
nice.
unworldly.
Yeah. Yeah, they do make
I've
nice.
got one. I've got one thing.
Does it come with a
for you.
with a scarf?
Does it have the mist?
It does. It has all the. It has the bulb, and then it has like different inserts, and it has the mist effects, and oh Jesus,
That's
it's
awesome.
it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's work on.
So I'm curious about these lightsabers. Like I was in Disney and it was, I think it was, what was it, $100 to build a droid, $200 to build a lightsaber, and then they had like this special lightsaber thing, which I think was like $300 or $400. So is that like the average price on it?
That sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure that costs a few hundred.
Well,
It's
but with the lightsaber thing, you're also paying for the experience because it's a.
It takes an hour to
process.
build it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
It's a whole
they
show and
make you go.
everything.
They make you go through a narrative, and it's
Yeah.
it's you're part of a show too, right?
You have to go on an
I
adventure to
believe so.
get
I
your
didn't look
kyber
into it
crystal.
that deep.
Yeah, it's like it's a whole process. People have like for a while it was like super secret, like they wouldn't let
It's
people
on
video.
YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah. For a while,
Yeah.
they wouldn't let people video it, right? They wanted to like, and then eventually they released it. But yeah, it's like you pick the crystal you want, and
The hilt,
it's
color.
you go through the whole process, and it's a good quality one. Like when my kids and I went, my son, God, it would have been 6 years ago. We went to Disney World, and like the Star Wars experience was nothing compared with it, but it was still pretty cool. There was some cool things we could do. But one of the things is you went to there was the lightsaber store, and it was like, and it was just basically mad dash. Everybody grabbed their stuff, put it together, and create their lightsabers. We still have those, and they were each of them were like $40 a piece or whatever. We made 4 of them, and it was just one for each of us, and I could, and my son still has them. He still drags them out, and they still work. I mean, I'm just stunned that they still do. And they actually like when they hit, they make the like when they hit each other, and they make the good noise.
What do they sound like?
The one, what I mean? It's like you know what I'm talking about. They make them like, and then when you wave them around, it recognizes.
I was hoping you'd make the sound again.
When you wave it around, it recognizes that you're waving it too, because so it does that noise for you too, and so it's like
The force effects ones.
yeah. So, but I've seen the thing now where if like you go and you've taken the time to like dress up in your like outfit, whatever it is, rebel trooper or Jedi outfit or whatever, and then you the people that play the role of because like the whole idea is like you're on in a Star Wars base, right? And there's stormtroopers that just walk around and stuff like that, and the stormtroopers are the people there are told to like interact with you. It's like it's just like if you're like wearing a full getup, and it's like that wouldn't be a lightsaber. The little thing, it's like you got a lightsaber on you there. It's like, are you a Jedi? And so you see the kids are having a blast. It's like, and then Darth Vader shows up on regular intervals, and there's a pretty famous YouTube video of like this little girl is supposed to
Yeah.
this little girl is supposed to like fight Darth Vader.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like if you join me, we can rule the guy. She kneels in front of him. Yeah, it's like
That is pretty cool what they did. We did that Star Wars world down there in Disney World. It is pretty, the Rise of Resistance. That is pretty cool what they did with that. That Pandora world is pretty cool too. Although I didn't like that one.
Oh, here, let me
That
ask you
one
guys.
thing.
Let me ask you some TV related stuff. Have you guys watched the first episode of Wheel of Time? No spoilers, just
not.
asking.
I watched the
Yeah.
first 3. Yeah.
I was
No.
I was not entertained.
Are you not
I would-
entertained?
I was entertained,
They did
but I
not
was also
entertain you?
like, okay, well, this will be interesting.
Okay, I got a question.
I'll come back, and I'll watch it. I'll
It was
come back.
it was really struggling to keep my interest actually.
Oh, really?
Has
but
anybody read the books?
I'm always doing stuff while I'm watching stuff.
Well,
right?
you
So-
see,
you can't do that.
you
Can't do
suck.
that.
I'm sorry, man.
Why
You
not?
suck.
I'm
No,
when am I
with you,
going to
Matt.
watch
I'm with you,
TV? I
Matt.
have no
I'll take
time
No,
to
no,
watch
I
this.
understand.
No,
No, you can do
no,
it, but it's not
no.
a strike against it.
if you've watched,
Yeah, sure.
it's one thing if it's a TV show you've watched. Like I've seen this episode before, so you want to check your
Or if it's
phone
like
for whatever.
NCIS or
Or
CSI, any of the crime shows.
yeah, I mean,
I'd
it's just
say
like
I'd say this is the litmus test for if it captures my attention, which other
See,
shows have.
here's what I'll say. And then I'll let
Yeah, I
you
can see
retort.
that, Matt.
I'll let
Yeah.
you retort, but let me give me the floor for a second.
Allow me to retort.
Yeah, no.
This is not a
This is not a criticism, but
So-
Good job.
It's not a criticism. No, but here's my thought on this is that like we are so conditioned now, like and admittedly, as I said, I turn 50 next month, so I am curmudgeonly and angry, but we are so
That starts next
conditioned.
month.
We are we
Uh-huh.
are so conditioned right now that like we like have to have entertainment. Oh god, sneeze again. Nope. We have to have our entertainment like always. God dang it. It sucks.
It's a
Didn't
really
this
good
happen with
lecture.
didn't this happen with the there was something
Ridley
recent-
Scott?
with, no,
Ridley
no,
Scott.
no, the
No, Ridley Scott just did
WandaVision.
the whole thing blaming millennials.
WandaVision. Oh, did he? I
Well,
don't know.
WandaVision at the very beginning, people were like,
Everybody
I don't
was checked out
understand.
after the first
What are
episode.
we doing?
Oh,
here?
WandaVision was delightful.
Oh, I loved it.
But they weren't, they weren't. There was plenty of people on my Facebook feed that
Yes,
were like,
you're
"I'm
right.
not. I don't think I can make it past episode 2."
Yes.
I was in that
that's the
boat
thing, though.
up
That
till
show
episode 3,
rewarded
I was
you.
like-
That show rewarded you by turning your phone off and focusing on the TV
Right.
and watching the show. And I'm not. If you want to sit there and like read a book or stare at your phone or play a video game or do something else while your TV show's on, I'm not here to yuck your yum, as they say. Enjoy your content, whoever it is that you want to watch. But why is it so impossible for us now to? I mean, this is why I think movie theaters are dying, is because people can't sit there on their phones in a movie theater. They got to actually sit there and watch the movie. I mean, it's
Yeah,
just,
that's true.
I mean, it's
So,
just,
well, give Matt credit is the concept. Like I've certainly put on shows that I thought were going to be background shows, and then I found myself being completely riveted, and I was
Yeah.
like, okay, forget that. This is something I have to pay attention to.
Yeah,
Right.
I've
So,
been
like,
there.
And
I hear
clearly
ya.
that wasn't that for him. I get
Yeah.
that. But there are also shows, I will say, that are great. And the first time I watched it distracted, I didn't get the effect. So I've had
So
both.
yeah, I mean, rarely do I watch a show and just that's the only thing I'm doing.
Yeah.
why?
Because my desk is pretty much where I live.
Oh, I get it.
Well,
the only
but
reason I
but
do
I
it
mean,
is
but is it because you have to answer emails if you're going to do it, or you have to, or is it just? I mean, and I'm not. I again.
so I'll
this
give my
is-
answer.
Just
I
let me,
only
let me
watch-
finish. Let me finish my point, Alex. It's like, is it? And I want to know this answer from Matt. Is it because like you're drawn to like, I gotta finish this work, or I gotta do this work for myself, or or it's just because there's something else here that I could be doing at the exact same time, and I don't want to have to give this 100% of my attention. I mean, what is the reason why you can't just say, I'm not going to look at any other computer screens. I'm going to watch this one thing, and it's got 55 minutes of my time. Go.
That happens rarely, and then I'll go up to the living room and I'll watch something.
When you're there, do you sit on your phone or do anything else?
No,
Okay.
But the problem is, one of the problems is if I lie down, I'm done.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I hear you. I'm the same way.
I'm done. Like, no matter if I'm watching something that first run and I'm interested in, sometimes it keeps my attention. Like Arcane. When I started watching that on this monitor while I'm working, I got so little work done because I was riveted.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Wheel of Time,
What's Arcane?
The new League of
It's-
Legends show on Netflix.
it's
League of Legends.
I have
Yeah.
no clue about any of the League of Legends stuff.
Yeah.
But the storytelling, the animation style, the voice acting was tremendous. So
Cool.
shows like that keep my attention. In answer to your question, Lance, most of my waking hours these days are working, unfortunately. So I'm trying to, especially till the end of the year, because we've got so much going on that I'm just trying to get stuff done. I'm putting like 50 and 60 hours in at my, every week. So if not more. So my entertainment, I take where I can get it. And usually it's at the same time as I'm doing something else. And I get
Yes.
like 60 or 70% of it.
So fuck off, Lance.
No,
no.
no.
I'm the
but,
same
I
way,
mean,
man.
there-
I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Almost everything I watch at my desk. And I went to watch Cowboy Bebop tonight with Michelle, and I fell asleep in the first 10 minutes.
That's my problem. I
Oh,
fall
that's
asleep
too
with a
bad.
lot of
Cowboy
stuff.
Bebop's great.
Yeah. Most of the shows that I
Well,
watch that
watch it,
are
yeah.
not at my desk are with Giselle in the living
Shut
room
up,
because
Scott.
we're watching it together.
So I was gonna
Yeah.
say, for me, I can justify watching something dedicated if it's quality time with my wife. Otherwise, if I'm doing entertainment time, it's gonna be a board game. Otherwise, it's background stuff. I
Yeah.
can't justify it. It has
If
to
I'm
be quality
sitting
time.
if I'm sitting in the living room watching a television show and not doing something else, I'm like, fuck, I should be doing something else. I
Now,
really
Matt, you
should
were
be.
one of those who was
Yeah.
recommending Midnight Mass, right?
I did.
No,
yeah.
Midnight Mass is absolutely fantastic.
It's very good.
Yeah,
I
I gotta
just
get
finished
back
it
to
last
that.
night.
We start the first two.
Oh, so
Or
no
three.
spoilers then, but I just
Yeah.
finished it last
Series?
night.
You have to give it time to
What's that, Scott?
breathe.
Is it a series?
Yeah. Do you
It
remember?
is-
Did you watch
It
that?
is 7
House of
episodes
the-
and you're done. It's 7 episodes and done. It
I
tells you-
liked so the lead in that
From the Newsroom
I
is
remember
amazing.
him from the Newsroom.
Yeah.
And that was one that's another fantastic show. If nobody's
It
seen
is.
that,
Absolutely amusing.
oh my
Years
god,
ago, I'm
it's
trying to remember.
it's such
Watch
a
some of it.
fantastic show.
Yep.
I mean,
It's got-
it's
I think it
Aaron
rivals
Sorkin.
West
So, pardon me.
I think it rivals West Wing.
I think it's better than West Wing, to be honest.
First season maybe. Second.
I
Both
enjoyed it
maybe.
better than West Wing. I'm not a big political.
Yeah.
Oh, neither am I. West Wing
Person.
transcended it.
So
But,
Scott, did you
um,
see that the series House, Haunting of the Hill House?
No,
Or
I never
something?
did. I have not.
Oh yeah,
I
same.
mean, I'm way
Oh,
be-
season
I'm way
2 was
behind.
so much better
Yeah.
than season 1 of that.
It's
Season 2 is
tied
fan-
into 1, 2, and there's 3 seasons. That's what I was getting. I can't remember.
Haunting
the
of Hill House
first
has
one.
a 3rd season.
But that's the same.
No, this
same,
is the 3rd season of
director
that.
as
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah.
yeah, same
Okay.
director.
I'm way behind on my.
Yeah, there's a few of them, eh? That
Yeah.
There's one other one I can't remember the name of.
there's
Yeah,
my
he has
Canadian-
Don't give any spoilers whatsoever.
I'm not.
Oh, no, not at all.
No, because if that is a oh my gosh, if somebody had spoiled Midnight Mass for me, I would have been fucking
But
livid.
Lance, did you not? I mean, I had
No,
I knew nothing about it.
don't say
Yeah,
anything.
there's no way to have this conversation. I'm with you,
There's
Matt.
no
There's no way to have
way
this
to have-
conversation.
I can hang up.
No, I don't
It'd
want. I
just
don't
be
want
him and Matt. Or
Yeah,
Alex. I
no.
think Alex said he saw it.
Yeah, I saw it.
We need like a spoiler cast type episodes of the Alaboom.
and write down everything we want to spoil. Okay, going
Well,
back to
just
3
well,
years
you
ago.
talk about the shows that we've
Yeah.
never been able
Yeah.
to talk about.
I just
We should do it
watched
once
as
a month,
well-
Lance.
Oh,
How's that sound?
I watched Shang-Chi.
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
that
that was
was
good.
great.
It was
Yeah,
I thought it was awesome.
Yeah,
yeah.
it was fun.
I loved it. No, I didn't love
Canadian
the
lead.
end. The
I
end is
had,
like
yeah,
whatever,
there was
but-
something I
The end's a little weird, but it's
Yeah,
still
the
good.
end's a little weird, but I thought it was fine. I like.
I really appreciated the fact that they brought Ben Kingsley into it.
Yes.
Yeah, me too.
I really enjoyed the fact that they actually did a payoff for the secret ending to
Iron Man 3.
Yeah, I mean that they had some fun with it.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben Kingsley, man, I'd watch him in anything.
It was good.
The monkeys were just
monkeys.
acting like they were riding horses.
When that the little like the critter comes out, and he's like, "Oh my god, you can see him too." I thought I got
Morris.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He
there
was so-
there was some great moments in that movie. I don't understand like I can laugh out loud at Marvel movies, but like with DC stuff, I can't. There's nothing.
It's not
Like
it's
their
DC,
comedy is just
yeah,
not in the same.
It's not the same place.
Yeah.
Like,
They're
Yeah,
drier.
well, I don't even know if it's
Darker.
there.
They had a few moments in
There-
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I mean, like in Wonder Woman and like '84, and then the Snyder cut. I mean, I know there was some comedy.
Well, the
there,
problem
but
is
I
the
don't-
last DC property that did really well was not a comedy. So they keep trying to echo that, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
Like Batman's with what's his name were amazing. They're like fantastic, but they weren't able to capture the magic. Whereas Marvel has leaned heavily into comedy, and the comedy action combination works incredibly well.
Yeah.
and their comedy is solid.
I have a hard time, like with dick and fart jokes.
Same, but is that what's
Are
going
there
on?
that
in Marvel?
many? And I don't think Marvel.
They're
has-
not, and that, I mean, like just talking
What
about
prompted the
laughing out loud
comment?
at home. Rarely do I do that
but
if I'm
but
watching. a
farts
movie.
are funny.
Oh, have you watched the Everything Goes Wrong show?
No.
Okay, but as soon as you have a chance, and by all means, throw it on in the background and let me know how it does for you. The Everything
Okay.
Goes Wrong show on Amazon is fantastic.
Everything.
What's the premise?
I actually started watching it because of Tom. Tom had it on Board Game Breakfast at one point. I was like, oh, that sounds funny. The premise is that there's a play. It's a cast of characters who are doing a live play, and everything is going wrong. So
Okay.
we're watching them do a play while they're trying to persevere through things not working out well. Tom mentioned at one point, and I was like, oh, I'll pull it on with my wife. And we couldn't breathe. It was amazing.
I'll have to watch it. I really have a hard time. I empathize way too much with the characters on screen. I
Mhm.
can't watch Frasier because I squirm in my seat.
My wife hates awkward humor. She cannot stand The Office, anything like that. This was an
Embarrassing humor,
exception
yeah.
somehow.
Oh, good.
Interesting.
Okay. I mean, so everything goes wrong.
I love
All right.
awkward humor, so yeah.
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 Has anybody seen the Eternals?
Nope.
Not yet.
Okay. I know nothing about that, so I don't know what to
Me
expect
neither.
from
Nobody
this one.
does.
So
It's like
Scott, you
Guardians.
said you fell asleep during Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through and I am loving it.
It's fun.
Yeah, that's when I want to get back. I
So
fell
real.
asleep
I mean,
to
it was. Really
I tried to watch that show that's based on League of Legends and I got like 50 minutes in. I was like, this sucks. See you later.
Really?
I'm out.
Yeah,
Damn,
I was
Matt.
just like, I was
feedback
like,
I've seen has
is-
been amazing.
This is not a criticism,
Um,
Matt, but
no, I didn't like it at all. I mean,
You
good
need
for,
to
good for
like
you
suck
for
donkey
liking
balls.
it. I have nothing against anybody for liking what they like, but I was like, maybe because I don't like, I haven't played a single second of that game.
Neither have
Ever.
I. But I mean,
So-
what didn't
I
you like
played a
about
ton
it?
of that game.
I don't know. It was just like, I don't know. It just didn't grab me. It was just kind
Yeah.
of like,
that's another one I know
whatever.
nothing about.
Moving on.
So the Cowboy Bebop, like I've heard.
Just to be clear,
like,
were you watching it while doing something else, or was it dedicated?
No, I sat down with my son to watch
Very
it, and he was like kind of into it. And then after about 50 minutes, he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to my room." And I was like, "All right, I'll try watching this for a little longer." And I was like, "Yeah, no."
is it animated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
But it's a really, really neat animation.
I'll check it out. I mean, I played a crap ton of that
and
game.
So when
I
I
know
watch
nothing
animated
about that.
shows, part of what gets me going is knowing who the voice actors are, and I can get behind it a little more if I know who they are and if I like the actors themselves and stuff like that. Kevin Alejandro's in this, and so is what's her name? Girl from Pitch Perfect,
Oh,
Haley Steinfeld.
yep. She's in
So-
Hawkeye, right?
Yeah, she's in Hawkeye too.
Hawkeye went on today, didn't it? First
Yep.
episode.
I
Oh
watched
yeah,
it.
today.
Maybe I'll watch it tomorrow.
I'm so behind on everything. I've not
Yeah.
seen a thing. I just watched the Shang-Chi was the last thing I just watched. So,
Yeah.
so so G4 is back online. By the way, I don't know if you guys know that. You remember G4?
G4.
G4
The video
TV?
game thing?
Yeah, it was more of a. You started as a video game thing, and now it's more of a geek lifestyle type.
Oh,
thing.
okay.
So I watched like hours of it on Twitch the other day, and one of the guys was talking about Cowboy Bebop, and he's like, whoever made this doesn't know Cowboy Bebop. Like they took all the emotions out of it. Is that true?
I'd say they're still there, but I mean the thing about here's
Like the
here's,
subtlety, I
here-
guess, is gone.
Well, and here was my biggest. So Cowboy Bebop is my all-time favorite anime. I mean,
Is
just
it?
I know
it
nothing
is.
about
It's
it.
all my all-time favorite. There's been nothing that has like gotten more like raw feels or whatever out of me than and also, but in Cowboy Bebop had so many problems, and it just like I mean it had zero care to have any exposition at all. It was
Mhm.
just like there was some,
Stuff
but I mean
happens.
as far as it was just stuff happens, and it's like, oh, you didn't know that, like I mean like it just kind of heaved you into the story like halfway
Right.
in, right? You
Yeah,
didn't really
you're
know what
thrown
was
into the
going on.
middle of a.
Yeah. And so like it was interesting to like watch something that, because it's a freaking show. I mean, that like if anybody else was just gonna dive in and watch this, they'd be like, yeah, this sucks. I don't know what's going on. Just kind of like one of those things where they'd be annoyed. And so I was like sitting there and I was thinking, this is kind of nice. It's like it's actually like detailing the story, and it's actually like, it's actually teaching us a little bit, like giving us background on the syndicate instead of just like, oh, it's the syndicate. Oh, so the syndicate. Oh, yeah, the syndicate. It's like, no, here's like actually like some stuff. And I can see if you were like a hardcore, Cowboy Bebop person, and you're just like, oh, I want this, like as you said, Scott, the subtlety, like the how
I don't
everything.
know what they're talking about because I've not seen anything.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure I'll be fine with the show.
Well, yeah, and it's just like, so it's like, oh, it's like, and so yeah, I mean, an argument can be made that like, they maybe they're showing too much of the. I hate this. Must have heard this like a dozen times. They're showing way too much of how the sausage is made, so to speak. They by like having moments of like explanation.
Right.
Yeah, and it's just like, but for me, that didn't really bother me. It was like cool because I already knew the background because I'd watched the first one 1,000 times, or watched the anime so many times that I knew all the background. I don't know. I can see why people wouldn't like it because it definitely is not the show. It definitely is not the anime at all. It is. It is its own thing.
Interpretation of the anime.
Yeah, it's its own thing. I can't think of John Cho is perfectly cast.
He's good.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God,
I was,
I like
I was,
John
I was.
Cho.
I mean, I didn't fall asleep because I was bored. I'm exhausted.
Tired, yeah.
I'm not got enough sleep.
That was
I mean,
my
they're
problem.
everybody's cast very, very well, for their roles. And there was no way you're going to wait 6 episodes in to introduce Faye, or whatever it was in the anime, right? So they throw Faye in right away.
Who's,
okay,
well, I don't know
The
who
female,
that
I
is.
assume.
Yeah, the anime is 3 people, and then they pick up a 4th and a dog later, and it's Spike, Jet, and Faye, and it's like, but Faye doesn't show up until I think episode 4 or 5 of the anime, if I remember correctly, and it's just Spike and Jet to begin with, and and it's just like. And I think I can't remember the guy who played he was in Cage that plays Jet, does a very good job as well.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah,
it's
the
like,
characters are well played. Of what I've seen so far,
and the thing is
it's
that
not it's not cringy or anything.
it feels in some weird places, it feels like you're watching like you're watching in like almost who's the director of Desperado with Antonio Banderas?
Oh,
Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah.
It feels like at times you're watching a Guillermo del Toro movie. Sometimes it feels like you're watching like a Quentin Tarantino movie.
Yeah, I was about to say it
that
felt
makes sense.
more like Quentin Tarantino, but
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'll have to try.
I don't know.
some.
It's just
Of
so
the
well.
15 minutes I've watched,
Yeah, I
so
mean, I
what do you gotta
thoroughly
get-
enjoyed it.
which is not much.
I didn't get much further,
And
Scott. Maybe a half hour.
I look forward to getting into the whole thing. And yeah, it'll I'm excited.
Very
So
excited.
there you go.
There you go.
Okay, so we'll hear Lance bitch
Oops.
about this in a month.
Bah, 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 bah.
Wheel of Time. Has anybody read the book on that? I'm curious.
The
No?
books.
There's a bunch of books.
Yeah,
A
well,
long time
I'm
ago.
assuming this is like the first.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
no,
I mean, my wife was like, I was like, "Do you want to watch this Wheel of Time?" And she was like, "What's it about?" And I was just like, "Well, it's guy who wrote a series of books that took him so long he died before he finished it."
It
Really?
happens. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
There's
mean,
like what, 20 of them or something?
Brandon Sanderson finished it.
Yeah, and then basically everybody was like, "Oh, it's so much better when he started writing it." It's like, I wouldn't say better. It was just different. I mean, people actually did stuff. That was the big thing, right? I mean, it was like you'd get a new Wheel of Time book, and then you'd be like, "All right, cool," and then you get done reading it, and it's like, "Great, nothing happened." I just read 700 pages of nothing happened, which was a little annoying.
Is Cowboy Bebop like a one season thing, like in the anime, or is it multiple?
I think it was. I mean, I think it was like what wasn't it 18 episodes? I had to look it up.
Something like that.
Like 18
I don't- I'm
episodes
just
in one,
wondering,
and
like, was it-
one movie.
Was it one of those really long?
And a
type
movie.
drama?
No,
like a
it isn't.
One-
It isn't
One
like
Piece.
One Piece that has
Never
1,000
ends.
episodes or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like One Piece. I know I have a couple of friends who are like One Piece. They're just. It was like.
I mean, I'm intrigued by One Piece, but I cannot.
Okay, can you imagine trying to like start at episode 1, season 1 of One
Yeah.
Piece?
Of 800 episodes.
Yeah, just like
What's One Piece?
Oh, don't go down this rabbit hole.
it's for those who are it's their thing. It's just
It's like a treasure, an unobtainable treasure, the One Piece, right, or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's just considered one of the most epic of all animes ever.
It's
It's like-
anime?
There's a million
Yeah.
characters, and
yeah.
Oh,
it's,
I watched Foundation on Apple.
Oh, I'm liking
how
that.
was that? Apple TV.
Yeah, I gotta
Yeah.
watch the last episode. I like that.
Robert
one.
Rodriguez directed the.
Did he?
Robert Rodriguez. Thank
Yes.
you. That's what I
Thank
was
you. Right. My bad.
And
I like Foundation.
yeah,
What's the premise of that? Oh, it's the
um,
Isaac Asimov. Is it based on that book?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
Asimov. Yeah.
Okay. Is it robots?
No, it's
Oh.
basically it's an empire rules the galaxy,
Okay.
and
As they do.
this one sect
As they
shot
do.
off. This one sect went off to start a colony because
Rebel?
they-
Alliance?
no, it's
Oh, okay.
it's more like this guy's predicting the empire will fall, but it's not really pushing. It's just mathematical, sort of. But
All right.
I don't want to get into it too much. But that's basically the premise.
Okay.
You're
And it's
the colony, and then there's the empire with feuding
I
factions.
saw the preview on Apple TV and I was intrigued, but I'm like, never picked it back up again after.
I'll
I mean, 'cause
watch anything.
they would
with Lee
show it
Pace.
before Ted Lasso episodes.
Yeah. And then I was watching Invasion, and I had a grievance with that one.
What's Invasion?
It's basically aliens invade the planet. Okay.
Is that it?
I'm only in, I think, 5 episodes or so.
What's
But it took this long to see the fucking invader.
is this Hulu? Or,
You know, what's that?
is that Hulu or what is it?
No, it's still Apple.
Apple.
It's okay. I mean, it's not awesome, but it's okay.
It's. I want to see how it turns out, so I'm invested now. I'm already, like I said, 5
Yeah.
episodes. But that pissed me off. Like there was like a glance in like the first or second episode with a soldier of like a ship, and I think one being, but then you don't see what actually invades the planet until, like I said, episode 5. I think I'm on, or 6 maybe.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, well, how's this invasion when we're getting invasion like 2 episodes before the end? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do
Oh,
recommend Foundation, even though I haven't seen how it ended.
Cool.
I do like the guy who plays. He was on Fringe and all that. What was the lead scientist guy? Matt.
John Noble?
I love him.
That him, yeah.
Wait, that's the guy from Eureka, right? Did anyone here watch Eureka?
Oh, I
Yeah.
love Eureka. I was watching
Was
it
he on
today.
Eureka?
Eureka's amazing.
Eureka
watch it
and Warehouse 13, man.
Oh my gosh.
I like Warehouse 13.
I never seen where. I think
think I
I
watched
seen one or
Warehouse
two
13.
of them, but I did like it.
They do crossovers.
I know they do, but I don't think I watched it.
The Warehouse
Oh my
13 board
God.
game is pretty good.
Is it?
Yeah, I want it. I want it.
It's fun.
Warehouse 13 is such a great show. I was watching that yesterday.
The problem is I keep wanting to go back and watch old TV, but there's like so much good stuff, new and old. Board games, TV shows, movies, it's all.
Season 4 of Discovery just dropped on the other day too.
I did it. I'll have to get back to that.
I'm enjoying
That is
that.
turning out to be a pretty good show. The first season was
Yeah.
rough. The first season was rough.
As
but
it always
Hey,
is.
I kind of,
man.
I mean,
They course corrected pretty good, I think.
they did, but I'm also just kind of like, I don't know. It's just, I don't. It's just, I don't. It's why I just don't like. I'm just such an original series Star Trek guy. I just have trouble. I
Yeah.
don't know. It's just weird. I mean, it's just like
Well,
everything's got to be all convoluted and strange and.
I hear you, Lance. I do totally do.
Yeah, and
I
it's just
hear you
like,
on that.
oh my gosh, you killed off that character. Oh, just kidding, they're not dead. You know, just like, it's just,
Yeah.
it's stuff like that is just.
No,
I
I'm
don't
with you
know.
on that for sure.
I mean, yeah, again, I mean, spoilers, but I mean, don't want to, but anyway, yeah,
No spoilers.
just
Fucking nice.
What do you-
Always
what do you fixing
pissing in
there?
the Cheerios?
Alex, what are you working on?
Stickers. I am middle of stickering my meeples. So we have
Why are we
A little-
stickering?
obsession meeples right now.
Oh,
I'm
Obsession.
not going to zoom in well, but they're just putting in
Is this
meeple
a-
stickers.
Obsession, I wanted to like it more than I do, but it was fine.
Well, I'm just going through a bunch of games. I just have a bunch of stickers, and there's not a lot of time that I could spend justifying it. I could watch something and have to justify it, but I was like, oh, I'll hop on Alaboom and I'll just sticker some stuff.
Publishers still do that? Or is this
Us-
a?
Oh no, these are extras, these are upgrades. You buy them separately.
Oh, okay.
Did they actually verify that the Simon thing is Zombicide?
Oh, yes, it
with
did.
Marvel's
They
Zombicide?
verified. Yep, you play as zombies.
Zombie
It's like in the
versions of
comics.
So you're playing as zombies fighting
Yes.
against shield agents as the walkers, runners, and fatties, and against heroes as abominations.
Okay.
And then there is a version where you can play as heroes too, because people will want that. But the primary focus is playing as zombies. There's a hunger mechanic where you as zombies will want to eat bystanders to, well, keep yourself going. But if you as you let yourself get hungry, you'll actually get more frantic and roll more dice and attack. But if you let yourself go too long, you'll have to like stop everything in order to eat, and that can screw with your plans. So they're adding some new things, changing it up. Looks interesting, and it has Marvel IP, and I like Zombicide and like Marvel, so I'm all in. It may let me down, may not. We'll see.
Is it live now?
No. This is gonna be 2022.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Nothing like getting a little head start.
Yep. They're announcing. They're getting the hype up. It's gonna. Like don't know for sure, but I imagine it crosses 8 million.
I'm gonna go against. I'm gonna bet against
Mm,
because I think
Marvel IP.
you're either a zombie or you're a Marvel, but you're not both. That's my guess. I don't know.
I mean, Marvel Zombies. is
I'm
its own
just
storyline.
playing the anti
No,
against.
go for it. Go for it. I've questioned. I've wondered. I mean, their last campaign, Undead and Alive, did 4.5 million, I think. No.
Yeah, I
mistaken.
mean, is the Western game delivered yet? I don't
No,
think we've got
forget
that yet.
delivered. The pledge manager barely just closed.
There-
What was the rule now? Didn't Kickstarter say there was like you have to have a 3
There's a
game
new
limit?
rule. You have to be an established company in order to have even more than one. You have to be an established company. What was the thing? There's a few things. In order to have more than one, you have to be an established company with 4 games delivered under your belt. And then even once you're an established company, there's a limit, but I don't remember what it was.
think it
Might
was
have been
3.
3. So
Just
they
seems
might have
crazy
to
to
make
me.
sure they deliver something, which I'm sure they have some things. I can't remember what they have right now.
Kickstarter is such a funny thing. I mean, I just
I don't
worked on
find
2
it funny at
Kickstarters that
all.
launched last Tuesday or
Yeah.
Tuesday before, whatever. And one of them did quite well. The other one did very, very, very poorly.
Yeah, it's been messy the past few weeks. Lots
Yeah.
of things
Which
doing.
ones?
The Call to Adventure Epic Origins did very well.
Yep.
And Robotopia did not so great.
The call to adventure is mysterious to me.
I do not like the game.
I
don't
hate
don't
the
consider
game.
it
I
a
don't even
game.
think it's a game. Yeah,
Here
exactly.
we go.
I'm like,
Thank
I mean,
you,
it's a game.
Scott.
Technically, it's a game. It's a game. But we played it with some. I played it with 3 very seasoned gamers, and they're like, "What is this game?" You know, like,
I'll be the first to admit I have no imagination, but it doesn't hit any mechanical points that are worth being called a game, in my opinion. And the story feels like it relies 100% on imagination for it to
yeah,
be
you got to
worth
make up your own story. It's not there.
Thank you. I was
the
the
mechanics.
first person to put a review out on this damn game, and I got blasted because I
course you
said
did.
exactly that.
You did.
I did, and it was like, "Oh, you're wrong. You're stupid. You played it wrong." I was like, "No, I just misspoke in the damn video." And yes, I'm so glad to hear that because I
I
played it.
enjoy the game personally.
I kind of wish I had it
I don't want
back
to
so I
yuck your
could review it.
yum. I just
Yeah.
couldn't. We were like, what?
Yeah, no,
where's
hey
the-
man, like
Yeah.
there's lots of games that I hate that people fucking go goo over.
They're stupid.
Gaga.
No, but there's some games.
Gaga,
there-
sorry, not
there
Google.
are some games I'm happy that I review it after I already know people like it, because like I'll look at this game and I'll be like, this is terrible, this is garbage, it's not worth paying attention to. And then like sometimes I'm like, oh, apparently people like this, so I still hate it, and I'll still say that. But like I have the
Yeah.
context of knowing it worked for other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Bye,
Cult Adventure-
Forrest.
I wanted to love that game.
But my
there with
point
you.
though was
Hello.
I like what the hell, like the secret sauce of getting a successful Kickstarter is so, because I mean, and it changes by the second, right? Because you could do the exact same thing you did last time for your next Kickstarter and approach and all and marketing and all the stuff, video and tank.
I
It's
mean,
weird,
I
mysterious.
think there are
Or
mysterious unknown
get
components.
$300,000 fund and still and cancel.
Well, as a
Or,
baseline,
or that.
Oh, shots
Okay.
fired.
I never heard of the one you just mentioned a second ago as a baseline. What was the one you mentioned that's not doing well?
Robotopia.
Robotopia. So Robotopia, I never heard of it. And I follow Kickstarters left, right, and center, and I try to be as up to date on everything. And I have noticed a very common trend that the ones that don't show up in places, like I always say, like, were they first time creator?
No, this is our 20th Kickstarter. It's Jelly Bean
What's-
Games.
Oh, Jelly Bean,
I have
yeah.
no idea.
I know Jelly Bean.
That's
Blueberry.
interesting.
Really, bitchy?
Yeah, I find
I
that
mean-
Kickstarters that there are some exceptions, but like I find
The
Kickstarters
the
need-
game looked
attention.
amazing. It was fun. I played it. I liked it a lot. The art was really nice. You know,
But where was it
and
announced?
I
In
think
what way
it-
was it anyway
I don't-
advertised?
I was not involved in that process, so I have no idea.
I mean, I'm just telling you, like, looking at the cover photo, the art is not, it doesn't, I mean, I don't know. Just doesn't do anything for me.
I'm looking it
And
up.
people say robots are hard. Robots are hard.
But these
to-
are, yeah, I mean, this is a
market.
rough, this is
Go
a bit,
on.
this is a bit rough.
I'm just baffled I didn't heard of it. It's my job to know about these things, and I didn't see it
I
anywhere.
really wanted it to do well because I really.
Oh, that
think-
cover is
I
not
think-
appealing. I'm
I
sorry.
think the art needs to amp up.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with it now.
Yeah.
That are,
They'll all go back to their offices and kill themselves for their failure.
Don't say that, Lance.
Oh no, they want it all. They'll redo it and come back and try to redo it all over again, man. I mean, it's just like, what do they all do? I mean, it's
they
the
change-
same.
No,
Kill
some go away.
themselves to make it better. You mean not like seppuku?
Did they change?
Well, no, I meant seppuku, but I'm saying as a farcical statement. What'll really happen is that they will like they'll go back and they'll just resubmit it. They're not going to put all that time and effort into the design of the game and not run on a Kickstarter. They'll configure everything and make it work, and yeah.
But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the second launch doesn't help you.
There
Sometimes it
have
does,
been
sometimes it doesn't.
extremely few Kickstarters that when they've redone and come back, they haven't funded more.
It's becoming more common right now. It's such a mess. The amount of do you know how many Kickstarters have
Name
canceled in the
me,
past
name
3
me,
months?
name me 4 that came back and got less money.
Less money or
Yeah,
no, it's not a question of less money, not it's a question of funded or not. I don't know about less money.
no, I mean that's my point is that they've reconfigured, they've come back, and they get more money. That's the whole point.
But not always. Saying a Final Fusion
Like I
canceled
said,
twice. Garden Bow.
name
Guard-
me like 4 that haven't
It-
come back and
Wait,
made
I
more
think,
money.
I think
He
you're
just
arguing
did.
different things. No, he's talking. Alex is mentioning things that didn't fund, correct? When they came
Yes.
back. Lance is saying, name me something that came back and then was doing worse, which I don't
I
think
don't-
has happened.
No, so
And-
first of all, it might have. I'd have to check the numbers. I don't keep track of that. But like I know Garden Bout recently came back.
I'll be intrigued to hear your results.
Well, I
That's
don't
what I'm
think
working on
Intrigued.
right now, Alex.
Yeah.
I don't think
So here's the deal. I mean, it's like and the whole thing was, oh, our funding goal is X. No, that's not what they need to publish a game. Publish games, and you'll know that isn't what they need. So when you have something that says, oh, our funding goal is $500,000, they don't need $500,000. That is we need to hit this amount in one day to like basically so we can put the banner up that says funded in 1 day or funded in 6 hours or whatever you want to do. And when you don't hit that, or like if you're like, say like you're at 250 grand, you're like, yeah, in 2 days we'll hit 500. But no, the 500 was like this benchmark. They're like, that's a company that said, I want to hit $1 million, and I want to hit $1 million on day one, and then go forward from there. And then when they're sitting at 350 grand after 36 hours, they're like, pull it. Because we're not going to
but
do
I'm
it.
not talking about the Restoration Games of the world. I'm talking about the smaller people that are struggling to hit $20,000.
Well, the people
Yeah.
that struggle to hit $20,000, you go up and down and look at those campaigns. Those are people that have no idea what they're doing.
No,
And I mean
disagree.
that
I disagree.
out of complete kindness and love to all.
I
of them.
disagree. I've worked on a few campaigns from established publishers that have like struggled really hard to pass that $30,000 or $40,000 threshold.
Is somebody that has like a half a dozen Kickstarter projects in their
sadly.
back pocket.
Yeah.
Sadly, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
please tell me one.
25th Century Games.
20th Century. I'm saying Garden Bout a second ago. We had Titania Ascending just happening. We have
Okay,
this one.
so going back to 25th Century, that's a one man shop. That's what that guy. I mean, and I've met him. He's a super nice guy and he's super awesome dude. But like, I would be super intrigued to know how many people that he has on his mailing list to see. Like, it's just it's one of those things where it's like we have tens of thousands of people on our mailing list.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just
No,
hypothesis.
can I finish my comment though, please?
Sure.
And then you can tell me what you're saying. So, and I wish nothing but success to 25th Century Games and any small publisher that is. But the biggest thing that most of these companies are doing, in my estimation, is that they are not going into these things with saying, like, how many people do we have hardwired into this campaign? Meaning that they've gone to our page, they've signed up to be notified when we launch, they've got engagement that they can see across the board by measuring click-throughs on the advertisements they're going through. How many people and gone back and looked at their old representation, their old return on investments, and all the other things, and saying, we're going to have day one minimum this number of people like that are going to come to us and give us $75 or give us $40 or give us $25. And then you use that metric. And if you say that's like 100 or 500 or 1,000, you don't, and then you figure out what each pledge is going to, on average, going to give you. And you don't launch until you have that figure in your brain of how much you're going to want. And you don't launch it until you are like so certain that you're going to hit that point that you're going to be fine with. Otherwise, you wait and you build it up and you build it up. And a lot of these companies are like, I feel like they're hitting like launch my page and they're crossing their fingers instead of launch my page, we'll be okay. And that's where it's coming from. Because the old days of like, I've got this idea and I really hope you guys like it are gone. Now it is, I've got this idea and I've got 1,000 people that are going to give me $50 tomorrow. Let's launch it. And most people don't realize that and don't have a plan in place to get those 1,000 people lined up and ready to go months before they even launch that campaign. And
some people would say that then that's really not the place for a Kickstarter.
That's an entirely different discussion. But the fact of the matter is that's what crowdfunding is being used for right now.
Yeah, and it's
by
unfortunate because
most of the board game companies.
Yeah, which is unfortunate to a certain extent. But
no,
I think you're not wrong.
there's absolutely passion projects that are being launched on Kickstarter, and yes, theoretically, that's what that setting is being used for. But you know, it isn't, right? I mean, it's like, I mean, why do you think when GameFound was getting ready to launch their thing, they were severely vetting the people that wanted to use the thing? And Kickstarter right now, you can just go in there and like, yeah, I want to launch my project. And as long as you meet their little criteria, they're like, go for it. Go ahead and launch. We don't care. Win, lose, draw, whatever. GameFound was like, we don't want to have projects that are going to flounder and do poorly. Yep. So they were just flat out saying, we're not going to let you do it right now. We'll come back and take a look at you in like 6 months. I mean, I talked to publishers who were declined on GameFound. I mean, because GameFound has no, like, no, they are not the spit polish in a dream crowdfunder. That is strictly business over there.
I mean, you don't become the like third highest category and growing it by just funding passion projects. It's become a default way of producing board games.
It's a channel. It's an official channel now.
Yeah. And Lance, as far as what you said, I don't disagree with a word you just said of that entire thing. I think everything you said was dead on 100% accurate. The only thing I disagree with is the premise that people are launching Kickstarters without experience. The fact that they're still making mistakes, I completely agree with you.
So one thing that I actually reached out to somebody about to see if I could, add something to the portfolio of services that we offer is pre-launch assessment from a consumer-based advocate or someone who is at the consumer level. And, as opposed to all of these people in an echo chamber glad handing themselves and patting themselves on the back and really not being, having this disconnect between what the average Joe wants and what you think they want. So I'm hoping that this is going to help flag some issues on whatever Kickstarters that I work on.
So it's a great idea. My own personal bias against that is the fact that from what I've seen so far, the people who most need that service are the people who, historically speaking, don't seem to listen to the advice. That's the main problem I've seen. It's like people who are very receptive. There are people who are like looking for answers or trying to get help, and then there are people who I'm like, by the way, your game this, and this, and you really should be doing that, and also make sure to build up, like Glenn said, build up. Like you shouldn't be talking about launching until you have 1,000 followers. They completely ignore the advice.
Yeah.
And yeah, but anyway, that's just depressing. So,
Forrest,
you're muted. Why? What are you working on in the background there, buddy?
Oh, I'm working on the next big video.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Lance, by the way, my Inno Pickle video has already raised around $2.30, brother, in 2 weeks.
Well, in that case, I take everything back.
That's $1.
Drinks are on Forrest tonight.
And mock me all you want. I believe that this Game of Life Super Mario How to Play video that I'm putting up right now is going to make its money back before the end of the Christmas season.
So I'm not going to say anything about anything because I was already when I had a comment where like there were multiple people the last time we did a deep dive into the realm that is what Forest Channel that were like, we were like, can we stop talking about Forest Channel, please? Which I felt bad about.
It's like a weekly thing.
It's just for 2 weeks. It's just for 2 weeks.
It's going in a good direction. All my numbers are up, all my metrics are up, and I think they're only going to continue to go up.
So what you're saying is you're no longer in the pickle.
No.
I'm sorry to everyone who heard that.
I wanted to hear your guys' take on this. So there's a new channel called Unbox. Hold on, let me find it. You may want to bring this up, Lance, just to like.
I like new channels. I like finding out what's going on.
It's called Unbox Now, I think.
I believe you.
It's on Unbox Now. Yeah, it is Unbox Now. Here, I'll give you the link because if you search for it, there's 2 Unbox Nows. I just want you to check it out and see if you notice anything weird.
The YouTube channel is called Unbox
Now.
All right, hold on. Unbox.
1 million? Jesus.
Yeah.
Wait. What? How do they have 1 million views on 43 subscribers? This is some. Oh, they bought these. They totally bought these. I'll say it. I know Scott's not going to, but they bought the shit out of those views. Shame on you, Unbox Now, you dirty, dirty dogs.
What do you mean? I don't
12
understand.
seconds.
Where are the million? Am I looking at the wrong unbox now?
Yeah, there's 2 Unbox Now, so you have to search. Yeah, you have to scroll down if you.
43 subscribers. Got it. Okay, cool.
Unbox
So-
Ticket to Ride First Journey has 1 million views, 0 likes.
Oh, do you know who
So
Unbox Now?
what is it called? Unbox Now? What is what?
I put it in the chat.
Oh man.
This is fishy.
Oh no, it's not fishy. This is flaming dumpster fire suspicion.
This is
Well-
not. This is past fishy.
I don't know if
The
this
videos
is
are
the same.
13 seconds long and they have 1 million views each. There's 3, and they both 3 of them. 3 of them are 13 seconds long and have 1 million views exactly, all from 5 months ago.
And
So go look at unboxnow.com.
Oh, views in the last 30 days are 0, Scott.
Yeah, it's weird. Could it be a
This is
glitch?
past weird.
Is it a glitch or is it a bug? Is it a YouTube bug or is it like?
But
really-
they're not unboxing anything.
It's bizarre.
Well,
beyond
go
belief.
to unboxnow.com and see who made the site.
I know who made this thing.
wait,
Oh,
are
you
we
do?
going? Are we going deeper in the rabbit hole? Oh my, I'm so excited.
I stumbled upon this today.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Who made the site? Who is this?
Asmodee.
What's the website?
Asmodee? What?
What is going
Unboxnow.com.
on?
Unboxnow.com.
Well, it says Asmodee. I don't know if it actually is.
I mean, is it really Asmodee? I don't know if I.
Where's
would
the
put-
Asmodee?
I mean,
at the very bottom.
Asmodee Group 2021.
now this game, the game that they're the game was on Ellen that they were promoting, which was Ticket to Ride, and I was happy for Alan because he sent me the video, and then I was like, "What is like?" If you watch the Ellen thing, it's like they give it's a gift show, right? Like they're giving stuff away to the audience, and one of the games is Ellen giving away Ticket to Ride, sponsored by Unbox Now, and I'm like, "What is Unbox Now?" So I
I'll be
started.
right back.
Okay.
This is
So-
bizarre.
So this was on Ellen?
Well, Unbox. So on Ellen was the episode of giving away Ticket to Ride as a gift,
Right.
like, which is cool because that's like huge.
Yeah.
I was happy for Alan. And then I was like, well, what the heck is Unbox Now? So I started investigating what Unbox Now is. And I think it's Asmodee
You
This-
think?
from all appearances.
This does
but
not
then-
look
Okay.
like Asmodee.
But then you look, I know it doesn't really.
So I,
Like,
we
why would
have- we
Asmodee
have-
make
we have
another-
context? We have context. Okay, so Quackalope, who's watching right now, who I just called out, but he's messaging me. He's
Yeah.
saying there's a good chance that those 13-second things were being run as ad spots. So they were running them as ad spots, which builds up the views because someone else is getting a 13-second ad.
Really? That's how that does that?
Yeah,
so
I mean,
they
it makes
basically
sense.
put-
You have 3 of them. At
So they
13
put
seconds
millions. They
apiece
put millions of views into
into
Yeah.
advertisements.
ads. Okay. Well, and all comments are turned off on all the videos. Okay. Well, that, I mean, but that's weird. So if I run BGG videos as ads, those count as views?
Apparently, it makes
That's
sense.
weird.
13 seconds each. So they're exactly 30 seconds each of them.
Yeah. Why would that add a view? I don't know. It's weird. I didn't know you could do that.
Well,
Yeah,
here's
yeah.
the other thing. Unbox. There's 2 Unbox Nows.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
It's,
the
I'm talking
same
about.
company. So if you go
Oh.
to the about the board game Unbox Now, it will take you to the other Unbox Nows.
Share your screen. I want to see what you're doing.
Oh man. Oh no, now it takes you to what the hell?
It's a little bossy there, right? Of course. Put the fucking screen up. I want to see
Well, I
what you're
don't know what
doing,
you're talking
motherfucker.
I don't know. Anyway,
They're
whatever. I thought it was
catfishing you,
tricky.
Forrest.
The million. If it's an ad, it makes sense then.
Yeah.
As if they bought 1 million views for those videos. But I didn't know you could do that. Like, why wouldn't? I don't know. That's weird.
This
Yeah,
looks
just
like
saying every YouTube ad is posted as a video. I don't know if it's true
Exactly.
or not, but I believe him.
Oh, fair enough.
oh no.
Then
I've
again,
been on
Jesse
YouTube
says that
channel
if you
live
say
for
things
7 hours?
confidently, people will believe you. So maybe I shouldn't believe him.
What's
Oh,
that?
God. Oh god, my YouTube channel.
See, that's true because I believe Jesse all the time because he's so freaking confident.
Yeah, I know he's a big thing. It's like always just say things confidently.
Yeah, he could sell me like anything.
They didn't catch your frog womping, did they, Forrest?
Oh no!
What happened?
Of course, what happened?
I have not masturbated today, thank goodness.
Frog womping?
I'm so
he
confused.
stayed
What is going
live.
on now?
Yeah, he stayed
Oh,
live.
your show is live for 7
I
hours?
think it's live right now. What?
No, there's no way.
You're live right now. There's not a chance.
Oh, 6 hours and 49 minutes. How do I end this?
It might be if it's YouTube.
What is the name of Bowers Game Corner?
Why is it streamed? This is somebody posted in the chat 7 hours. I was like, that's not right because the video shows it's only 32 minutes. Mindbug, the new
It's
Andrew
just
Garfield.
bugged. Oh, how to play Mad Gab? No, that's not it.
No, Mindbug Kickstarter critique. It's under my live streams. That's weird. Yeah, I'll figure that out tomorrow, I guess. Hopefully I didn't do any. Thank
Yeah,
you.
6 hours 49 minutes. Is it all blank at the end?
I don't even know.
No,
how
it
to-
only goes up to 30 minutes and black screen.
Oh, okay. So you didn't get called frog whopping first. You're good.
That's so weird. I shut it like my OBS wasn't even on. Like I don't even know.
Yeah, if you don't end the streams properly on those live things, they just go forever with no input.
Dude,
I watched a video the other day of Snoop Dogg had his video going for like ever.
He was live for like 4 days straight.
I know.
I think he's doing that on purpose, honestly.
He just leans
Could
into
be,
it.
yeah.
It doesn't seem like he's aware that he's live. Like that's the shtick of it. Like he doesn't interact at all with the camera.
He's a smart fellow, that guy.
He is. He is. I like him. It's amazing. His life is amazing.
I like his Martha Stewart thing that he does.
Yeah.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Anyway, I don't believe that's Asmodee. There's something weird about it.
So what is it? It's just an ad site?
Wait, how did you run into this? What happened?
I was
You
so
saw it on
I
Ellen.
was Ellen. There was an episode of Ellen. It's her 12 gifts of holidays or whatever.
Mhm.
12 days of gifts.
Yeah.
In day 2, there's a segment which they give everybody in the audience a gift card sponsored by Unbox Now, and everybody will get Ticket to Ride. They do a little shtick about Ticket to Ride.
Is Ellen still on the air?
No,
I don't know.
no, she got accused
Canceled.
of having a toxic workplace,
Yeah,
and
I
then
think
she
so.
basically her
So this is a rerun.
the sponsors.
Oh, this was new.
It was new?
Yeah, it's Ellen Tube.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. So it's not the show, it's her personal.
I guess it's her
Her
own
brand thing. Okay.
her tube thing.
Tube.
I mean, I can bring it up if you want to see it.
So you went to the site, but it's just an ad site?
Okay,
A site
let me.
of
Should
nothing
I just
but
play
ad
the
videos?
Can I just stream it real quick, Lance? Are you okay with that? It's a
I don't
restream
care.
of a bit. We're basically, this is fair use. We're not trying to copy it or anything. Hold on.
Is that your disclaimer? This is fairly
Well, we're commentating on a thing we saw that is called fair use, right? I mean, we're not
Yeah.
trying to replay it to get.
Just mute it so
Or
we're
something.
sure. Yeah. Well,
Hold on.
Oh my God, kill me now.
you're too far away, man.
What is happening, man?
What's wrong, buddy?
I have to relay out a punch board and it's real pain in the ass.
That's
throw on
why
some
you get
Wheel of
paid the
Time in
big
background.
bucks,
It won't
baby.
distract you.
Big bucks.
The garden valve box changed. So I have to relay out the punch board.
See this?
Am I missing stickers?
Can you see it? Hear it?
Yeah.
Rich, there's something
Yeah.
else I need to know about you. Do you like board games?
Why, yes, I do, Ellen.
Then wait until you hear about Ticket to Ride.
Oh, I know about Ticket. I'm a champion in Ticket to Ride. You talking about the cross-country train adventure board game that's fun for the whole family, right? That's what you're
Yeah, you've
Did you see the Unbox Now logo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
heard of it?
Yeah, I've heard of it, Ellen. Enjoyed by
You said
more
some
than
bitches?
80 million people around the world. Players can build and claim railroad routes connecting iconic American cities.
I don't
Get
think he's
this,
played it.
no game
He's
is
not played
actually
it.
ever the same. You can play it
Probably,
over and over and over again. It's always going to be
I think
different.
he's
It sounds
playing.
like it just keeps getting
It
funner.
looks like he's reading
Thanks
from
to
the screen, yeah.
Unbox Now, you're all
Focusing.
getting a ticket to ride and a $350 Visa gift card.
Well, so I was wondering what Unbox Now was. This is what
Yeah.
led me on this Google.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the
Okay.
entire audience knows that the prize there is the gift card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is Unbox Now though? That's what I'm
Well,
getting
then
at.
if you go
Asmodee.
search for Unbox Now, you get this website, and I saw these videos on YouTube channel with 1 million views, with no ads, with no comments or nothing. Anyway, whatever. Thought it was
This
interesting.
is
Oh,
great.
okay,
Usually Forrest
okay.
takes us down this rabbit hole. This time it's somebody
Yeah.
else.
Yeah,
And
I
You know, my favorite thing is looking at pictures of Shang-Chi as a stock model, a stock photography model.
Oh, yeah.
Shang-Chi.
Yeah, the actor for Shang-Chi with this stock
Simu
photography.
Liu.
Simu, yeah.
Give me- Okay.
He
So
was
you can
on.
see
He
him in
was
all
on.
those-
Was it
SNL?
Kim's Convenience? Right.
Yes, he's on Convenience.
Wasn't he a
Amazing.
stuntman at one time too?
Don't know.
Kim at Convenience is awesome.
I never
Convenience is
seen that one.
Filmed in
Yeah.
Toronto.
He's a huge fucking nerd too.
Was he?
Paul Sung Young Lee, the guy that plays the dad. He's like he's
He was
a
in
wicked
Mandalorian.
yeah, he's a wicked his uniform that he's wearing is his own craft.
Oh really?
He made the cosplay himself.
Huh.
They're like, let's get you fitted. Oh wait, no, you can just wear that.
That's cool.
You're talking about in the movie Shang-Chi?
Yeah.
Yeah, the costumes were a little disappointing.
No, sorry, no, in Mandalorian.
Mandalorian.
The guy from
Mandalorian.
the guy from Kim's Convenience, Mr. Kim.
Yeah.
He's like a big.
Oh yeah, he's
Star-
he's a TIE fighter pilot or X-wing pilot,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Stop.
and that's his own cosplay he made.
Oh neat.
So
But speaking of Shang-Chi, I think the final costumes were disappointing. They're supposed to be this like dragon armor or something, and they just look like red cloth.
They look like Marvel superhero outfits. That's all.
They barely look like that. I think they ran out of money at the end of that one.
yeah, but
Now they spent it all on CG.
CG.
And the-
yeah.
and the
a
suit-
lot of CG.
The suits were not.
Have you heard of pitch meetings?
Yes,
Oh, they're hilarious.
yeah, he's the best.
You gotta watch the one for Shang-Chi. I mean, they're all amazing.
Okay,
I haven't seen the one for Shang-Chi yet.
I want to see that one.
It's good stuff. He's like, so like at the end of the movie, we got the classic, red versus blue coordinated side versus side fight. He's like, yes, we got it. It's like perfect.
Oh no, I did see that one. Right, yeah.
He was wearing a red and blue inverted, like a Letterman's jacket at the beginning. I was wondering, and he was, because he was doing like the kung fu is it kung fu? I don't know, but in the bus or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was wearing a blue jacket, and when it went inside out, it was red. So I thought he, and it was like because his sleeves go down, and he like uses it as like a thing to wrap him up. So now it's coming together, the whole red blue thing.
That was a pretty good scene, that bus scene.
The fighting scenes were awesome. in that movie.
Oh my gosh.
So was that scaffolding scene. That was
There
pretty
is
That
The
was
scene
cool.
was great. The bus scene is great.
Yeah.
there was a Twitter commentary from like a bus driver on the whole bus scene.
Yes.
That's absolutely amazing if you haven't seen it.
How they're turning the buses around the corners like so perfectly.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He's like, no,
Also,
so
like when
normally
they're
this
driving
would
through the
happen there.
bamboo too, right? Like the bamboo
Mhm.
turns are all like perfect. Like you would flip that car so easily.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sure you can nitpick Shang-Chi, but I was entertained.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think of
Are
Marvel
you
movies
not
as high cinema. I just think of
Are
them
you
as
not
fun and
entertained?
good.
Are you
Yeah.
not entertained?
I knew nothing about that world either. It's most of the
I don't know
Marvel
anything about
stuff.
it
I'm going. It's past my knowledge of it. Same with DC, basically. Although they're taking it in some weird directions. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
Oh,
what other games are good? Alex probably played more than all of us put together.
Oh my gosh, let me see what I have. Let's see what I've played. Mind MGMT is amazing. Blew me away, that game.
Mind
Mind management, Mind MGMT. From,
I-
Fine
yeah, I
GMT
played
is
that.
quite good.
Yeah.
quite good.
I just played the new Mega Man game from Blacklist. I really appreciated that. If you like Marvel United or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shadows of the Past, it's a good combination game. Really fun, simple play. Yeah, if you like Marvel United, it's a very solid game. I've been diving back into Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion. Haven't played Gloomhaven in a long time, so I've just been going into that. Played Glass Road recently, Sky Tier. Older game's been amazing. Merchants of the Dark Road, my review of that goes up tomorrow. I liked it. I didn't love it. What else do I have here?
Yeah, they had that at the con. I never had
Yeah, a
chance
lot
to
of people
play
do like it. Like I know Jeremy Howard loved it. I think Quack liked it a lot. I enjoyed it. It's a solid game. Something about it didn't pull me in far enough. What else do I have here? What's the newest thing past that? I'm playing Bonfire and Robin Hood.
We
No,
played
I
a lot
haven't
of roll camera at the con. You heard of roll camera?
Yeah. I played Roll Camera
Fun.
with the expansion at one point.
It's a dice worker placement game to make movies.
It's very whimsical and enjoyable, but it didn't wow me. It had a lot of charm.
Yeah, it's better than it appears to be.
Yes, 100%. I'll give you give you that.
We had a lot of entertainment trying to make a 1-star movie. That was kind of cool.
I know.
It was harder than it looks.
Yeah,
I played The
Resurgence is
Crew on
amazing.
Sunday.
The Crew, the first one?
Yeah.
Cool.
Still haven't
It's
played that.
hard.
How do you like it?
Yeah.
I have to
Apparently the
see
second
it.
one's just as good, if not better.
Yeah, that's
Is
what I
it?
hear. The underwater one?
See, yeah.
That's
That's
one
what
I
somebody
have
was
to
saying
see
at
played.
some-
The Crew Mission Deep Sea is another one and not an expansion.
No, it's standalone.
Oh, I didn't realize it's standalone. It's literally
Yeah,
on
they
my shelf.
changed the whole mechanics of it.
What did they?
They've changed it quite a lot to make it.
Well,
way
then I have to
more
go play it. I literally just had it as an expansion. I was like, oh, I'll get to it later.
Yeah. I
standalone.
also played Sushi Roll on Sunday.
Sushi
Do
roll.
you like a sushi
Oh,
roll?
the original one.
The rolling game.
Do you roll dice or you draft cards?
You roll dice.
Okay, I don't know if I played that one.
It was good. I liked it
What's,
a lot.
what's the one with the
actually.
cards? Sushi
Sushi
Go?
Go.
Go.
I still haven't played that. I have it. I just
So it's
haven't
basically
played that.
Sushi Go, but with dice, and you
draft dice.
It's dice drafting. So you move. It's like you're at the sushi restaurant with the little water river, and
Yes.
you move your little tray of dice to the next person. It's pretty fun.
Where were you at BGG Con,
What?
Seth?
Oh, me? Can you
Oh,
hear me
hey.
first?
Is that the first one you've ever missed?
Hey, it's not. It's like I haven't been since Corbin was born.
Oh yeah.
But and let me tell you, I was very unhappy that I had to lose my streak. I really wanted to be the longest running.
Yeah, there's very
attendee.
few every timers.
Yeah, I wanted to be the longest running every timer. That was my goal. How many are left?
Probably under 50.
Yeah,
Jared, I don't know many of them. I know there's a few.
I was very, very not thrilled when when that had to end.
Now you know.
Womp womp.
Kids.
Hey, how come my audio is not going through my earphones like I thought it should?
I don't know.
I'm sure it's,
You have to
I'm sure it's
change your,
something
you have
we're
to change
doing.
your settings.
I'm sure something on your
If you
end.
click on that little arrow next to the mic button, the mute button, you can change your inputs and outputs and all that stuff.
Turn it off and turn it on again.
Yeah.
Dropped $500 on that
There you
stupid
go.
Tasty Minstrel game sale today.
I
Sale.
saw.
I say that sale in quotes.
I mean, honestly, it may well turn out to be a sale for some of those. Some of those
The,
possibly
the
not.
the Scoville was a steal.
I never played Scoville and I wanted it. I don't have it.
Yokohama's
Love
only
that
gonna go up.
game.
I thought about that. I thought about the Belfort too.
Oh man,
'Cause I
love
don't have the
Scoville.
one
It's such a fun
expansion.
game.
Yeah, Yokohama will only go up. Crusaders will only go up. Some of those games are in high demand.
Yeah,
and they're
I bought a
amazing.
Crusaders Deluxe. I bought a Yokohama Deluxe. I got Dual Deluxe, Scoville expansion.
Oh, Scoville's out of stock already.
Did you get
Sorry, sold
Jab?
out?
Yeah.
Did you get
Lunar.
Jab?
No,
Jab?
I didn't
Yeah,
see
you
a
get
jab.
Deluxified
No,
Jab.
no deluxe jabs. I did need a
Deluxe
jab.
fight
I got a
jab.
jab I got a jab a month ago.
Oh my
I'll give you a
gosh.
deluxe fight jab, Lance.
Ah.
Well, that's interesting. That Scoville's already sold out. Do you know approximately how
I'm
much
not
stuff there was?
surprised.
Like how many?
I not anymore. I might have been. I would have been able to check. Maybe I can check. Let me see.
It was kind of a sad email.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Yeah.
Little dour, dyer, not dour.
Tower's good.
Dower. I don't know. It was just it's an end of an era.
That Forrest's real name, Forrest Dower.
Bobo.
Let's see.
What are you doing here, Seth? Who moved the rock?
I saw you guys still on. I thought I'd give it a try. Hey, what were we asking about? Number of what? How many copies of
everything?
Of what? Which one?
Anything.
Try Scoville.
I don't know how up to date this is.
Yokohama Deluxe.
Yokohama Deluxe. Oh, I guess this must be up to date because it says 0. Is it sold out on the thing?
Is it sold out?
My stock report thingy. Oh wait.
No, but I think Mikey moved everything out of there and into because I think QML was holding all the stuff anyway, and so I think he just sold it all to them or whatever.
No, yeah.
I
actually do. I do know how many there are. I think I don't know how accurate this is or how up to date this is, but it looks like about 119 Yokohama Deluxe.
Okay.
Is that secret? I don't know if that's secret.
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore.
To the tens of listeners.
The Scoville bundle. The Scoville bundle is sold out, and the Luna playmat is sold out.
Luna playmat.
Yeah.
If there was a deluxeified version of Scoville, I would have bought it.
Or 50.
It's deluxe already, man. Have you seen the pieces?
I have it. Yeah, it's great.
Oh,
I have that and the labs.
Did I get Chimera Station?
Did you, Scott?
I did not.
You son of! I got a copy. If you want.
I need to get a Chimera Station too.
I believe I still.
What I
have a
still
copy.
want is a deluxeified Orleans.
Well, we can't
Those are
sell that
long
anymore.
gone.
I have
No,
a
that's
copy
not
of
gonna
that.
You
I
gotta
never
buy the
played.
BGG bits for that.
Yeah, I know.
Womp womp.
Oh,
I still have a deluxe Orleans in shrink.
So do
Yes.
I.
As
What
you
good
tell us
does that
every
do?
A lot of
time.
good that does to the world.
What is good? What does it do? Good? Doesn't do you
Yeah.
good. You're not even playing it. Yeah,
Actually,
we got.
my copy of Yokohama is still in the shrink too. I never played my copy.
Really, Yokohama's awesome.
Slackers. Yeah, it
I've
is.
played it and like the Orleans. I just never played my copy, my personal copies.
I never played Yokohama. Sounds
It's a
like
good
a
game.
One of the
sounds
best
like an
games
auto
up there, though.
parts
Kingdom
manufacturer.
Crusaders that will be done.
I liked it. I found it
That's-
to be very, very engaging for 2 plays, and then it was boring.
Mm.
Oh, really?
I thought it was a great game.
You know the designer's right here right now, Alex. So
Oh, sorry.
What do you mean,
Awkward.
sorry? You're just being
Oh, no, but
honest.
you would,
What the
yeah. I
fuck?
mean, what's wrong with being honest? I mean, that's fair.
No,
I've only
Yeah,
played
you
it
should
once,
let him
but
say.
I-
You
Just
should
gonna
let him.
take- fuck
I should have
him.
kept going. I should have kept going.
Yeah, you should let him say more stuff before he said that.
No, I
He-
thought
he said
I
that.
really enjoyed it. I just wanted more variability out of the experience.
I mean, there's like 10 different night orders. Although that just.
There's
I mean,
10
that
more
just,
what?
there's like 10 night orders for like player powers.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I don't
No,
know.
the player
That's
powers,
just,
yeah.
that's just different ways to like distribute
Sure.
your cubes or whatever. It's not necessarily. I don't know if that for some people that counts as variability. For some, it's like just more of the same. The I've been trying to figure out how to get the expansion of that out of China and into people's hands. And I think that
You can't get anything out of China right now.
that's. I mean, that's
Yeah.
Not true. I
extra
just got a
true.
bill today for an arriving.
Okay, if you're willing to pay out the nose for
$5,000 is what it cost me. That's not bad
No, it's not.
for
Well,
a,
for how much?
container.
$5,000 for a whole container. Jeez.
Yeah.
How'd you manage
Five
that?
grand for a
Wait a
full
minute, time
container?
out. You only paid $5,000.
I'll give you
For a
the I'll give
container?
you the bill.
Well, I believe you, but I mean,
And wait, has it left yet?
Oh yeah, it's incoming right now.
Cool.
That seems crazy. That's like
It's
I
coming.
guess
going
I got a
great.
good connection.
Is it incoming or is it here
Hold on, I'm gonna bring up the bill right now.
in the States?
Man,
Rather.
I want to make sure I'm speaking the reality.
Yeah.
Is it like a mini container?
It's 7 pallets. Sorry, is that a container? I don't know.
no, that is not a container.
Okay, seven pallets is $5,000.
That is
Four.
part of a container.
$4,000.
What is that?
Oh,
like a
you're
quarter?
probably sharing space with somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely. I was gonna say you.
Seven pallets.
Whoever
is
you're
what?
dealing with, you need to give me that number right
7 pallets
goddamn
is
now.
still-
Yeah, I actually
think-
just had a phone call with someone who I'm trying to see if they'll help me out by bringing my expansion stuff with their stuff, and it might be like $5,000 for me to do that, and then also sell my expansion stuff because I'm just some dude. I don't have a
that's
storefront.
1/3 of a container.
A third.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I'm just
$15,000.
I don't have it. I can't really like personally sell like copies of an expansion distribution or whatever. So I'm hoping that I talked to somebody who might be able to help me out. because they're bringing stuff already over from that same manufacturer, so it's in the same place, and they can bring it over relatively easily. It would take a portion of their container, so it would only be like $5,000 or something, and which still seems like a lot actually, but I'm hoping it'll work out. I'm hoping they can do that, and that it can work out where basically I just want enough money to pay the manufacturing and pay the whatever shipping cost, and then have them sell it, and then maybe make a little bit of money instead of zero. I certainly don't want to pay any money. I don't have any money to pay, but if I could make a little bit of money, that'd be great, and they'd be out there. So we'll see if that's
all manufactured.
It's been sitting there 2 years now in the manufacturer's warehouse.
Seth, I mean, not to go behind the curtains too much. Do you remember the day on Slack where you and I pleaded with Daniel to let us run a Kickstarter for that expansion? And he just
totally
dug in.
That. It would have come in.
I mean, both you and I have the same mindset where it's
why
like,
would
look,
why would you not run it?
There's people that still want the Crusaders. They want to get in on this. They want to get it. It's like the game is getting popularly reviewed. People are excited about it. This is the time is now. Let's strike the iron right now. Let's do this.
Yeah, I understand the reason.
Daniel just dug his heels in and he said, "Nope, we're just going to print it off."
Yeah, I understand the reasoning. It's because there are other Kickstarters and other games in the that needed to be done or whatever. I don't agree with it because I think that a Kickstarter for the expansion and a reprint of the Deluxe Crusaders would have probably had a much better chance of doing really well. And that was my whatever.
How many copies are sitting in China
of the expansion?
Yeah,
all of them.
5,000.
Oof.
Almost 5,000.
That's a bit.
48 copies got sent a year and a half ago. Got sent to some Chinese eBay store type place or whatever.
Oh, you can buy.
There are 48 copies out there somewhere. But other than that, they're all sitting in the manufacturer. Yeah, I think
the
that
hard
would
part
have
is that game hasn't been around for a while, so it's hard to sell. Probably be hard to sell them. Although I said the same thing about Tobago. I thought those would not sell, but they did.
The longer it waits, the harder it is. I mean, there's a handful of people in the threads being like, "Oh, I'll get it. I'll pay extra for you to ship it to me." Blah 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 or whatever. But I mean, that's 10 people. That's not enough for a
you need 5,000 people.
Yeah,
or maybe
4,000,
maybe 2,000
now.
And there's 25 or 2,400 copies in QML of the retail game, and I was trying to figure out any company that was going to help me would probably want to sell the base game too. So I'm trying to figure out how they could
bundle
get a hold of that product, maybe buy that at cost or whatever, and sell it. Whatever. But that looks like it's no longer going to be the case because apparently now it's on sale, and I didn't even know that was happening.
I wouldn't call it a sale.
Well,
it's forced. It's
being made available.
Just liquidation.
$45.
Sale is quite.
It's it's. I mean, it's always hard when you're talking about MSRP versus online prices.
Sure.
I mean, so that's different.
Well, I mean, the deluxe fight is $99.99.
Yeah, I'm talking about retail version.
Okay, $44.99.
Yeah,
from a $60
for a $60 game. I mean, but that's any online store has stuff marked down that much. I saw a few people complain today on Twitter that oh, liquidation sale, it's not even discounted. I mean, it is discounted. It's just the discounted the same as everyone discards. So I don't know.
What is Yin Yang?
Yin Yang is a game. That's how much I know about it. I don't know any more about it.
It's a strategy game too.
I
and
guess
Formosa T. I don't remember Formosa T.
I actually have a copy of each of those, but I've never.
Isn't Formosa T the next one from Sidonia, something like that? I vaguely recall that being the next one.
Well, it's on the Tasty Minstrel sale.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what those are. I read the rules to Formosa T, but I never got around to playing it. Now I've forgotten them. And I'm not even sure if I have. Oh yeah, I think I got a copy of Yin Yang as well. At one point, I had a copy of basically everything sent to me because I wanted to have at least one of everything. I think I do. I don't think I have a playmat for Luna. I don't really care though.
I didn't even know they made a playmat for Luna.
Yeah, it was in the Kickstarter.
I wish I liked Luna.
Luna's neat, but I don't know. I'm not. It's not my favorite film.
I was iffy on that one too. Yeah.
I'm kind of interested. I haven't played it yet. I played a prototype back at Gen Con a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, of the new one, Bonfire from Feld.
Oh, I just played Bonfire.
I need to
It's
play
good.
That was
that.
pretty
I haven't
cool.
played- And I need to play Hollertail, Bonfire.
I've played a whole lot of nothing lately. I played on Board Game Arena. Played stuff on Board Game Arena.
Yeah, they've got Beyond the Sun there.
Oh, I played that. Yeah,
If you not played that, it's really good.
Yeah, I like that one. That was neat. Yeah, that's been my lifeline to playing games. I have not played any games except on Board Game Arena in
No
like
game. You don't have no game group or anything. Nothing.
nothing. I got nothing. But I'm not sure much longer it'll take, but there's a guy working on Eminent Domain Origins, which is my Terra Prime reboot for Board Game Arena. That game never got printed for real, so it'll be funny when that comes out on Board Game Arena and doesn't exist in real life. I'll be amused. I'll be happy, but amused. I could actually point. I'll go to a publisher, be like, "Hey, you want to play a game? You can play it on Board Game Arena and see if you like it." That'll be cool.
I mean, those make sales.
Uh,
I mean,
I was skeptical, but apparently it works. I've heard too many times people bought a game because they played it on.
oh yeah,
Tabletop
for sure.
Oh,
That's
I
the
did
best
a poll on
advertising
this.
for a game.
I did a poll on this a while ago. Like, got like a few. I can't remember if it was a few hundred or like 1,000 respondents, but asking all about like, have you bought a game because of a board because of playing online? Have you not bought a game because you tested online and found it wasn't for you? And overall, I mean, obviously it's biased by the users giving their own feedback, but it was vastly in favor of being supportive of sales.
Yeah, I mean, there was a whole article about Ticket to Ride when the iPad app came out, and some people were like, "Oh gosh, who's going to buy the full game when you can buy the iPad app for $10 or whatever?" And the answer was, their sales spiked, like increased.
Well, the complicated part is if you compare it to the video game industry, releasing demos hurts sales. That's the
Yeah.
tricky part.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not sure it's a good comparison. Like who?
No, that's the I agree with you. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't think it is either. But it's the argument is that some publishers who are more concerned with the impact. That's the argument they usually give.
Yeah,
They're like, well, the demos hurt the PC games and will hurt the sales.
I tend to think that the best advertising for a game is people playing it. So
Yep.
any way someone can play it is better than not.
Yeah.
People who are so cheap they're not going to play it or buy it if they can play it for free are in the minority, and they weren't going to buy it anyway. So fuck. it.
More of us are falling the category of I don't
mean,
care
don't-
that the
not
person in my
fucking,
game
but-
group owns a copy. I still want to own my own.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are like that because they want to play with other people or they want to own it or whatever. Or, if you have one person who pirates your game and plays it with 10 other people, and 4 of those people buy it, that's former people that bought it that weren't going to buy it anyway.
Yeah,
That's still pretty good number. Like it's not bad.
So I'm curious of how many people bought the game because of the app and then didn't like the actual physical game
Which one? The Ticket to Ride?
in general.
Any game. I'm
curious.
sure there'll be some that they like the app and then they bought it in real life and they think this is too much work.
Yeah, the actual physical
Sure.
game they didn't.
I'm
like
sure
it.
there's-
I'm
I mean, you can
curious of
play
that
like an
number.
online version of Ticket to Ride for like in 5 minutes.
The iPad
Yeah.
app is fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. I played that a couple times, but
So is Lord's Waterdeep.
I don't know.
Snores of water sleep.
Yeah,
the
dude,
expansions?
Lord's Waterdeep was the best game of the year for that
Yeah, I
year.
played with the
One of them.
expansions.
Those are good.
Yeah,
Even without expansions, I thought it was pretty good.
yeah.
There's
Do you
more
remember
than
that? Do you remember that
expansion?
weekend at KublaCon when it came out, Seth?
No, I don't.
So it came
remember
out
that.
during KublaCon. I brought it to KublaCon
Oh, you
and
did?
played it.
Yeah.
Played it
All right.
the entire time.
Huh. Too bad I wasn't in on that.
Lords
'cause,
of
like,
Waterdeep.
think
You
you-
played
I
it the
think I
entire
thought I-
time.
I thought I played you. Would you want at least one?
I don't remember that.
Lance,
I mean,
it is
maybe you
a
did. But
vastly popular game.
I might gotta
Well,
realize.
I
I
played
was-
it one
it
time
was-
and I was like, "This is I've never been so bored in my life."
What are you talking about?
Come
It's good.
on, it's not.
It's
that
just
bad.
like
I mean, it's
Great
not like
games.
the heaviest game ever, but
Look at Pandemic. How
But
he
you
feels
recognize
about
it's
that.
well loved by many others, right?
Yeah.
Well,
It's a
fine.
gateway
but
game.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just
It's a
I'm in
fine
the
game.
minority for
Yeah.
lots of games.
We know.
That game was good, Lance. Don't. It brought a lot of people into the game.
Yeah.
Don't
Oh, I
piss
loved
on
it.
this
I mean,
cheerio.
I got rid of it eventually, but I absolutely loved it when I first got it. I was
Yeah.
obsessed with it.
It's a good
Monopoly?
idea.
Yeah.
We can
Lance
all
is
agree,
allowed to-
however,
Yes,
that I mean
Monopoly.
it is so ridiculously
in a sauna?
straightforward. What?
yeah, it's
Is that
straightforward.
in a
It's-
sauna?
It's
Oh, it's a-
it's access.
it's
They
in a
call that
log
accessible.
cabin.
Lance.
Pine Cabin.
It's a block.
Yeah,
not a
it's
sauna.
okay.
He's in an
Oh, look at that.
Airbnb. Oh, here, Glasscock
Yeah.
Brothers.
Glasscock Unite.
Let's go. Thanks, Barry.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, Evan's here.
Oh, it looks
Now
like
we can
Aldi
start.
Select
Now you
is
could tell
confident.
this. He could tell his version of the
Well,
story.
no, I've been waiting.
Waiting for initial.
The last pack.
Oh,
Looks
I'm here in
good.
time for a game. Let's
the
do
Should
it.
have made that red a little
Hey,
longer.
Bay.
What is it?
KB.
JB.
I almost said something, but Lance
Remember,
almost gave me-
I
JB.
did too, Matt.
Can you give me 30 seconds, Lance? I'll be right back. I don't want to miss the last pack.
All right, go for
All
it.
right, quick. Let's see if we can get through the whole pack before he gets back.
Uh,
That's cool. So I was about to say that Lance can dislike something that's well liked by other people. I mean,
I'm gonna go
people
pizza.
like-
Oh, here it comes.
people like Terraforming
There's the
Mars.
joke.
He defines himself that way.
Oh no, I agree.
I don't
Lance, I'm not
define
ripping on you, I'm
myself
ripping on
that way. I
Terraforming
just
Mars.
genuinely didn't enjoy the game. I was like, wow, this is just so by the numbers. Put this here, collect that, do that. I mean, there was
No, I-
nothing really engaging about it.
Which one?
He's talking about Waterdeep still. Lance, I wasn't ripping on you.
Oh,
was
I
ripping
like Waterdeep.
on, no, Terraforming Mars.
Oh, I like that one too.
Terraforming Mars might have been a good game that I could have probably liked more, but I had the mistake of having a really bad experience the first time I played it, and I was just kind of like,
yeah, that sucks.
yeah, I mean, it was like,
Terraforming Mars
Can Evan
pisses me off.
explain his experience with the Eldritch?
Oh yeah, I did want to hear that.
game?
Oh
yeah.
yeah. So Evan, can you tell your version of the story
Version.
as to
You're brand new to Eldritch, right?
your version of the truth of what prompted the "you are unpleasant" to game
Oh,
with?
Yes.
that story from. Well, basically, I don't remember what you guys were disagreeing about, but you thought somebody. You were like, you asked me this, and you were like, I did not ask you that, but I already asked you that, and you did ask me this. That's my recollection.
Yes, I remember that now.
And then, Lance, you are unpleasant to game with. It was beautiful and perfect.
And then Shane woke up to cackle.
Yeah,
from
Shane
from
laughed his ass off for like half an hour.
From the couch, almost
from the
passed out.
couch.
Yeah, he had one ear open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun, man. I had a good time.
Yeah, I had a great time. Wish we were
We
all
saved the
together
world.
more often.
So how did BGG go this time, Scott? How many
Oh, it was
people were
good.
there?
I think we were like around 1900 to 2000, something like that.
Back down to the
Back down to
roots.
2015 numbers, maybe 2014.
Yeah. Well, what was the first year you did it?
2005.
2005. Yeah, and there were like a couple hundred people. That
Two
first couple
hundo
years.
on that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I remember that. That was small. That was nice.
Yeah, 200, then 300, then 500, then 700, then like 900. We were still getting 900 for a while because Weston couldn't go above 900.
Right.
Oh yeah.
You know, it
that
was
was
jam
nice.
packed.
Those
And then
were days.
we broke into like the new hotel. I think we went to 1200. Then like 1900, I think, was at the DFW Hyatt.
Oh wow.
And then we're like, oh, we're going in the new hotel. We're going to 3000. I think we did get the 3000 2019.
I think you stepped it up slowly though. I think didn't you?
We never
That
wanted to
first
grow
year,
that
I think
big.
you
I mean,
didn't max out
that's
the-
not the goal of it. It was, we want to keep it fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
What was the attendance?
Those were the days.
1500, something like
1900.
that.
Yeah.
1900.
I think we
Tell
had
you,
2000, but we had a few no shows.
Yeah.
I think we had about 100 badges no show.
2005, man. I remember 2005.
2005.
That first year, I
Up
was
in
like,
the business tower of the
yeah, I remember that.
Plazas in
And I was like,
Americas with the ice rink.
there was an ice rink. I remember that too. I remember thinking, man, like it was so out of character for me to be like, oh, hey, let me just go to like a state I've never been to, a city I've never been to, where I don't know anybody, and go to this gathering with 300 people I don't know. So out of character for me. Something I would never do. I'm like, let me try it, sure. And I was so glad I did because I just loved
Changed
it so
everybody's
much.
life. Changed my life.
That's
Yeah.
kind of.
Do
I
you
kind
remember
of did
this?
that
Do
with
you
my
remember
first
the?
Origins.
Yeah. Do you remember the
What's that?
cheesesteak place ran out of meat?
No, I don't.
That's-
There was a
It's a sad
cheesesteak
state of
restaurant
affairs.
in the hotel, and they ran out of meat.
How do you run out of meat?
You hit him
Because
by
a lot of people wanted
surprise,
meat.
man.
They didn't know
They
people
didn't
were.
Well,
they
it's
didn't know there were
normally
gonna be
not
300 people.
nothing going on there on the weekends, but we were like two. I think it was that first year was like 200 or 250, something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
200,
That's what I
yeah.
expected.
Didn't do it,
And I remember the prize table was me giving away my game library. I was just like, I don't want to play anymore. I just give it away. So many gems I gave away that I wish I took pictures of like what I gave away. Yeah.
Yeah.
With
Those-
what?
those
Like
were the days,
camera?
man.
Well, it's 2005, so I don't know.
Yeah, it would be
Where
an actual
camcorder.
digital cameras were a thing, but not. I think they were not that prevalent.
Yeah, right
Maybe they-
around then,
Yeah,
soon
they were.
after that, I got a
Get the
cheap digital
disposable
camera and I was all
ones.
happy about it. And I brought it to a convention in LA, and I think I just left it on a table accidentally. Oops.
I have some pictures from that show.
Man, those were the days. I want to. I wouldn't mind
It's
going
funny.
back.
A lot of the people at that show were at this BGG con too.
All right, that's
Yeah.
cool. So you said the first one had 300 or
250 or
200.
something.
and you said there's 100,
200, 250, I think, something like that.
and you said there was like 50, like since the first one. So, that ain't bad
yeah,
numbers.
every timers, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe like 50.
Yeah.
So that's a quarter. That ain't bad numbers. Yeah.
250 brave souls.
I mean, we were struggling to get to 250. Believe me, it was hard. It was like we were like, oh, shit, where are we gonna make this contract?
Oh, 250 up.
We were like,
that's a fifth. That ain't bad still.
because you got to sell hotel rooms to have conventions.
Yeah.
Totally sucks.
So Scott, this year, I'm sorry, no Lane's supposed to get their initials, but what was the original number? Then I know you had like cancellations up until October or something. What was the original number? Was it 2,500 or
something like that?
And then you had like
2,500 dropped down to 2,000, dropped down to 1,900.
So 500 just
the
backed out.
500 refunds,
and then
500 refunds and 100 no shows.
Like this year?
Yeah. We're lucky we survived it.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope next year is back to normal.
All right, here we go.
I believe it will be.
I don't think we have an arbiter of reality. I don't think Kabuki Kid.
Kabuki's here. She's just late. She has a life other than us, Lance.
I don't believe it.
Damn it. Nobody okayed that.
She doesn't love us no more. We lost one of the 10.
If I go to your YouTube channel, can I like look at the comments? Yeah.
Yeah.
We do that.
You can either
If you
pop
click
it
in the
out
upper left
and then
corner,
close the
it's like a
YouTube.
video stream on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn off my audio or whatever.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Until I get to the new ones, I contacted Corey. He said he'd send them to me. So until I get the new ones, this is the last one from the first thing. And by all means, if you want to have your own initials game, go to initialsgame.com and you can order sets 2 and 3. They're available right now. Remember, your name is your buzzer. Forrest, you might want to be unmuted.
Nope.
Good on you, bro.
There you go. All right. Clue number 1. His wife was killed.
Aldi. James Bond.
Ooh. Good guess. Dude.
Spoilers.
I'm pretty sure that's true though.
Matt.
Jack Bauer.
Ding, ding, ding. Jack Bauer is correct. Yes.
But wait, but she wasn't. She was. She was, and then she wasn't. Wasn't in season 1? Didn't she like come back to life or some shit? And she's a bad guy, and then she was a good guy. That season 1 had a lot of
spoilers,
reversals.
It's an asterisk.
What is that? 20 years old?
Is it 20 years old?
Good Lord, we're just handing them out today. Just like
that is such a good show.
Sorry,
It is. I'm
spoilers.
kinda watching it again.
Spoilers that were super non-specific and probably incorrect for like a 10-year-old show. Sorry.
I think it's more than 10.
All right, here we go. Number 2. Appeared in a 1982 commercial for the video game Pitfall.
Of course. Jack
Go
Black.
for it. Wow.
Wow.
Holy cow. How did you know that?
That's
I just remember that. When
I
you
remember
said
that
it.
when you
Yeah.
said it.
Wow.
What?
Good
There you
recall,
go.
though.
Yeah,
that
it
was
was like a
correct.
video game ad thing.
Jack Black?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
Jables?
If I remember correctly, he said something like, "Did I mention the bottomless pits or something or whatever?"
He was young. Yeah.
All right. Appeared in the 2002 Leonardo DiCaprio film Catch Me If You Can.
Oh, so good.
Just watched that like 3 weeks ago.
good movie.
Fascinating.
Still stand up?
Clue number 2. Often seen holding a Vesper.
James Bond. Sorry. Lala.
Evan.
Alex, would you like to have submit an answer?
Alex.
Yes,
James Bond.
that is correct.
What's
That
a
is
Vesper?
The
It's
name
a
of the person.
martini.
Oh no, it was,
Wait,
it
what?
wasn't. What was the name?
A Vesper is half gin, half vodka
Ah,
martini with vermouth.
I thought that was a
What?
Moped.
You
Did
freaking
it-
alcoholic.
Are you saying
thought-
that James Bond appeared in Catch Me If You Can? I'm confused.
Like
Oh, he
I
did.
think
He did appear in that.
The
You're
actor,
right.
yeah.
No, they were watching this movie,
yeah, they're watching
James
the
Bond
movie.
movie on that show. Yeah, yeah.
They were clever.
No, but Vesper was the person.
Vesper.
Yes.
Yeah, the drink was named after the person, but in the previous
Oh, okay.
clue, Catch Me If You Can was a show, and in that movie, rather,
The
they were
movie.
watching James Bond
Yeah.
movie, different one, not that one, but yeah. That's all right. I get it. I'm up to speed.
Up to
Good job.
speed.
All right,
I think
fascinating.
I have 5
All
points now. Is that right?
The
5
gimmies are gone.
points. 5 points.
All right, here we go.
I'm terrible at this game, by the way.
Yeah.
Here we go. Clue number one.
Same. That's my only point.
Was an ESPN broadcaster.
Matt,
Matt.
Jim Brown,
Good guess.
Number two.
for a non-sports guy.
Yeah.
Played running back for the Armadillos.
Come on, Scott. You should know this.
Was a con artist who ran a popsicle scam.
Oh. Oh.
Was an executive at a financial firm who plotted to kill his boss.
Oh, damn it. I know his name.
Was a boxing werewolf.
No.
Final clue. Was connected to a banana stand.
Forrest.
Forrest.
James Bluth. No.
And
Damn it.
5,
What's
4,
his name?
3, 2,
Evan.
Evan.
Is it
5,
Job Bluth?
4,
No,
and
that's
All
a
right.
G. That's a G, not a J.
5,
Oh,
4, 3, 2,
Aldi.
Aldi. 5,
Uh,
Uh,
2, 1.
Okay.
And Jason Bateman.
how can I not
oh,
know?
all right.
Wasn't even close.
I knew it
Had
had
nothing.
popsicle stand, but I couldn't remember his name. That was in that animal Disney movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's so
think it
good.
was somebody totally different.
Jason Bateman is quick. Oh man.
Totally should have known
Final
that.
final
embarrassing.
season of Ozark, January.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hope they don't mess it up.
I hope they don't mess it up either. But I mean,
Yeah.
man, I mean that last
I
season
hope
of
they
Ozark.
totally
I-
mess it up.
Totally.
that last
Totally
season
gonna
of
mess it up.
Ozark, I was like
They're gonna
chewing my
Game of Thrones
hand
this
with the
bitch.
tension.
Here
That was intense.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it was insane. All right, here we go.
we go.
Go on. Was rescued by Italian fishermen. Matt,
Jason Bourne.
correct.
Ooh.
Oh, golly.
Nice.
That's the worst.
Ridiculous.
That's the worst.
Ridiculous.
Clue number one. Released
good.
Immigration Wars in 2013.
Released what?
Immigration Wars.
Released Immigration Wars in 2013. Was connected to the Terry Schiavo case.
Am I allowed to look shit up on the internet, or is that cheating?
No, you are not allowed
I believe
to
that
look
would
it
be
up on the
cheating
internet.
for a trivia game. Yeah.
I would
In
win all of them.
2006, was reportedly approached about becoming the commissioner of the NFL. His father and brother are both named George.
Matt,
Matt.
Jim Brown.
Eh,
You're gonna get it one of
Barry.
these times.
Barry.
Jeb Bush.
Jeb Bush.
Oh,
is
yeah.
correct,
Oh.
yes.
See, I'm taking the forest approach. I'm just gonna say the same answer.
Same
every
one.
time.
Yeah.
Jared
Could
Leto.
be.
All right, here we go. Investigated bank robberies. Connected to a rooster. connected to Wild Bill Hickok?
Barry. Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges. Well
Nice.
I love how
done.
Barry just says it like so nonchalantly. Like,
Yeah.
What?
He's just like-
It's weird. My memory when I know something, I know it is.
What's the rooster
it's-
thing?
I mean, that's what trivia is, right?
He was Rooster Cogburn in
Yeah.
whatchamadiggin, True Grit.
True
True
Grit.
Grit,
Yeah.
right, yes,
I
yes.
knew
Fill your hands, you son of a bitch.
Rooster.
Yeah, that's some. What does Barry Pepper say? The character, he's like, that's some bold talk from a one-eyed fat man. Fill your hands, you son of a bitch. All right.
Brother-in-law.
Here we go. Clue number 1 was forbidden to see a magician. In 2017, had no memory of stabbing a man to death. Dealt with an urban legend known as the Tall Man.
This example he's going.
Was chased by Leatherface. Was seen in the music video for Man of the Woods. Final clue. Was Mary Camden on Seventh Heaven?
Matt, Jessica Biel.
Jessica Biel.
Oh, wait, what?
Hmm.
I've
Wait,
seen her in
what?
stuff, and I didn't recognize any of those things.
Jessica
it's one of
Timberlake.
those.
There we go. Number 1.
She was in the A-Team, right? The bad movie.
Bum, bum, bum.
No memory
Yeah, dude,
of stabbing
That
somebody.
movie was so gonna be cool, and then they took like 4 actors who looked exactly the same and made them the 4 main characters, and I was like, "Who are you?" I don't know.
I ain't flying. Anyway, clue number 1 appeared in a 2014 Kevin Costner film. Was a Montezuma Monroe in a 1999 Oliver Stone film. Is in the National Lacrosse Hall of Fame. In 2008, filed a lawsuit against Electronic Arts for using his likeness without his consent.
Evan. Jim Brown.
Jim Brown is correct.
Matt missed out.
The fuck?
Your strategy was
Rob.
on, Matt.
You son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch, I'm in. Was a part of the Dirty Dozen. In 2002, Sporting News named him the greatest professional football player of all time.
Man.
Yep, the most telling. I mean, for those of you non-football fans, but the most telling stat
So if Yoshi decided
for Jim Brown.
Forrest,
keeps having
mute
audio
your
play?
goddamn channel. will
Yeah,
you?
you can edit your shit later.
Wait, I didn't. Sorry,
This
I thought
is
it only,
every week.
I want to apologize. Then I thought it could only be heard when my screen turns yellow around the outside. I didn't realize you guys could hear that. That's my
No.
bad.
Weird
Your
computer.
screen turns yellow around the outside when you're talking.
Yeah.
So no, the most telling stat about Jim Brown is 5.6 yards per carry for
It's really
career.
good.
That's ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Here we go. Pitfall
that-
Harry.
Is
Very
that
good.
Jack Black?
He's a little
kid.
kid for sure in
Yep,
this one.
yep. Clue number 1
I wanna see
was
that.
broadcast from space on December 16th, 1965. First published in 1857. Has a strange connection to Batman. Schroeder played this in a 1965. Go ahead.
Johann Bach.
And give it all clue 4.
Forrest.
Schroeder. Go ahead, Forrest.
Johann Beethoven.
You're so dumb.
Ludwig von Man.
I don't know my
Ludwig.
classical.
His first name is Ludwig.
Ah,
Ludwig
Schroeder played
Close.
this in a 1965 animated special. When Revive was featured in 1983's A Christmas Story. Final clue. Was originally titled Barry.
Jingle Bells.
Correct.
Yes.
Oh,
Was originally
man.
titled One Horse Open
Open
Sleigh.
Barry's killing it.
I
I'm
know.
stoned. That's why.
Please do.
My memory's a little better when I'm stoned.
Performance enhancing substances.
Some of it is
let's
just
get
going to
let's get a
sleep.
drug test going here.
State dependent learning.
Yeah.
He's recalling.
Did you ever have one of those yahoos in college say, if you're really worried about your test, you have to just get really drunk and then study and then sober up and then get drunk right before the test. You'll ace the test. No, that's not going to work, sir.
No friend
I
has
never
ever told me
heard of
that.
Yeah. Then again, I didn't go to college.
Yeah, just like, no, that's not the case. Let's see. We got Barry 3, Matt with 3, Alex with 1, Evan with 1, and I got 1 because you couldn't
Holy
answer.
shit! How did I get ahead of me? How the hell does that work?
So Barry
Yeah,
and
it's
Matt
3
tied
questions,
with
man.
3.
But it's still early.
Here we go. Clue number 1. Connected to Kevin Nealon and Jason Sudeikis. Clue 2. Gave a speech about consent at the 2016 Academy Awards. Number 3. Famous for traveling by train.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden.
Wasn't even on my list. Whoops.
No.
nope.
All right.
He was. I just didn't know. that.
Aldi's on the board,
I'm
everybody.
on the board. No
Yep.
shout out
On
to
the
him.
board.
3 left. 3 left. It's technically anybody's game because you could run the table and die for the win. So here
I'm
we go.
on it. I'm on it.
Number 1. Has rumored connections to Slimer from Ghostbusters.
Force.
Barry.
Boris, go ahead.
Juice box.
And Barry,
Barry.
do you want to go?
John Belushi.
John Belushi is correct.
Yeah.
Supposedly, supposedly Slimer. He was
died.
supposed to play Slimer.
Mm.
Yeah, and like a disgusting ghost or whatever. So there you go. With that, Barry has knocked out pretty much everybody but Matt. Matt is the only person that can catch
Holy shit.
I'll play Kingmaker.
It's all right, man. I only got one more. So
with 2 left. 2 left. Here we
you
go.
may not be
So
on it though.
Barry, if you get either of
That'd be
these
done.
correct,
That'd be done.
you win. You win. But here we go. Clue number 1. Included the red flower. Connected to Scarlett Johansson and Bill Murray.
Force.
Go ahead.
Japanese bedroom.
And I'm stoned.
Clue number 3.
You're not the only one, Barry.
Okay.
Clue number 3.
Glad I understand now. Okay. Number 3.
Buzzy, Flaps, Ziggy, and Dizzy were a parody of the Beatles. Included a boy in a basket. Included the bare necessities.
Evan.
Oh,
Uh,
Whoa, wait.
I don't know who I heard.
I need an avid. I might
Yeah.
hold on.
Oh, that was definitely
Who was
me.
it?
I heard Evan and somebody else.
I heard Evan and Matt at the same time,
Yeah.
and I was just hold on, time out.
I told it too, but I think I was later than them.
Yeah, I thought it was Evan, but I'll wait for the arbiter of reality. Kabuki's got to
Yeah,
come
nah.
in and
Like Lance, I heard Evan and Matt, and then a couple other people behind them.
yeah, I thought I heard
There
Evan
it
first. So just
Those
We'll have
simple
to-
nature's recipes.
hey,
for
hey,
God.
Hey.
don't.
Mhm.
Hey,
Oh, sorry,
Josh,
sorry. Yep. I
Come
would
on.
never sing a song.
What were the other clues? Red flower.
Red flower.
Yeah, she
Yep.
Kabuki Kid has to rewind. We're waiting for her to give her arbitration.
Just say it was me, even though I was later than them, because maybe I'll get one. Maybe.
I don't care, Kabuki. You got to give me one.
I don't want. Flip a coin. We don't care.
You want a Rochambeau for it, Evan?
Yep.
No. Wait.
They get the death match.
I don't
We-
give.
like-
I don't
Do
give
like
the art.
1, 2, 3, and then say the answer and see if you're both right.
So Kabuki Kid is saying Matt and Evan really tied.
Ooh, each of you write it down and then hold it up to your screen so it's simultaneous.
They're
I will
both
go.
right.
I'll go 3, 2, 1. Both of you say it. I'll give you both the point if you both have it the same thing. Ready? 3, 2, 1.5. 1, go.
Jungle Book.
Jungle Book.
Yeah. All right. You both had
Of
it.
course, they know both.
Oh, okay. Shao Kahn, Baloo, King Louis, and Mao.
So I did have it. I was just a little slower on
You were
that.
a little slow.
Same money.
Red Flower. Red Flower was the name of the girl at the end.
Oh.
That convinced him to leave the jungle and go.
Also in
Wasn't that
the
also
song
part
about
of the
fire.
song? Yeah.
Talks about the
Something-
man's
I
red
got
flower.
the
That's
power,
the
man's
fire.
red flower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about fire.
Yeah.
Gosh, I've not seen that movie since I was 8.
What?
Oh,
Yeah.
come
Watch the new one?
on. Baloo
What
is
the hell was
man.
Scarlett Johansson about?
They got a new one.
She was the snake in the new one.
Yeah,
Oh,
and,
really?
and Bill
Oh,
Murray.
yeah,
And
yeah,
Bill
yeah.
Murray played the bear.
Bill
Yeah,
Murray.
that whole Lost in Translation got me thrown off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bill
we
Murray
did.
played
Yeah,
that was
played
gonna be Lost in
Baloo.
Translation.
There's a new one.
Trust.
I mean,
Yeah, there's a real life
the
one.
live action one, you mean?
Live
Live
action.
action, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no thanks.
I liked it actually. I thought it was good.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Last question. If Barry gets it right, he wins. Matt gets it right, he wins. Anybody else? Barry and Matt tie.
This last one should be worth 4 points.
I'm on it.
4
Here
points.
we go. Clue number 1. Appeared in the 2016's Zoolander 2.
Aldi.
Aldi, go ahead.
Justin Bieber.
You are correct.
Wow.
sir.
I was gonna.
Oh, no.
The only thing I
say
can
that
remember
I
about
knew.
that
Never
movie.
guessed by one.
I was waiting for Jim Beam to be one of the answers.
Me too.
I
Or
was waiting
Josh
for
Brolin.
James
Where's
Brown.
isn't doesn't Josh Brolin like the main bad guy in all the Marvel movies or whatever?
Yeah.
Well, he
Thanos.
voices Thanos,
Thanos.
and he
Deadpool.
choose
Cable.
the scenery in Dune as Gurney.
No, and in
Oh, I
Deadpool he
didn't
was
see Jim.
whatever his name.
Deadpool. Yeah.
Did you know they
Using
cut
Yeah,
the scenes?
Cable.
They cut
Cable.
the scenes from Dune of him playing his guitar. I forget what the name is offhand. But they cut the scenes. Whereas like in the Lynch version of Dune, you see Patrick Stewart and he actually has a scene where he's carrying it with him, like the weird guitar thing that because Gurney is well known to be like extremely proficient with the guitar and playing music. And that's why they have the one line in there. It's like, "Are you here to play me a song, Gurney?" And that's when he throws the knife at him. He says, "I'm here to train you."
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. I've not seen this movie nor read the books. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh, you haven't read Dune or seen any of the movie? Oh,
It's good.
You know what? I saw at least
Sci-fi.
part of the old version of Dune. But it was like super slow and boring. I didn't know what was going on. But I do remember one thing. The only thing I remember is some
You
scene
will
where some
not last
dude
on this new one.
had some like armor that was like energy armor or whatever, and then like
Yes.
all,
Water,
like
water
panels
armor.
and
That would be a
light,
personal
and then
shield.
somebody like slowly put a knife through it, and then you could work.
Oh,
but you
yeah.
can't, like,
Oh, that was
Slow
energy.
blade
Mhm.
yeah.
penetrates.
That's the only thing I remember from that movie.
Yeah.
I never saw that. I don't think I saw the
That's
whole
all that
thing.
happened. There's not none more than that.
Yeah.
There was some spice. Fear is the mind killer.
it's so good.
Some worms.
Hands burning up.
Yeah, it's like, isn't there the worms like from Beetlejuice? Isn't that in that movie? Is that like a spin-off?
Oh my heavens!
Basically.
You're just trying to trigger.
Those
That's all you're
worms
doing
are
at this point.
basically the same thing.
I
It's
give you
basically a spin-off of
I give you
Beetlejuice.
1 star in your
They're like
attempt.
the
On
same
star.
I don't know.
Same snakes.
It is true. I wonder if Beetlejuice got the idea from Dune.
Probably.
Most likely. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
Wasn't that on there?
It was a desert, and it was. There
Yeah,
was.
but wasn't the worm like that on the book of the original book cover?
The Beetlejuice worm.
Yeah.
I think it had stripes.
Well, other than the stripe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look now.
And had sharp, like long nose too. I think.
Isn't that it? I don't remember now. Maybe I'm just getting confused. All right.
That must be something in the afterlife. It must be that thing in the afterlife of like Valhalla or not Valhalla. What am I thinking? What's the name? of that
Elysium.
Ouroboros thing that eats the world.
Yeah, that's in a
Sounds
lot
right.
of cultures. Yeah.
I don't know.
I saw like an ad for Dune when the day it came out or something, and something struck me. It looked similar to like some of the characters. One of the characters looked similar to Star Wars or whatever. So I took a screenshot of it and I wrote like,
was in Star Wars.
well, no, yeah, I wrote like Luke over like the guy in the middle, and like Poe over the guy played by Oscar, what's his name?
Okay.
And like I label each of them with like a Star Wars character, even though they're obviously not, because it's like Dune. And then I was like, ooh, I can't wait. I posted that. I was all amused by myself, and nobody responded to it. So I was like, whatever.
I never. When did you post this? Facebook or Twitter?
Twitter. I tweeted it. I don't know.
I never saw it.
I mean, I suppose like, I don't know if I can find it very easily. Maybe I can find
You're
it.
too old to be using Twitter, Seth. You got to be posted on the Facebook.
I'm sorry. I should be using
He's too young.
TikTok.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
do
where's your
not
TikTok?
understand
Where's your TikTok
fucking
channel?
TikTok. What is the point of TikTok?
Endless
Like,
entertainment. Endless.
It's
entertainment.
not though. It's like it's endless non-entertainment, and it just sucks your time as you're like, why are you? What is this about? What? And then like
Hours.
I just
My
don't
family,
get it.
Yeah,
other than
my
me, my
wife's on
family
it,
spends hours, like several hours a day on TikTok.
I'm sad.
I
It's
don't
sad.
Yeah, but like,
understand.
why?
It's entertaining. There's things to
not.
watch that are
Yeah.
fun.
Well, what's
It
the
is.
difference between that and
I think it depends on who you like, how your algorithm
Yeah.
gives what it gives you. I mean, mine is pretty good. I'm endlessly entertained by it.
And Facebook Reels are just like obviously the same thing, right?
Same
Like,
thing.
It's basically people uploading TikToks.
Well, you know where. Oh, he's not here. Never mind. I was gonna try to blast Forrest a bit, but I'll wait till he comes.
is there a chat feature here? How do I do this? Chat.
Yeah, down the bottom.
On the bottom
Yeah.
it says chat next to participations.
There you go.
Your participants.
Yeah.
So, what did you think of your first BGG con there, Evan?
So,
I loved it, man. I had a great time.
Sean.
You know, I was super appreciative that you and Lance hung out with us and showed us around, and I don't know, it was awesome, man. I had a great time.
Thanks for taking us out to eat.
Oh yeah, dude, that was
The
good.
food was good.
Sorry, I missed it.
Were there like
It was-
$12 sodas in the?
I had to
in
go
the-
with my in-laws. No, there was no.
Oh, yeah, that's all good.
I don't think there was 12. Yeah, I guess that's sort of funny.
I'm sorry.
I guess
Lance,
Yeah,
that's
I'm not
sort
saying
of
it's
funny.
comedy.
Yeah, you got
I'm just
one-
saying I was amused.
You got
with
one
myself.
retweet. Who retweeted you?
Oh, really? Who? Re-
17 pounds.
Probably himself.
Pungy
Oh, that's
potato.
funny. I'm gonna log my other
I don't even know
account
who that
in.
is. I don't
A
even know who
17 pound pungy potato called Doug. That's
I
who
don't know who that
retweeted.
is.
It's a moose.
I don't know. I saw that picture and I like the guy in the middle looked kind of like Luke. I was like, it just struck
Sure
me
does.
that I could do one of this. It reminds me of those stupid memes where it's like, oh, R2, I loved you in Star Trek, and it was a picture of a Dalek or something.
Yeah.
You should have made Ray Leia
Oh,
Who's
really?
Rose?
and Rose.
Yeah, probably.
Should have been Ray.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Who's Rose?
Yeah, you messed up.
Who's Rose?
You don't remember Rose from Star Wars?
Is that a joke?
No, I
Is
know.
that like a
It's
Oh.
okay. if
She's
you
the
don't
one that
remember
There was
Star
a-
Wars.
Her pod
a
into,
fairly main
The
character
Asian
in
woman
the
who crashed
She then
into
kissed
the
him.
trilogies.
Fen.
Oh, a
that
fairly
got
main
basically
character who
written out
got
of
like
it 'cause everyone
purposely
bitched about it.
forgotten.
Yeah.
She was written down to the third episode because everybody hated her.
Well,
You don't
There
remember
was some-
right?
The fact that
I noticed like a lot
they
of
even
discussion,
listen
like,
to the internet.
enough
is so
people
freaking
bitched
annoying.
about it
Oh,
because
her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The sister of the bomber from the
yeah, the bomb
first-
girl sister. Yeah.
that's interesting that she's like a main
A fine
character,
character,
in
in
the
my
movie
opinion.
and
Yeah.
does stuff, and people
Yeah.
remember her as the sister of the one that died that you saw for 3 seconds.
I've only seen the.
So weird.
That's
They wrote
one
her,
memorable
they
for
wrote her
me.
terribly.
I've only seen those movies once.
She's
It's a
stunned.
shame. I
and
think
she
Me
that,
too.
stunned Finn. She stunned
That's
Finn.
yeah,
I
And
might
then
have
they-
seen one of them twice.
And then they did that thing where they go on a thing where that means nothing.
yeah.
A whole subplot that means absolutely nothing in the end.
Well,
Nothing, yeah.
Inconsequential.
I mean, the entirety
They had
of
to go to Casino World, baby.
We're not going to talk about this
We
movie.
gotta ride a space
the,
horse.
the entirety of
Fine, we
Indiana
can talk about
Jones
episode
movie
9 instead.
is
Yeah.
inconsequential, right?
Well, they let
Yes,
the
the
horses,
entire. That's correct. That is. You're
they
right.
let the horses go
As I have said
so they could
repeatedly,
be hunted down and
No,
killed.
why? Why? Who got us on this fucking subject? Who? Which one of you?
So-
as I said, the best thing about Star Wars is they only made 3 movies.
Mhm.
It's too bad. I'm sure that did a lot of damage to the careers of the actors, and a lot of them were really.
Why are
good
you still
actors.
talking about it if you don't want to talk about it?
I'm not. I'm not talking about the
Oh
movie.
no, yes,
itself.
you
I'm
are. You're
talking
like,
about
It's
the
like a
actors.
juggernaut.
You're peripherally
momentum,
talking
you
about
can't
it
stop.
still. I mean, you can't sit here and bitch about us talking about it, and then you're like, "Oh, what I
Yes.
think is."
No, I'm not bitching
matter
about
of
them
fact, you
talking
can.
about it. I'm bitching about you're going to talk about it. You specifically, Lance.
Oh, whatever. Give it a.
So
We'll
Lance,
slap
the real
your-
question is, are you going to watch the new Matrix?
Probably not.
I'm there.
Are you?
I freaking love the Matrix.
Oh,
I
yeah.
even like the
I
even like the
it's
bad
just-
ones
It's
to a
just
degree.
I mean,
I like the second one. I hate the third one, but first two are awesome.
I rewatched
First
the
two were
first
very
two.
good.
I didn't see the last one yet.
the Wachowskis
Don't bother.
have just
Don't bother.
have like basically after the first Matrix movie, they've just gone downhill with a brief upward spike with Cloud Atlas and then just right back down. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just they have not. I mean, I don't know. I just don't trust them to put together a good movie anymore.
I never saw Cloud Atlas.
I mean, Cloud Atlas is a very very good movie that you probably have to watch twice to get through, and it is.
Well, I read the book.
Yeah, the book's pretty good. No, I mean it's just not a. You know, I mean, I don't know. It's just.
Yes.
I guess I'd see it if like it was streaming on HBO. I'd watch it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but I wouldn't go to a movie theater. Like tomorrow
Yeah.
after Thanksgiving dinner, like our entire family, we're gonna go to Ghostbusters, which I'm really looking forward to.
That'll
I'd
be
like to
cool.
see that.
I heard it's good.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
excited. for
and
it.
I somehow have managed to hear absolutely nothing about it. So I'm like,
Did you see the previews?
I saw the first preview ever, and then I've just kept my head down
I didn't see
and
anything,
out of
yeah.
the way.
Afterlife.
Yeah.
You know, so
Did you like Speed Racer?
No.
Hmm.
That was just it. Just felt like a whole bunch of garbage going on.
Yeah, that was.
Wait, is this
no,
the kid from the Stranger? Wait, what's the movie?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah,
Stranger
Stranger Things. Yeah.
Stranger Things. Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
And
Which one? Ghostbusters?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
Oh, it's
the
like
male guy, the boy,
The
That's
kid
just
that
how you
plays
got your
Will.
old boy.
many boys in the
The moody kid.
yeah.
Dungeon Master.
Yeah, the
He's
kid
a
that goes to the
Swedish
down
kid or
under
something.
or to the.
I've only ever
Upside
seen
Down,
the
whatever
first
it's
season
called.
of the Stranger Ocean.
On Paul Rudd, of course.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Ben? I
are
forget.
you talking about Afterlife? I totally want to see Afterlife.
Yeah,
Someone sounded like they were talking about Afterlife.
that's yeah.
Yeah, I that and you guys seen any ads for this 8-bit Christmas?
They were playing
Yeah.
that in
Just
the
saw something that
down
I-
at the AT&T Center in Dallas last
Dude,
Sunday,
that looks
It looked
fucking
fun.
hilarious. I am
and it's
so
got
interested
Nintendo
in
shit
seeing it.
through it. I mean, like I'm in. I'm gonna watch it.
It's like, well,
You
somebody
son of a
said
bitch. I'm in.
Son of a beach. I'm curious now that most of you's been to a con, right? Are you comfortable going to a movie theater?
Well, I went to a movie
well,
theater
other than you,
before
Matt.
anyway, but I mean,
I won't.
went to
I
a-
just hate going to the movie theater. I won't be going to the movie
Well, it
theater.
depends on the theater.
Me and Jen were talking about that. We went to Disney World, and I was for the most part okay with that. That Bucky's the first time we went, that was overwhelming. But that was like my first experience.
Mhm.
The second, I went to an RV, but I went to an RV convention up in Hershey, but that was outdoors. This, that Bucky's was the first time indoors, and it was mobbed. Yeah.
Kabuki
But
says that the movie
think I'd be
theaters
okay.
that are like 8 people, they were empty, like 8 people
Oh,
were
yeah.
there. Yeah.
I think I'd be okay in a theater.
There's this one local theater that's like it's like a little theater and it plays like artsy movies and stuff. And I guess they've got like some pretty good policies and stuff. My wife said she was comfortable going there when normally she'd be like, no, we're not. And you go to the movie theater, like people, it's a terrible idea. But I have not been to a theater, and I'm not planning on going to one. I'll wait. I don't need to see movies first run. I'll just wait until they're streamable or whatever. But I totally want to see Afterlife. I totally want to see 8-Bit Christmas. I used to really like A Christmas Story. And this is like it looks like a new version of that, like an updated
Christmas Story.
Oh, it's totally got 80s vibes
Contemporary.
in it.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
you know
They were
Did you
playing it
guys-
on the side of a building when we were downtown in Dallas last weekend.
The movie or the
A
ad?
movie. They were playing
What?
it.
How are
The
they
whole
doing that?
movie?
It's not out yet.
The AT&T Center do release movies like on
Holy
the side
shit.
of the building.
It's
Yeah,
not. It comes
crazy.
out like today probably.
Today,
Probably came out
yeah.
today.
It came out today. I saw someone on Netflix. I think.
Is it
Oh,
streaming
shit,
or
yeah.
is it in the theaters?
Oh man,
I
I'm
think
excited for this afterlife,
Right, man.
man.
it's streaming.
They
Was
brought
it
back
Netflix?
Sigourney Weaver,
Yeah,
Ernie
Matt.
Hudson, Bill Murray, and Dan Aykroyd.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It might have been HBO. Yeah, I saw something today though. It is
But
streaming.
what? What are you talking about?
8-bit Christmas.
The 8-bit, yeah.
Oh yeah. So I saw that. I don't know where I even saw that. I saw it came across my YouTube feed and ad for it. I was like, this looks so awesome. Somebody described it as like Jingle All the Way crossed with A Christmas Story. Which Jingle All the Way I've never actually seen, but if you watch the Screen Rant pitch meetings, they're hilarious. You should watch them.
Yep.
There's like 210 episodes or something like that.
Product of this video.
Yeah. So the pitch meeting for Jingle All the Way is pretty funny. I feel like I've watched that movie even though I've never saw it. I just watched the pitch meeting for do you guys see the new thing that just came out on Netflix? It's been out for a while. Red Notice.
Yeah.
With all those name actors.
The
movie's
I started watching
terrible.
it and I got
What is
like
it?
20 minutes in and then I quit.
Terrible fucking
Yeah,
movie, I'll tell you.
It was a rough one.
But yeah, watch this. Don't bother watching the movie. It's kind of stupid. But you can watch the Screen Rant pitch meeting for it and enjoy that. It's hilarious.
In 1980 Chicago, a 10-year-old sets out on a quest to get the Christmas gift of his generation, the latest and greatest video game system. That would
Y'all
be
are on the critic side.
NES, Nintendo.
35% Rotten Tomatoes, 92% audience.
Ooh.
It's totally a nostalgia fest. I mean, that's what it is.
Oh,
I'm down for it. I mean, when we saw it, it was weird. When we walked by and saw it, we're like, is this an old movie? But none of us recognized it. And we're like, 8-bit Christmas. What is this?
I hope it doesn't turn out like that. Remember that one? What's his name did with the Pac-Man?
Jack Black.
Oh, Adam Sandler.
Oh,
yeah,
Pixel something.
Pixel. That's what.
Pixels.
Yeah,
Pixels.
that was a horrible movie.
I never saw that, but I heard it was horrible. I watched some like something. Sorry,
It
review of
was
bad, but it was
by the
entertaining.
numbers, is what I would describe it.
By the numbers.
It was by the numbers. Oh, yeah, just everything about it was just exactly what you thought.
Yeah,
You know, like Lords of Waterdeep.
Yeah, Lords of Waterdeep. That 8-bit is something I'm gonna watch with Jen.
8-bit looks cute. Yeah.
You guys mentioned Christmas Story. Did you know they made a sequel to that?
No.
Is it called 8-bit Christmas? I'm kidding.
No, the Christmas Story. Neither did I. Me and Jen happened to find it. It was horrible. We only watched like half hours. Oh man, I had no idea. It just popped up somewhere and we watched.
It's 75% fresh. What are you talking about? 30%.
75% fresh.
75% fresh. 81%. 8-bit Christmas.
I'm trying to think what else I've seen lately. I've seen that. I'll tell you what I don't care to see is the Eternals. I'll probably watch it eventually anyway. But
What's that one?
It's a new Marvel movie with
Exactly.
like
okay.
Yeah, I have no idea.
a bunch of nobody in it, a bunch of characters I've never heard of,
I've never, yeah, I don't know.
and all the ads are like super slow and boring looking.
Huh. I kind of
Hawkeye dropped today.
There's a Bollywood dancer in it though. That guy's
Well,
funny.
that guy's hilarious. He's a comedian, Camille Nanjiani or something like that.
Yeah, he is.
And I saw a long time ago articles like, oh look, he
He
got
got
ripped
ripped
for a
for that,
Marvel
too.
role. I'm like, oh, he's gonna be a Marvel movie, cool.
Yeah,
But,
he got ripped for that
I don't know.
intentionally.
Yeah.
He said he didn't
No,
want. How did
he woke
put
up
it?
one day. Oops, I got really
It's
strong.
funny. He was on I forget he's on some talk show, and they're like, he had to train for 6 weeks to learn this dance. And they play the clip, and he's literally just walking in a circle. That's your clip? 6 weeks of dancing training to walk in a circle?
I think
On
he's
the,
just messing around with that.
On the pitch meeting for that one, they said something like, wouldn't it be hilarious if we made Camille Nanjiani work out for 6 months and get ripped and then not have him take his shirt off? Which I guess is probably what happened in the movie. Like, I don't know, I didn't see the movie, but presumably that means that he didn't have like a shirtless scene or whatever, which means he didn't really need to get ripped, I guess.
They had the guy in Shang-Chi take his shirt off.
Sorry, what?
The guy in Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
And she's like, what happened to your shirt?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um.
Oh.
This is where I suppose we should ask, has anybody played any games recently? But
Nah.
Definitely not this weekend.
nobody here likes games.
Nobody
Yeah.
likes it.
Oh, hey, have you guys played Rolling Realms?
I did like last year, 2020.
Yeah. Get with the times.
Yeah, what the
I mean,
fuck?
it
just
came
came
out
out.
last year, didn't he? He released it during the pandemic.
Yeah, online,
Yeah,
free or whatever. But it
not-
just
not a
the
full
published
version.
The published version just came out, and I'm trying to see if a year ago, I thought it was fun. I actually think that's one of his better like designs. I think it's actually quite good. I actually made some realms based on games I'd worked on, and mine were like a little more complicated, I guess, than his. But now I'm trying to like revise a couple of mine. I've got a Crusaders one and an Eminence Domain one. I'm trying to revise them so they're more on par with like his published ones. And I don't know if anyone knows that game or wants to play, I could like post my current versions of those and see if anyone wants to try them out for me and see what they're like. See if they like them or give me comments.
So here's
no,
the
but I
crazy-
have
here-
like PDF.
That's just paper.
Yeah.
Well, here's the crazy thing is that I get paid by my job to do play testing and stuff. So
No freebies for you, so
no freebies for you. Seth.
Special.
What a jerk.
I barely have time to do
So
all the
I
play
played the,
testing I have to do as it is.
Mille Fiore by Rainer Knizia. You heard of him?
That
I've heard
hack.
of Neil Bourne.
I've heard of Rainer Knizia. What game?
Mille Fiore.
I don't know what
It's
that
about
is.
glass making.
Oh.
Mille Fiore is a type of glass.
Of course it is.
Means 1,000 flowers.
So you liked it? You hated it? What?
No, I thought it was cool. It's a simultaneous card action selection game. You draft, you play a card, and then you do stuff. It's pretty fun. It plays simple. It plays fast. It's got some interesting decisions.
I played Magic for the first time in like 26 years.
Yeah, you did.
At BGG Con.
Yeah, you did.
I just like I was like, oh, like I'll head back to the Airbnb. And how many packs did you buy?
Oh, we bought a box.
That'd be
How
36.
many? How many packs are in the box?
36.
Okay, so Jesus, that must have cost you some money.
Well, box. Well, he was selling it cheaper than you normally get it for. He was selling them for 99.
Jesus.
Normally, I think retail price is like 160 or something.
That's a good deal.
It's ridiculous.
I remember when I used to scour the city for boxes
Oh yeah.
back in the 90s. That was
Oh
fun.
yeah.
I got a box of antiquities and a box of Arabian Nights.
Yeah, back in
And
the
I
day. Though.
and I didn't know there was more packs in those boxes. And I walked in, and I'm like, I'll take the box. And he's like, that'll be $275. I'm like, ooh, because there's 60 packs in those
Give me
boxes.
half a box.
I was like, I'm in, whatever. I didn't want to say
You son of a bitch. I'm in.
I was like, I guess I'll buy them. Wish I still had those boxes.
Yeah, right. That might be
I
worth
could
a couple of
retire.
bucks. Yeah, a couple of bucks now. You probably sell each one of those packs for like $500.
Yeah. Why did you
could
save
peek
them?
those packs too? Did you ever
You
peek a
fool.
pack? The old days.
What's that?
Did you ever peek a pack?
What's that?
Oh, like
So
that thing where you can see
the-
what's in it.
Up until the dark. Do you remember the dark?
Yeah.
You could push the cards and slide them down, and push the plastic against
Oh,
the cards, and you could read the cards. So you,
no, I never
if you
did
push
that.
the rare to the front, to the right side, you could push it down and see what the rare was.
No,
So you cheated.
That's sneaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I never knew it at the time.
I didn't do
never
that
did
in
it.
any malicious way. I just like to see what was inside.
I did buy like 8 packs of legends at $45 a pop.
Yeah, those almost guaranteed now. Anything is peaked, right? Like if you're buying
And
packs that aren't sealed.
Yeah, I drew all crap. Yep.
Yeah, of course you did, because it's been
Yep.
peaked.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
buy
I
those.
can remember, do you remember the old the 16 ounce or 16 ounce Dr. Peppers and later 20 ounce Dr. Peppers that had the like 1 in 6 wins of free Dr. Pepper? Like you pop the thing.
You just keep drinking.
No. So here's the deal.
I'll
Like
take
Could
a
you
nugget.
peek- could
So-
you peek
so-
under the tabs?
no, if it didn't win, it was just thing. It's like, sorry, you're not a winner or something like that. But the winners were, it was a big giant star and it says, you're a star, win a pepper. was this thing, and so you could take the
could see it
bottles
through.
and you could see it.
Oh, you could look through the
just you could
The
peek
tip
through
of
the
the
plastic,
star.
and you'd see the tip of the star. And there are so many times
Poking out.
I go into a mini mart or whatever, and I just be like, I grab it and I walk up to the counter. I'm like, just here you go. I throw him the thing, and walk out with my drink.
They're like, that crazy guy who's peeking the pocket. Dr. Pepper's is back.
Yeah,
he must have no life.
Son of a bitch.
They were like, there goes the coolest guy I've ever met in my entire
What
life.
else was there? Peeking dark boxes. I remember doing that a lot. I don't know why.
Well, I mean,
once I learned how to do it.
Well, like everybody says, like if you go and buy like a box, or no, if you go into like that's why Targets and stuff like that, like they had to change how like Pokemon cards are sold and stuff like that. They put them in those cardboard boxes now.
Cardboard boxes.
Yeah, and then also it's
so
like
they can't
they can't because you have to rip the cardboard to get to the thing.
Yeah.
And also it's like for anything like
crazy.
that, it was like when HeroClix and stuff and dice were like those, like you could buy they put the box out there, and then there was like the box had 27 or whatever it was, 60 packs or whatever, 30 packs inside. You rip it open, get the cards and get the dice or whatever.
Yeah, those were bent. Every card was bent.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but the thing was with that is what they would do is somebody would come in at Walmart or Target, they buy the whole box, and they'd start opening them until they got the ultra rare, and then they put everything else back in. And then since technically each thing was $4, they just return those. They'd say, "Yeah, I want to return these," and they take them. And so, like, if you say, "Oh wow, cool," there's actual like HeroClix. Oh yeah, no, it's
the ultra rare has been picked out.
It's all the garbage, So it's like,
what was it? Dice Masters? That's what that was.
Dice Masters.
Yeah.
Is that dead now? Dice Masters has got to be
I
dead.
think so. I think
Pretty
so.
much dead on arrival, wasn't it?
I mean, the first
I think it was a
set
thing
was
for a
pretty
while.
Everybody was
cool.
going ape shit
At
to try
first,
to find it, and they didn't have
They
enough.
couldn't
And
get
then,
it, yeah.
I mean, I played the nuts out of my first set. I have a complete first set, and I still bust it out every once in a while and play.
Yeah.
So I mean,
that game's good.
oh yeah, I mean,
I
roll
wish
the
the dice were a little bigger.
Yeah,
They-
and
yeah.
a lot of the dice were kind of shitty, right?
Yeah, they
It
weren't
was
printed
just
right.
yeah, they weren't. So you had to kind of mess with them, just figure them out.
Dice.
But
Masters.
I
bought a lot.
enjoyed
I
it.
have a lot of Dice Masters somewhere. Yeah.
Somewhere. That's not a good sign.
No,
Somewhere.
I mean it's. I bought a lot of the D&D one, and I got a lot of the X-Men.
Yeah. That was like 10 years ago, right?
Maybe.
No.
8 years ago?
No, not that long.
Really? Okay.
I want to say 15,
look.
maybe 14.
Oh, okay.
For Dice Master,
No,
Yeah.
not that long ago.
man, I would love to see just a documentary about Dice Masters and just what could have been if they would have been able to meet the demand when it first came out.
Oh yeah, like anybody, like it was like one of those. I'll knock it over your mother to grab it. Just like
2014.
2014.
7
That
years.
was the first set.
So do you? I think we mentioned this, but I'd like to get to people that haven't. So do you think there's any truth? We were discussing this, I think, at BGCon. There's any truth to the rumor that the reason why they stopped selling whatchamadig? God damn, why can't they?
The
Garfield Fantasy Flight one.
Yeah.
Wow card game.
Because they hacked
Ever?
it.
That's what I heard.
Oh, that game.
But who?
Somebody, yeah, that's what I heard too.
Or who came up with that? Who started that rumor?
It's probably Evan. What the hell?
What did I
Well,
say?
no. I mean, it was like,
Evan.
but Asmodee got hacked, right? I mean, that was the whole thing.
Dude, there's a Marvel Dice Infinity Gauntlet.
Inside Board Game Insider, they said Bonacor said something about it. I don't know.
Yeah, they got
I forget if
hacked
He said
and-
where he got it, but
Hacked and they charged a ransom and they didn't pay the ransom or something.
okay.
Dude, Marvel Dice Masters Infinity Gauntlet came out last year.
Yeah, that's what Bonacor said.
Yeah, Keyforge
I'm
does as well.
pretty. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think that yeah, I don't know.
You don't know.
I mean, I find it interesting, right? I mean, it's just
Well,
like I mean,
it meshes up with the fact that they can't release anymore.
well, yeah, but didn't they say the reason why they wouldn't release anymore was like it was I don't know, it sounded like a bullshit reason.
Algorithm was broken.
Yeah, I mean it was
Dude,
like,
they're still releasing Dice Masters, man.
Oh,
no,
all right.
somebody's buying it.
Yeah, somebody.
I just remember like
I
the
thought it was-
ultra rare green goblin was such a
I got the Ultra Green
Huh.
Goblin.
Speaking of
Sitting in a box somewhere in my
Keyforge,
warehouse.
oh, it was such a good thing. Well, I remember, and the thing is I played a few Keyforge things. Remember when Peter said, "Oh, it's gonna be bigger than Magic"?
Yes, we have
Yeah.
we have a prediction.
I think it's
We had a
fundamentally
prediction.
not though. It's like they have this thing. They know it's guaranteed not going to be like necessarily fair between any two decks. They admit
Yeah,
this
so
by
there's
having
no
this whole
skill.
chain thing.
Yeah.
Well,
no
that's not
skill in
entirely true,
building.
but they correct for that, or they admit that by having this chain system where it's like, okay, if one is better than the other, then handicap it. Okay,
Yeah.
great. That's like, sure, if you and your buddy buy two decks and you play against each other all the time and that's it, then you can find out which one's better and then you can handicap it. If you're just playing any random thing, you know, I've got my deck, I go to some random person at some convention and you play against them, you don't know how to who's going to get handicapped. You don't know which one's better, and you can't figure it out by just guessing or playing one game. And like, is this supposed to be for like tournaments? There's no way. There's no way you're going to have a competitive environment where people are happy to have like unbalanced decks.
I think they did have a competitive scene there for a minute.
I think that was the idea, but I think it's a terrible idea. Like, it's just asking for trouble. Like, woohoo, my deck was better than yours, so I won the tournament. Yay. Like, I don't know.
I mean,
and
that's
it doesn't
why
mean it's all luck. Like, I'm sure there's play skill or choices.
There
It
is
is a
this
game.
big
It's not a
The hell are you?
it's not a slot
doing,
machine,
Bauer?
right? You get to make choices while you play and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like such a flawed sort of idea as a competitive game. Like, it's a neat idea, like, oh cool, I've got my, but all the neat things that sounded neat about it really can kind of jive with a casual game, not like a competitive or tournament style game. But then it's like, it seemed like their business plan was to make it like a tournament or a competitive.
Well, there was a
TCG.
game store that that ran tournaments, and it was pretty popular. I mean,
yeah, it was.
I mean, it was like, I think that's what it's like that thing we did at the drafting thing we did at the thing. It's like, I think people kind of liked it just because it was like, something to do, right? I mean, it was just like, and
you can just pick it up and do it. You don't have to, do the deck building aspects and all that.
You could just randomly decide that the wolf guy looks cool and just draft a bunch of green cards and then beat your boss. It's first time playing Magic in 25 years.
He didn't even rage quit. That was the amazing part.
Yeah. He was getting upset with me because I didn't understand how the game worked anymore. And he was just like, no, you can't do that. You got to take the cards and put them on here. It's just like, I don't know what I'm doing though, Shane. I'm sorry.
There's a 4 horseman pick up on eBay for $50.
Oh, remember when that one person had the pack that had like the all 4 horsemen in it or something like that?
Oh,
and
right.
sold for like $1,200 or something.
Right.
You get it for $50 now.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's funny. You'd think it'd be more rare now.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that game, if Keyforge would be better if it weren't like better for a competitive game if it weren't for the unique decks. Like, just make it a CCG. And
I think you'd have to really, really do a good predictive formulation as far as like card valuation if you're going to have it be reasonably balanced. You know what I mean?
Well, just let people build decks.
Well, right. You could do that, but that's what they were trying to get away from.
Right. But I'm saying getting away from that, and it's a really neat idea to have the unique decks and have the algorithm, but you can't have that and be fair and balanced and competitive, I think.
Well, you can if you go deep enough on the algorithm as far as like valuations of different powers and stuff.
Well, that means you also have to know the value.
Well, right. And
if
you're right about your guess as far as how that's going to play out in the meta and stuff.
Yeah, which is not
right.
It's not trivial at all.
No.
Possible.
Yeah, I mean,
Tony Bosca in the comments says that handicaps are applied when you register decks and win tourneys. I'm not sure what that means because any given matchup is unique. So whatever. There's also a format where you play best of 3, switch decks, then bid. Oh, so you play a game, switch decks, play in a second game, and then bid for which deck you want for the third game. So you play best of 3, I guess. And if you
interesting
are 1-1, then you bid on which deck you get to use. That's kind of neat, I guess. But it doesn't really solve the problem. It kind of solves the problem. It doesn't really solve the problem though, because you're playing a card game, you're shuffling cards. The better deck might lose just by like a little bit.
That's
or,
true.
Bad
draw.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's true.
I used to
played
some of the Magic tournaments I used to go to. There were draft formats called backdraft, where you draft a deck and then you sit down against your opponent, switch decks and play. So you want to draft like the worst cards possible.
Yep.
That was amusing theory. I don't know if that really was fun or not, but
We used to play talismans so much that like the standard way we do is you drew 3 and then you had to pick one as far as your characters go. But since everybody would just draw 3 and there would always end up being a situation where it's like, oh, cool, I got the prophetess and, I got the warrior of chaos and, just these good things. Then it's like, yeah, I'm the, and you roll, oh, I'm the priest, which was just a garbage one or something like that, And it was just so we basically draw 3 and hand one character to the person on your left, and that's what they have to play.
I like it.
Play with all the worst.
Yeah, it sounds like super fun. Let's make that game 3 hours long. So whatever you're stuck with, you'll be stuck with for 3 hours.
You don't understand. We play that game just to antagonize the shit out of one another.
Mechanism.
I just bought the Star Wars talisman.
Did you?
Is it updated or is it just
let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and look at talisman.
Sure.
That's right. Millions of copies sold. Well, there must be something they're doing.
I wouldn't be sad to
when they came out. There's
a Harry Potter talisman that's out now. There's a Batman talisman.
Let's look at Monopoly, Lance. How many millions of copies of Monopoly have sold?
And there must be doing something right?
Yeah,
sure.
With pandemic, right?
Good games.
Yeah, like pandemic. Lance, pandemic.
But nothing. Can I ever step up and say, "Oh, Monopoly is the best game ever"? No, I just said they're doing something right.
Yeah. How many copies of Lords of Waterdeep have sold? Just curious. I don't know the answer.
7.
At least 7. I
One.
bought like 2. I bought 2 or 3 myself over time.
1 cubic crap ton. I'm pretty sure.
1 cubic shit ton.
So I played the new Richard Garfield game.
Which one?
The Hunger.
Oh, Hunger. I haven't played that.
It's good. It's good.
Are you talking about Mind Trap?
Is it like is it a reboot of Vampire?
The Hunger.
It's Clank-esque.
Okay.
Clank-esque.
You control a vampire in your.
No, it's just it's about what he does when he's waiting for his opponent to take his turn in like Warhammer or whatever. He gets hungry. Makes himself a sandwich. That's the game.
I was trying to remember, by the way.
I've actually not heard of this Hunger. Let me check it out.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a deck builder. You're building your deck with humans that you feast on. You hunt.
Good or bad?
And that makes your deck worse. So you have to like try to tune it. There's you can digest. There's different. So it's a map. You're going out in the world and hunting and then coming back. You have to get back to the castle where you burn up. So you have 15 turns to go out, hunt as much as you can, then come back.
That's like
cool. It's fun.
Sounds like Clank.
I mean, it's not like super serious, but it's like it's fun. And there's some comedy in there. It's like
that looks cool.
Some of the humans.
Is there a mechanism where if you make too much noise, something gets you?
That's Clank, yeah. The dragon gets you.
No, I'm not asking about the Hunger.
No, but there's cards that basically make you go the wrong direction because they're drunk. So if you hunt a drunk human, it'll make you drunk when that card comes back out. Or spicy, which makes you want to run to a well.
The tagline is hunt your prey with vampiric might, but return to the castle before the sun rises.
That's exactly right.
Oh, they could have made that a rhyme. It would have been way cooler. Would have missed opportunity.
Before the sun's light.
Yeah, before first light.
I can edit it.
Well, they should have talked to me, and I could have made a better one for them.
Well, seriously.
They didn't consult
it's pretty
me.
fun. I played it probably 3 times now.
It's got nice, clear iconography. That's nice.
There's a lot of icons in the game.
Yeah. It's clear, though.
Okay.
Good graphic design.
Everything's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
So what's everybody doing for Thanksgiving?
You can play a 2-hour game in that game and then lose in the end and not score anything and die. That's the only kind of downside.
That sounds rough.
Eating food.
Scott, where do you spend it with Michelle's family
This year.
this year? Like our parents, or is it like the brothers?
Yeah,
And all?
our
Okay,
parents.
I'm just curious.
In the past, we go to Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've gone to Vegas like
Vegas.
10 years in a row. Not the past few years though.
And just do the buffet.
No,
Just by
Oh, okay.
yourselves, or
we go to restaurants and stuff.
Oh, okay.
by yourselves?
I
or with
have never had a
family?
Vegas buffet. Yeah, by
You
ourselves.
can.
Although
Okay.
we meet Lincoln and Nikki there.
Okay.
Like the first day we're there by ourselves, and then Lincoln and Nikki show up.
No, I mean you didn't spend it with any family or anything. Okay.
I have tried to get my family to go to Vegas. I try to get my mom to go out there. I try to get my dad to go out there.
Vegas.
Nobody wants to join us.
Last
No, I
time I
meant
went to
either one.
Vegas,
Yeah.
you can get a wristband that you can eat in all the buffets, all you can eat anytime, all you want.
Really?
It's for like a weekend or something.
Which hotels?
So
There's
that's
like
how.
7 participating ones, like Paris and
Yeah,
like,
that's how my friend Brad
Lodging?
had the bed of eating 100 pieces of bacon.
yeah. And you just like
Did he die?
No, I mean
Seriously
the
ill?
abridged story. The abridged story is that
100 pieces
so,
of bacon.
so
It's a lot of bacon.
You seriously, you'd have to meet my friend Brad. My friend Brad is like 6'4", maybe a smidge over, and probably and he's a big dude. He's a huge dude, and he's got a wife. He's got like 1,700 kids and whatever. But
it's a couple.
yeah, I mean,
One or two.
no, he's got kid. I mean, he's a grandpa. A couple times over already. But anyway, he's a good guy. Known him all my life, pretty much. But he was in my wedding, and when I got married, my brother lived in Las Vegas, and so my brother said, "Fly out here for the bachelor party, and we'll do it upright." Just for we got a hotel suite, and just we're like. So and I went out there just to grind on the poker tables, the 1-2 no limit poker tables, just grind away, make my money while I can. I didn't want to go and play anything crazy. Brad had all these ideas of like he was
3 stacks of high society.
Yeah, no, he had these grand ideas. I don't know how much money he brought, but he dropped a ton of it in like the first hour and a half at the craps tables that he was there. I mean, craps is fun, but man, your luck and change in that. Huge swings in craps, right? But anyway, but when we got out there, he saw that deal. He was like, buy that armband, go to he's like, that's a hell of a deal. $99, eat anywhere I want for 4 days.
Was a hell of a
This
deal.
sounds amazing, And thankfully he did it because he wouldn't have been able to afford to eat anything because he lost all his money. And then we all felt bad. And my older brother had this idea, and he was talking about, because when we go in the morning, he'd just get a giant pile of bacon and like he'd eat the bacon and some eggs and stuff. And my brother just finally said to him, he's like, Lord, how much bacon do you think you could eat in one sitting? And he says, oh, I could eat 100 pieces of bacon. He's like, you could eat 100 pieces of bacon. And like, I don't think he really realized just how much
bacon that is.
Well, because you think of like 4 strips of bacon, you're like, yeah, that's easy enough, And you don't really think about like,
multiply that times 25.
Yeah, multiply that by 25.
I mean, I could do that over a weekend.
I mean, like a pound of bacon is, probably what 10 strips, 12 strips, maybe.
I think I can do that.
I could do that over a
clump
weekend.
it up. You'd have to clump it up like a candy bar, I'd imagine. Eat about 10 of them at a time.
So we each said if he ate 100 pieces of bacon, we each give him.
There's 43 calories in a slice of bacon.
So we told him we told him we would give him
4,300 calories. Okay.
That's awesome.
We told him
That's like 2 days of the food.
$50. We give him $50 if he did.
$50. No one can eat 100 pieces of bacon.
And I mean, just
I'm sure somebody again.
He was, and the thing is, the way Brad eats bacon is he takes the bacon and he dunks it in maple syrup.
Oh God!
Oh, man.
Well, that makes it even worse.
That's what he likes. Yeah, and I mean, man, when he got to like,
no one can eat 50 eggs.
I still remember when he came back to the table. It looked like he took the whole steam tray. It was like he had his tray, and it was just this like mountain of bacon on top of it. And he got through like the first 30 slices. Okay, and then he said, and then he was like, and he was drinking water. And then he said, I've got to have something to cut this salt. And so he went and he got eggs. He went and got, and so he ate like a good 4 or 5, like
I mean, I think it might be dangerous to eat 100 pieces of bacon.
Spoonfuls of
Yeah.
and then
I had like 20
like
pieces
at
at
a
breakfast
time. Yeah.
once.
Like,
like
Your
this
body's
weekend.
not gonna like it. But...
and then when he got to 50, man, his face was beet red. I mean, he shaves his head bald and he has a beard, but his face and his head were just beet red, and the sweat machine was going. And he got to 62 before he was like, I can't do this. He was just like this, like
yeah.
Ryan and I, all the bacon in his stomach, just like
Ryan and I went to that continental breakfast. I think I ate 20 at one sitting. Wasn't that a big deal?
Thankfully, our suite had 2 bathrooms, because man, one of them was just a disaster.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He went and punished that toilet. Oh, look at here! Happy Thanksgiving, Grant.
Hey, Grant.
How's it going?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Good to see you.
No.
You're tweaking your mustache now.
Yeah, tweaking. So he's next to you on your screen, Evan.
Well, no, I had to go through a couple. I had to go through a couple of people.
On my screen, he's below you.
Oh shit!
It's tough to do position jokes in Zoom because everybody's position is different.
It was worth a try, a noble effort. That's why I'm not a comedian.
I'm probably on the bottom row, right? And so, or am I on the top?
You're right to the right of me, Scott. Yeah.
Fucker.
Congrats
Sorry,
on the Tom Brady commercial.
Computer's not working.
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
You hinted at it before we last time we saw you, I think.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
You couldn't say.
Yeah, you did.
Ready?
They've been airing it a bunch.
He's not
these
coming.
days.
So that's a crypto thing. Oh no, that's the crypto.
Yeah, but it's for a site that does like trading of cryptocurrency.
Oh, it's like a rock. Okay.
It's like day trading for cryptocurrency.
Right.
So
it's too much action for me.
Yeah. Tom Brady's an investor in them, so why he wants to do commercials for him,
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Back.
I do crypto the Ron Popeil style. I just set it and forget it.
Yeah.
10 years later.
Yeah.
Cash in for $1 million.
Hopefully, if I remember the password.
I don't remember the password.
Me and Jen just went through that today.
I've got it written down. I'll tell you where it's at.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's the combination an idiot would have on his luggage.
BGG.
There you go. Well done, Barry. Proud of you, boy.
BGG Con looked pretty fun. Everybody
It was,
had a good
man.
time?
Yeah, I remember somebody said he wanted to go and then didn't.
Is that somebody me?
Does that guy have a mustache?
Yeah. Well, if you want to pay, if somebody pays
pay
me,
the bills, motherfucker.
If you pay me to come to a convention, Lance, then I will not take other paid work.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird how that works out?
Are you on the road right now, Grant?
Yeah. I mean, I was headlining a club in Southern Oregon this past weekend, and
I've been to Southern Oregon.
Yeah, and then
in a club.
I have not.
Yeah, I was at a club in Medford.
I never been to a comedy club.
And then
that sounds like made up words.
And
Medford.
And now I'm at my mom's house in Eugene.
You with mom's?
Your mom was in Eugene? I didn't know that.
Yeah, she moved here about a year ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's where I went to school.
Grant, what, if you don't mind me asking, was there a reason she left California?
Just retirement can go a lot farther.
It's cheaper.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was like my aunt and uncle, my cousins, a lot of people like moved up to Eugene about a year ago. So they all sold their California houses and moved up here.
Yep.
Yep. So
Eugene's a funny town, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know it that well yet. This is like my third time here, but also, the first couple of times I was here, a lot of stuff was closed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the downtown, which is kind of like sad and weird. and then you've got the part that's near the college, which is doing stuff. Oh, this is
Yeah.
like 20 years ago, so I don't know anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I headlined like a indie rock venue, like a music venue.
Was that
Sunday
called Wow
night.
Hall? Is that what that's called?
No, it was called the Big Dirty.
Big Dirty. Okay.
And it's only been open for like 6 months, they said. But
Oh,
it
okay.
was it was dope and the show was fun. So
Cool. That sounds fun.
yeah.
If it still exists, you got to look up Lazar's Bazaar and go there.
Okay.
It's like just it's a weird like curio shop, you know, where you just walk in and you're like bunch of random junk. It's awesome.
Interesting.
Yeah, we got a place like that here in Dallas.
Yeah, I love those places.
Curiosities.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Grant, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
My wife got a free cruise to Mexico. So
That's congrats.
we're going to Mexico in February. But on the ship there's a
Don't
comedy
you mean
bar.
Mexico?
I'm English and I can barely speak that, so it's Mexico. Anyway, there's a comedy bar on the cruise ship. Have you ever looked into that, or is that not worth your time, you think?
Oh yeah, I've been offered to do cruise ships and I've turned them down.
So you have to work like 6 months straight.
Is that what it is? I was curious about that.
I mean, there are certain ones, but nowadays a lot of times you can get a cruise ship for 10 days. You know, a lot of times when you get hired to do cruise ships, you do 2 cruise ships back to back. So, but there's plenty of 3-day cruises, 5-day cruises, that sort of stuff.
They helicopter you from cruise ship to cruise ship.
It is very good money to do cruise ships, but it also, really takes you out of the running for a lot of other things.
Okay.
So
like enjoying your life.
Well, and also like auditioning for
Other
stuff
gigs,
and
yeah.
things. I mean, you are out of touch completely. So, it's always, I'm sure at some point I will do cruises because they are good money, but I've been making enough money with other things and stuff like that. So, 10 years ago, cruise ships were sort of had this stigma of like where comedy went to die. And they are losing that stigma.
I've seen some good comedians on cruise ships.
But a long time ago that wasn't the case.
Probably not,
It was like just you were a cruise ship comedian and you weren't anything else. And that has cruise ships in the last 5-10 years have made a real effort to get like relevant comedians and people. So I know a bunch of good comedians that do cruise ships now. I also know some comedians who do cruise ships though and don't put it on their calendar, and they're like, I just do this for the paycheck, but I don't want people to know I'm doing it.
Interesting.
So, but they can be like $3,000 a week, so it's decent money.
Yeah.
1, 2.
Interesting. That website you just sent.
You had to pay for lodging?
PHP errors on the front of it.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
kind of
that.
a plus, I get. You just have to get there, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they make you do other ship work, or is it just
no? But you
have to go swab the decks.
I think I remember seeing people.
I heard
shows
Sony
do
work the deck.
in other things, but
you do have to do multiple shows, and you have to have different material for all the shows.
Oh, interesting.
So you have
so people go to the same show twice.
Yeah. So no, the way it works is you have to do a welcome show, and that's got to be a G-rated show. And that's usually like a 15-minute show, and that's just a bunch of people that are performers on the ship doing a shorter thing to be like, welcome, come see our shows.
Yeah.
And that's got to be real family friendly. And then you have to do a clean show. So then you got to do like 45 minutes of like PG material. And then you got to do a dirty show and do another 45 of like dirty material.
Can it be the same material, just told clean or dirty, or it's got to be a whole new set?
It's supposed to be new stuff.
Okay.
Now you're going to do the same set for every night you do a dirty show.
Right.
You know what I mean? It'll probably be the same set, but that's like, you know, you're looking at like almost 2 hours of material. You got to
Right.
have different stuff.
Right. Which in any 1 to 2 year period, comics are usually coming up with 1 hour.
Yeah.
So
Do you
that's a
think,
lot.
so, Grant, as a comic, do you think like somebody working on a special, you think that would be a good exercise for that?
No, because I mean, the ships aren't real world stuff. So like stuff that works on the ship. I know a lot of comedians end up just doing crowd work on ships because they can just like make fun of people and fill time, but you're not going to do that on your special.
Right.
Not on the special. So I meant like building up to the special, you know, working out material on the to a special. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
I just think it's too like for instance, I used to do a ton of colleges, and I had, you know, in my hour show, I had 20 minutes of material that wouldn't have worked at all at comedy clubs. It was too college specific. It would crush it would crush at colleges, but it was like almost having a different show at the colleges than it was at like comedy clubs. And I think that there's probably some of that at cruise ships too. I mean, one of my old roommates, like, you know, he was just like, he had a freak out on a cruise ship because he was just bombing night after night. And he was like, you gotta get me off the ship. And he like left the ship at a port like early.
Really?
He was like,
that's a mind fuck.
Yeah.
he was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Sounds brutal.
yeah. I mean, I don't think that they're like super fun. It's, you know, obviously like, yeah, I mean, sometimes my job is a job, you know, sometimes you have to do things just for the paycheck. And that's what cruise ships probably would be for me. And I've been doing well enough at other things that I haven't needed that as a paycheck yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is why I haven't really put a lot of effort into that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah. Oh.
Like I said, I wasn't expecting this on it. Like I've never been on a cruise. I wasn't expecting to go to Mexico in my lifetime. And this is
Well, I mean, I think you'll have a good time. And you know, like I said, I have plenty of my friends who are good comedians who are on cruises. So you can see good comedy on cruises. I don't know that the people on cruises always appreciate good comedy.
Probably not. Yeah.
But
yeah, this is pretty. She got it from her job. You know, they bought her a cruise for 2.
That's awesome. Man.
Where are you going out of?
Miami to. It sounds like a drink. Give me a minute. Cozumel.
Cozumel, yeah.
Cozumel. Yeah.
That's on the Yucatan.
And I thought it was weird. Like I don't know the sea laws. I know like certain ports, if it's a U.S. port, you don't need a passport and all this. And I figured this was Mexico, but she said we don't need a passport, just a federal ID and birth certificate and all that. Because that's the first thing I said. I don't have.
I gotta get my passport renewed.
I was saying to Jen, we don't have one. You know, I don't think we'll get one by February. You know, but that's something I do.
You can
want to
expedite.
Eventually. Yeah, I guess.
Gotta pay.
Yeah, my brother used to do that all the time when he was going to Colombia. Yeah.
We're doing BGD cruise next summer.
Where you going?
Cozumel. It's like 4 stops. Cozumel is one over.
Stop. Have you been to Cozumel?
Many times. Many times. Yes.
Are there ruins there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ruins of Tulum, and you can also go to Chichen Itza. That's a full day, though.
Ooh, I'd love to go to Chichen Itza.
What's a full day mean? How many hours?
You wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning, and you get back at like 6 o'clock at night. And it's all driving. It's traveling the whole day to get there. You stay there for like an hour, and then you come back.
I can't do that.
It's
now, Scott.
Chichen Itza.
Yeah.
Tulum is easier because it's on the coast.
How many hours is that gonna be?
Probably 4 to 6.
That would maybe.
But you're gonna be out in the heat. I mean, you go out on the beach and it is hot. So
on the beach,
there's very little relief from that.
I don't know if I could do the beach.
Yeah.
I can't walk.
Yeah, that's mostly driving and stuff. But
I would like to see them. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bit of a trip.
We'll see. We only have a limited time there. It's weird. It's like we leave Miami, and then the night we leave at 3. I think the
Is it
itinerary
a
was.
7-day cruise or 5?
No, it's a 4 or 5. We leave Miami, and then we go to Key West the next day at 7 a.m. till 1, I think.
Yep.
And then it's a day at sea, and then we're there at the Cosmo for
Probably 1 day.
7 hours. Yeah, it's 8 hours or 10 hours, something like that. And then we're back. So
Back
I
at
guess
sea, and then you're back.
at home. Yeah, at
Yeah, it's a
Miami.
good
Right?
one.
I
So
think
we're
it's
doing a
5
7-day. We're going. It's out of Galveston, Texas.
Okay.
First day's at sea, Puerto Costa Maya in Mexico on day 3, Roatan, Honduras, day 4, Belize, day 5, and Cozumel on day 6. So it's like 5
Nice.
stops. 1, 2, 3, 4 stops.
And it's a day
Now-
each.
Each one's a day stop. Yeah, they all leave at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock at night.
So how does that work in the sense that like, does BG? It's like you're saying it's the BGG cruise.
Yeah.
Do you guys have the whole cruise, or do you just have like
I doubt that. Yeah.
We just have a room.
Yeah.
We have the
Yeah.
conference room.
You've got like a block, and you've got like a block of
Yeah.
rooms
100
reserved.
rooms. Yeah, it's 100
Okay.
rooms.
Scott, I heard we looked
The
at
Dice Tower cruise is way bigger. It's like thousands of people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I think it's a 5 or 6 day.
Oh.
I don't know. I like being in a small group because then I can meet
Yeah.
every single person and play games with every single person and be in a room with every single person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's
Yeah.
more than that, it's all spread out,
Right.
which is, I guess, could be interesting in itself, but I prefer my own room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like small
Because
groups.
You have to game in the main
Yeah.
ballrooms, and you
So
have to
do I.
game in the main dining hall, which closed at 3.
Hmm.
So you have to like get out. Like your game has to be done by 3. I mean, there's drawbacks, and
Aldi deserves his own room, damn it.
Yeah.
Right?
I like it because it doesn't close. It stays
Don't
open
they
late.
know the $87 million?
It's interesting on the cruise. Not many people stay up late though.
Really?
Everybody, pretty people. You get tired out on a cruise. Like you just
Oh.
get worked. Like there's a lot of walking and stuff during the day, and then you at night you
interesting.
can play games, but like a lot of people are done by 10 or 11.
Oh,
I'm sort of done with the sightseeing stuff. I mean, I've seen most everything here,
right.
Oh,
so I will be on the ship the whole time, most likely.
The shit.
If it stops in Chichen Itza, I would get out there, but everything else I don't need to see.
Yeah, in Cozumel, it's there for us. It starts. Yeah, so it lands at 8 in Cozumel, 7 in Cozumel, and leaves at 6. That's what 11 hours. So
Yeah.
that would be enough to do a Chichen Itza trip. You need like 8 hours to do it.
Oh man, I would
think about
love to do it.
I have to talk to Jen about
They don't
it.
let you walk on the pyramid anymore, though.
Well, I'd still
I'm
like
not
to.
walking up a
Just wanna see
pyramid
it.
anyway.
Yeah,
I'm
just-
handicapped.
So freaking cool, man.
Yeah,
See that
it's-
video
I mean,
of
it's-
that German student that climbed up on top of the pyramid
Mm.
in
I remember that
Egypt?
vaguely. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
Uh,
it was like recently, and he basically he climbed up to the top and he like GoPro'd it the entire way. And then he got to the top and like but halfway up people spotted him, and like the cops basically told him to come back down. He just didn't listen. And he went all the way up to the top, and he like just basically took like a panoramic look, and he kind of just sat up there for a while, and then he eventually came down, and then of course the cops were waiting for him, and they arrested him, and they and like they basically said it's something, I don't know what it was,
don't
but
do that
basically
again.
well, no, they were
I know,
gonna
it's a
arrest him, but
Muslim
they
country,
said
man.
they said show us your camera and delete the video,
Yeah.
and we'll let you go with a warning,
Yeah.
that just you're not allowed to come back here.
That was very
But
gracious.
he had uploaded his thing to the cloud, of course.
Right.
In the middle of Egypt.
The cloud.
Okay.
Who knows?
That cloud
He was
gets
suspicious.
around.
It was suspicious.
Anyway, the
Cloud
cruise is
gets
fun.
around.
Boy, what do
There's
you
a lot
don't
of
think
good food.
Egypt has Wi-Fi?
In the pyramids?
In the pyramid.
Well, you don't.
In the pyramids.
I mean, I haven't
was the
been,
first
but I'm
Wi-Fi
guessing.
comes out of the top of the
It was the
pyramid.
It's a fishy
prototype.
story.
Yes.
Anyway,
You can
Scott,
see his video. I mean, you can see him climb up.
okay, I'm gonna go YouTube it. Yeah, so the cruise is fun. We have our own game room. We bring like 200 games, 300 games, something like that.
It's not
sounds
worth
great.
it after that.
That's fun.
You bring like 200 games. You play like 3, and then
You end up playing way less than you think you're gonna play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Really?
why
I
Even
always,
with
I
that
always
stuff?
think I'm gonna play like 20 or 30 games. in a row.
I laugh I mean, I shouldn't, but I laugh my ass off when I see these people. I mean, they must live in Dallas or close by, right? I see them checking into BGG Con and they go and they get one of those hotel carriages or whatever.
Yes.
And there's like 7 bus tubs of games on there. They're just like, I mean, it's like, oh, I brought like 87 games. You know, you're just like, you're gonna
Like
play like
5.
you're gonna play 2.
Yeah.
I almost played every game I brought.
Did you?
Oh, in the room, yeah.
Yeah, my little library.
Yeah.
Cool. So it's
Yeah.
got these all inclusive things. Does that include gratuity?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
All inclusive.
And
So
I heard
our cheapest price is $17.99.
Okay.
That's an interior room per person.
Interior.
How much is it?
$17.99 for a solo.
$17.99. Hell, I'll go
That's a
twice.
steal. I'm bringing the whole family, and I'm Irish.
Bauer, let's get in on this.
Man and Pickle will probably earn that much by then.
Yeah, there we go. I gotta make a pickle video. I would crush your pickle video for us.
Get the fuck off my pickle.
Get the fuck off my pickle.
I would crush your pickle video.
Now a total for 2 people is $19.99, so it's only $200 more for 2 people.
That's a steal.
Yeah, I mean,
So that is.
you really don't. It's cruising solo sucks because you have to get. I mean, unless you usually people pair up.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're basically in a room for one person in a room that's been made for 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would bring Ryan.
We won't speak what happens on the cruise. Brokeback Mountain.
Junior suites.
Oh, we've shared plenty of rooms.
Yeah, I'm messing with you.
I mean, if you've never been on a cruise before, you don't spend a lot of time in your room. You just sleep.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's me.
I mean, if you're, I mean, here's the deal. There's a lot of things to do on the cruise, right? Pool, drinking, pool, drinking,
games.
pool. Oh wait, we got board games now. Like if you don't drink or go by the pool, like we're your type of cruise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, I do drink, but not. That's not my activity.
Like all day.
You know what I mean? Yeah, that's not my activity.
Yeah. And there's a lot of food too. Like there's, you can get food any time of day, and that's.
I punish those
crazy.
buffets.
Yeah, it's crazy. You definitely get a cruise bloat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Punish.
I do. I punish the
I don't know if
buffets.
the one we have. I think there probably is custom restaurants. I think all the ships now have custom restaurants.
That's nice.
It used to be where you just basically ate dinner at a certain time, like you're either early
Right.
dinner or late dinner, like either 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock or something.
Right.
Right.
And then like that's your meal. And then but
Right.
now they have like a lot of restaurants where you can just go
Right.
to the restaurant.
And was it like prescripted where it's like, are you having the chicken or the fish?
There's a lot more choices than that. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's 5 or 6 choices per night.
Okay.
All different.
Yeah. Okay.
cool.
That's cool.
I actually heard a weird law. We were looking into that carnival thing, and you said you were going out of Galveston. They were saying when you get that all-inclusive drinking package, the alcohol,
Yes.
you can't get it for the first day because of some weird water law. You have to pay for it individually, but you can't get it. You know, like
Yeah,
at all.
the drink packages are very expensive.
Are they? I don't drink much anymore, so
Yeah, you don't want that then.
I don't drink much any less.
Actually,
either.
It only makes sense. It kind of, I mean, you got to drink a lot to make it worth it, or you drink the very expensive scotch,
Right.
Okay.
which I'm not into that. But
Jen's job is paying for all this. It just surprised
Oh,
me.
nice.
Yeah.
That's
are
awesome.
they getting you drink packages?
Yeah, there's
Nice.
alcohol, water, soda, blah blah blah, food.
All soda, well, not soda is not free on a ship. All lemonade, tea, and water is free.
Okay, then whatever.
Cokes and sodas are not free.
I'll look at the pack, but yeah. She
So
just
on
came
the
home
ships I've
yesterday
been on,
with
they give
this.
you a cup with a chip on it. You have to put on the soda fountain, and it'll turn on. You could dial in what you want.
Oh, like a wristband thing?
It's in the cup though.
Oh, okay, in the cup.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Unless you lose the cup. Yeah.
You can get another cup. It's based on your like key card,
Okay.
but the cup is programmed to work for that week.
We'll see how this works.
The
Jen doesn't
cup.
get seasick, so she should be okay.
You would like, I mean,
They give you those things to put it back in your ear. Get seasickness.
Yeah, the Dramamine
Yeah,
stuff, right?
it's a little
Yeah.
patch.
Yeah, she doesn't. If my sister were going to be worried about her, I don't get. I don't think I got seasick once, but it was a bad storm. But I usually don't get seasick. Yeah, and
So
it's a bigger boat, so I don't think it would be bad as going like a headboat out in the Atlantic. You know,
the last BGG cruise we almost got put back to sea because of the hurricane.
Oh wow,
which would have been
really?
awesome. Oh my god, there was people literally crying, and I'm like,
what was there?
Like, I was like, I mean, I was like, yeah, shit, let's fucking go back out. But everybody, there was like some people that were like, oh my god, my pets are in store, or in the, all this stuff. So I mean, I understand that would have sucked, but a couple people I talked to were like, damn, we almost had another week at sea. we were ahead of the hurricane. In fact, we booked our flights to leave. Like we were going to stay in Miami an extra day.
Oh yeah.
And then we just canceled and flew out that day. The day we got back, which sucked because we could have stayed the extra day. The hurricane never arrived. And, I mean, not that we really. I don't know. It was better to just get out of there. But
yeah.
So Rodney was on that ship with us, and he flew back to PEI, right, Prince Edward Island, and the hurricane hit PEI.
Oh.
So it followed him back to Canada.
Oh my gosh.
Outrun it.
It missed Florida though.
Yeah.
It happens like that sometimes.
But
it was chasing him the whole
kind of
time.
sucked because it put a pressure on the ship to do everything it needed to do, and we basically lost a port a day, whichever gave everybody like something like $250 cruise credits for future cruise. So I'm spending that now from 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's cool. I watched a documentary on when the pandemic first hit, and then people out in I think it was Thailand got stuck on them boats. That must have been horrible. They were on there for like
I would not want to be on a boat for 30 or 40 days or whatever they were.
Yeah, they were a while.
We did a 2-week cruise to Alaska. First week was awesome. Halfway through the second week, we're like, we want to go home. We're done.
Yeah.
And it was like, we gotta. I mean, it was fun because it was BGG cruise. It was still fun, but we were kind of done on the Wednesday of the second week. Wednesday, Thursday, second week.
Okay.
Still like 3 more days to go. We're like,
it's that long to Alaska 2 weeks from where?
It's 1 week we did 2 back-to-back cruises to Alaska.
Okay.
Up from Seattle and up and back.
So
is it twice in a row?
Is it a week?
We had so many people wanting to go on that. We did 2 cruises, and I went on both weeks.
So Scott, is it normally a week from one way and back?
Yeah, it's 1 week up and back.
So
it
it's
was
like
a 2-way
5 days each way. Okay.
A lot of Alaskan cruises only go to one way and drop you off in Juneau or something, and you got to fly back. But this one was an up and back.
Oh, you fly back.
Some of them. This one was a Seattle up and back.
We'll see how this one goes. That's really the only.
And you got to go to a foreign country. So we went to Canada.
That's it.
See you, Seth.
See you, Seth.
Seth was on one of our cruises.
Yeah, I was the very first one.
That's right.
I was trying to be the every timer, and you started having more conventions.
Picture of you with the peacock.
Oh yeah, a peacock.
Yeah, you were shirtless. You had a peacock.
Oh, that was a peacock. That was a some kind of bird though.
Yeah, it's a bird of what do you call it? Did it have like a long tail or something?
I actually saw that picture recently too. It's parrot, or this is parrot or something. It wasn't
a parrot. Yeah, it was a parrot, not a peacock. Peacocks are
peacock would be huge. Yeah. I actually enjoyed that cruise. That was the first cruise I've ever been on, actually.
And that was one of the best because that's their flagship of that class of ships.
Yeah.
That's their.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Peter Haas, the
designer.
Yeah, designer. He had that tournament of that game. What game was that called?
Heads of State? No, it was Francis Drake.
Nope. Man, why am I drawing a blank? I'm usually better at this.
Peter Hall. I can look it up.
It's not the dinosaur one, and not. He's only got like 4 games. It's not Francis Drake.
I know. How can you? It wasn't Francis Drake.
No.
Royals.
Yep, that's the one. Royals.
That's a decent game.
I won a copy of Royals, not because I won the tournament, because I lost in the next round, but I got such a high score in like the first round that I don't know, placed high enough to get one of the copies.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, it was cool, and he was a neat guy.
Yeah,
and he and his partner, I guess, were on our same excursion as me and Michelle, and we a couple times actually. We went to Tulum Ruins. We were talking about that earlier. Went to that with them, and something else. I don't know. We spent a lot of time with them at school.
Good times.
Yeah, that was that's the only cruise that I went on. But and I never did make it to the May BGG Con. So I was like a little shaky on the every timer status. I had to like clarify every timer in November.
I think that's fair if you're there once a year.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta take off, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Take it easy, man.
See ya.
Adios.
Talking. See you later.
I'm gonna get going soon too. But before I do, I want to know what you guys are doing for the holidays. How you spending them? Or Thanksgiving? Well, Scott, you already said with your parents.
Yeah, I'm going to
Michelle's parents, rather.
We're not doing anything fancy. I'm just gonna go hang out with my brother for a couple hours.
I'm up in Oregon at my mom's house. My older sister's here, my aunt and uncle, and some family friends. So I think there'll be 9 of us.
That's cool.
Yeah.
We're
That's
having
cool.
10, 11, 10.
It's a big group.
A lot.
Yeah.
It's actually small comparatively. Like, it's gotten smaller over the years. It's at one point, I like a Catholic Irish. At one point, we had 2 kids tables, 2 adult tables. There's like, I'm number 13.
The kids tables.
15 grandchildren.
I forgot about the kids tables.
And now, like, my niece and nephew, my brother's kids are 17 and 20, I believe, 18 and 19 or 21, something like that. But my niece is 2, my sister's kid. So now it's getting a little smaller. And my mom and grandmother and all them died off. Oh, Thanksgiving used to be one of my favorite holidays. Yeah, spend it with the family.
Now it's just whatever.
No, it is. It still is. I still go hunting right after and stuff like that.
Like for deer and stuff.
Yeah, I don't hunt anymore. I haven't hunted in over a decade. But I used to. Thanksgiving night, we'd go up right after Thanksgiving dinner, drive the 5 hours to Tioga County, and then the next day do what we did up there. Since then, we've come closer to Philly. It's only 3 hours instead of 5. But there was they opened up a reserve up there, and it kind of screwed up the deer population. But now I just go up to hang out. My uncle, my brothers, a couple family friends. We all go up there and hang out for the week. Some of them hunt, some of them don't. Yeah, some of them up there just to drink all week.
No,
sounds nice.
Yeah. But Jen's family used to do something, but they're like they all died off pretty much too. So it's getting smaller and smaller.
They all died off.
Yeah, pretty much. Both of her parents are going. Yeah, a lot of them died off. Her uncle just died. And yeah, I kind of feel bad for Jen. It's like I said, I'm a big family, so it's kind of it's sad, but you're used to it. There's so many of you fuckers. She's from a smaller family. And she lost her mom and dad within a year of each other. Yeah. When was it? It all happened while I was in the hospital with this next shit. 2 years ago? 3.
Okay.
2 years ago. 19. Yeah, 2019.
2019.
Yeah. I was actually still recovering. I was in therapy for this neck surgery, like out of the operation and shit. She was. I just got transferred. She came in and was like, start crying. My mom died. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, like, she bled out overnight. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
She had a hip replacement, and something was going on, and they had something in her thigh for blood regulation or something. I forget exactly what it was. And she just moved down to South Carolina or North Carolina rather. and something was going on. She went to their hospital there. They took it out and then sealed or something. It went into her main artery, and she went to bed and died in her sleep. She bled out in her sleep.
In the hospital?
Jen, at home.
Oh,
They let her go. they took the thing out of her leg and sent her home.
Right.
Oh,
And it's like I said, I was still in recovery. I couldn't sit up on my own at this point. At that, it was like, and I feel bad. Jen's still fucked up over that one. It's
yeah, it sounds like a sad.
It was just sudden to her,
Mhm.
And like I said, her dad died of what he died the year before. Oh, just about a year, might have been less. Yeah. And that's kind of where with Thanksgiving, where my mother, I remember a lot of the good times I had with my mother. It was around Thanksgiving, and my grandmother, grandparents. Yeah. So
Well, thanks for the pick me up here.
No, it still is one of my favorites. This one was a little stressful. It's just where we're having it. It's be honest with you, my house is probably the biggest one for 10 people.
I will be right back in a second. Don't anybody go anywhere.
But my sister wanted to have it at her house, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing it in the ghetto. I can't. I don't have that in me this year. Yeah.
The ghetto of Philly?
Philly, yeah. I'm not doing it in Kensington. It's the fucking heroin capital of the country, or the city, rather. But
Really?
actually, the Eastern Seaboard.
Wow.
I grew up there. It was bad when I got out. I was trying to get my mother out until she died, and I've been trying to get my sister out. I was going to bring them here at one point. When I was in Jersey, I was going to take them there. It's just.
Are they just stuck there?
My mother was like, I own the house, and I get that. After the divorce, and she, rented this thing out until she could pay it off, and blah blah. Moved in with my grandmother for that time,
Yeah.
and there was a lot of drama between them years. Yeah.
How's the TikTok going, Grant? I saw some good stuff from you the other day, getting bigger and bigger.
Oh yeah, I'm at like 15,000 now.
Yeah.
So
do you know, I'm very curious of how the 1 minute board game person has so many millions of views.
Well, it's because they were the first person to be doing
they weren't the first, but yeah, I mean, I know I guess maybe they were most prolific. I don't know.
They weren't the first. You know, how long have they been doing them?
No,
Raina?
I know there was someone else before them.
Okay. Well, regardless, they were early.
Yeah.
So, some of it's also just, I think TikTok rewards consistency. You got to put out stuff every single day.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Every single day. Because then the algorithm just picks something to push, and I mean, the algorithm on there is a mystery to everybody.
Oh yeah.
So,
are there any monetization options these days?
Not that I know of.
I'm just wondering if that person that has the millions of views gets any money out of them.
Sponsored
must be somehow.
Yeah, I mean, sponsored.
Yeah, I mean, you
posts,
can do sponsored posts, right?
Sponsored posts for sure.
Just so we are clear, I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, I hate to be negative. I'm not going to say anything.
That's what I mean.
There's just content that I just don't understand how that gets so popular. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, and then, with TikTok, I think there's a snowball effect, right? Because the more followers you get, then the more people that see it, which then pushes you to more people and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So the more popular you get, the more people are going to see your stuff, and then the more new people it's going to get put in front of. So, but I mean, I feel like
it's interesting because there's got to be billions of videos there now.
Oh, for sure.
You don't see old stuff. You see only really
and you can't really search stuff either.
Yeah, because I was trying to find. Do you remember the guy who did the Fleetwood Mac thing with the cranberry juice?
Yeah,
can't find that video. I couldn't find it on TikTok.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now TikTok is rolling out a feature for playlists. So if you have a content creator you like, you can go to their profile and see they will have created like a playlist. Like I don't have that feature yet because it hasn't gotten to everybody, they're rolling it out to people. But I'll tell you, like when I do, the first thing I'm going to do is make a playlist for all the 2-player game videos that I've made. Because every video that I have that gets popular, there are so many people that are like, can you recommend a 2-player game?
Right.
Like, so just have a playlist and just be like, yeah, here, I've made a bunch of videos
There you
about
go.
that,
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's interesting.
So
It's interesting to have grinded for almost 10 years on YouTube without any real, what I would call success. I mean, it's okay. 100,000 subscribers, not, that's a success, but it's not a million or what this other person has in like less than 6 months.
Yeah.
Like, wow. How did that happen?
Wait,
Wait,
are
do
you
you-
comparing yourself though to TikTok? Like, is TikTok like?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you really have 1 million people watching your videos, that's pretty huge, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
massive.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I know I'm not saying we like really focused on getting viewers. I mean, it's a side project for BGG, really.
Yeah.
It's never been like the core of the company. But to have such huge success in such a short amount of time on a new platform, it's pretty surprising.
Yeah.
Where
Do you-
people, I mean, and I'm not saying like, I mean, I would
No,
think,
no,
I think,
but
I think Tom might be the oldest YouTuber that I can think of, and I think he's around 300,000 people.
Yeah, he is.
And then
Yeah.
maybe like, and the views are like 10,000 views, 20,000 views, something like that.
Yeah.
Whereas like the views on these videos are like in the, I mean, let me look at it right now. I can bring it up.
Well, I don't know. Forrest, is there more
Just so many more
millennials?
people looking at this stuff.
What?
Is there more millennials than Gen X?
Why? Why would you think?
Well, I'm curious because like YouTube's Gen X is more YouTube and all, where TikTok and that, in the most parts, more millennials and younger generations. So I'm just curious, number wise, if they're
Welcome to the rundown.
Yeah, why would you?
66,000 views on a video that came out like 4 days ago. Like, Dice Tower don't get those kind of numbers.
And that's on
in a quick 4 day. This is board games in a minute, 1 minute board games.
What is this?
110,000 views.
What channel is this?
TikTok.
But you can go to mine and you can see mine has over the last few days, I have one that has 57,000.
Nice.
Wow.
How old is that one?
All right, well, you ready?
That's from Saturday, 4 days ago.
Well,
Is that a TikTok video?
Incredible.
And then
Yes.
I have one from like 2 weeks ago that's at 194,000.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Makes me want to just shut down my channel.
You gotta go to TikTok, Scott.
How much more?
Oh no, we're on TikTok, but we're just we're half-assed.
YouTube
You gotta
Shorts
piss
is where
the
it's
top.
at.
YouTube Shorts.
And
We're
YouTube
giving away
Shorts,
millions of
yeah.
dollars. to the creator.
Yeah. That's yeah. The how to play videos. That's where it's at.
Yes,
That actually is legitimately where it's at, though.
it's a lot of work.
It's not though.
A
Like
what?
I'm getting it down to a science. I could pump one of these things out in about an hour.
A good one, a lot of work.
No, we're not.
You're
going,
not
we're
getting
not going down.
150,000 views like our friend Grant here in Forest.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you're comparing apples to oranges.
I don't believe that's the case.
You're
Grant's
what's
talented,
Grant
yeah.
getting paid from it compared to you getting 50,000 views on YouTube versus 50,000 views on TikTok.
Sorry, what did you say?
That's true. You make more money on the YouTube
Oh,
stuff.
the money is like, I mean, unless you get into
Do you?
millions of views, your money is
Okay.
inconsequential on YouTube. I mean, well, depends on who you're asking, but
I made $2 on Anna Pickles.
I would
last
like to
week.
pay a salary
I
with what we
make
make
a
on
difference.
YouTube someday. And I don't, YouTube does not make enough to pay one person's salary for BGG.
Yeah.
wow.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting. I'm just fascinated by the format.
So Grant, is TikTok
Wow,
like
she's
ad
got lots
share
of
or-
videos.
Yeah, I mean, literally on TikTok, you got to do stuff every day, pretty much.
Yeah.
And there is no, like on YouTube, if you put out 3 videos in a day, you're like,
Oh no,
okay,
it won't work.
It won't work. On TikTok, I mean, you could even be putting out 3 videos a day, and it's just
They get hit.
Yeah, it's just
How many followers do you have now?
And some of them, I'm at like 14,500.
But your views are like over 100,000. So you're getting viewed by more people that are following you.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always the way it is with stuff, and not
I mean,
all of
subscribers and followers seems not.
Yeah, I mean, and I would say that an average for me for views on TikTok is maybe 4,000, per on a video is like, because I have a bunch of videos. I would say almost every video I put out gets at least 2,000 views at some point, like maybe not in the first 24 hours, but they all kind of break like 2,000. And then one that performs well will do somewhere like 7,000, and then sometimes they'll just like pop really big.
Yeah, that's weird. Is there any explanation for what gets popped, what's not?
I'm starting to figure it out. There's certain times
telling
of
you
day.
the secret sauce.
There's certain times of day.
Oh, okay.
I save a video I think that will be very good for Saturday at 7 p.m. and almost
everybody's watching TikTok Saturday night.
Well, and I don't think it's the same for every creator. You got to figure out what is. I've found.
Do they give you any tools at all to like see anything? Yeah.
No, I've just like kept spreadsheets and paid attention to what I'm doing. I've a Thursday at 10 a.m. is a good spot for me too. And so I'm like strategically posting stuff. So like lists do very well, like for instance, this past weekend, the one that's at 58,000 views is one I was like, I think this will do well. So I'm saving this one for Saturday at 7 p.m. And it's a best family games for the holidays. And I just quickly talk about 5 games that I'm going to play with my family during the holidays.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's good content.
So, Grant, is there any monetary like YouTube has the ad? There's none
not
on
right
TikTok.
Not right now.
So I'm curious why so many people.
Well, you can put Amazon links in your
Yeah, you can do affiliate
videos.
links.
Yeah, that's
well, yeah,
a couple percentage points on a sale.
I'm just curious why so many people are drawing the creation on it if there's no.
Because once you do get big, then you start getting paid a lot to make content.
So it's just a brand builder.
Yes.
Okay.
Sponsored content on TikTok is like you can get paid like a decent amount of money for that sort of stuff. And for me, I'm just trying to build fans.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know anything about Jen's into it all day. It's just not for me. Yeah. I'm just curious as a content creator how it would work.
Yeah.
Or in your case for the stand up, I'm assuming.
How long does it take to make a video?
An hour.
It's so interesting.
So that's not bad.
I mean,
and I'm not saying it's like not easy, but an hour, like whereas
is that like editing and all.
Yeah.
And then thinking too. Or do you think about it beforehand? An hour, interesting.
No, but I'm also atypical because I'm good in front of the camera and have a lot of experience in front of the camera. Right. So I can like pick up my camera and make something and be captivating pretty quickly. And I don't mean that like in a bragging way. I'm just
it's definitely.
Oh, I was worried about your arm.
Yeah.
It hurts.
But I also will say this, I cannot tell yet if this is a good thing or a bad thing. So for instance, some of the other board game content creators on TikTok do a lot more of showing the components and a ton of different shots than I do. And I think there are multiple reasons for that. One, so
I can tell you why we do it.
And I can't tell you. So this is I've been thinking about this specific thing. So one, I'm doing something different than other people are, and I think that I'm more charismatic on camera than some other people. So the talking about the game like that works, but I can't tell yet if it's like a good thing where I'm saying like I'm being different, or if I'm not getting as much because I'm not doing that.
Right.
So I'm trying that in some videos where I'm like, okay, which ones? I mean, it's so much trial and error, right? Of just like, okay, what now? Doing the videos where I got to show a bunch of different shots of things and do voiceover and stuff like that, those take longer than me just being like, here are 3 games I think you'll love if you like this, you know? So, yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you show all the shots?
It's easy.
Stuff?
Takes 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Now I don't think that's successful. I mean, not that I'm expecting success, but yeah.
And I'll say, you know, like I know whenever I talk about a specific game and only that one game, those videos don't do as well.
Interesting. So people want lists, listicles, man. I mean, that's why we created geek lists back in the day. Everybody loves making lists.
That's even big on
Humans
YouTube,
love
isn't it?
lists.
I mean, when I do like when I do like a single game video, you know, they'll get, you know, maybe 5,000 views. Like I just did a video for Dreadful Circus on Monday this week, and it's at 4,900. So it's not like nobody watches it.
Sure, but it's not mainstreamish.
But it's not, it's not popping.
I mean, it's interesting. Like, I mean, TikTok gives you nothing, right? So you don't know how long people watch. You don't know when, you know, like, they bounce away, or do they watch for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds? That would be really interesting to know. At what point does a view actually record? 1 second? 5 seconds?
I don't know. I mean, I can tell you. So the video that I made 2 weeks ago that's got 194,000 views on it also has almost 20,000 likes. So
which one is that?
Nice.
It was games that I think will still be selling in 40 years.
Interesting.
Okay. Yeah.
Interesting.
So
how many games is that? 3?
3.
Fascinating.
And I did Codenames, Azul.
I mean, you cannot get 20,000 board game people to look at stuff these days. It's hard.
Yeah.
I mean, either I'm curious how many people are into board games or how many people are just randos that are getting your feed, you know?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that are watching it that have like played a couple of games.
Yeah.
Right.
They play Cards Against Humanity, or they play.
Yeah, exactly. Now I would say that like I get a lot of comments from people that are like, I'm just getting into games. I'm so excited to find your channel. Things like that.
That's
where it's like
that they're finding you through TikTok versus like just searching internet stuff.
Well, I think the people watching my YouTube videos are gamers, and the people that are watching my TikTok stuff are like very new to games.
Right.
I think the
channel.
I think
you don't know about Grant's YouTube channel? Oh my god!
I know I didn't. Is it?
You don't know the stash, Aldi, the stash. No, he does have a pretty good game channel.
Yeah.
Great. You should do a game list.
Do you have a separate board game channel versus Grant Lyon YouTube?
No.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah,
you
I
should
mean,
do
yeah, I mean,
and like,
isn't it really interesting? Like, you've got kind of the same stuff here, but like, it's not being watched.
No, I make the essentially a topic that I do for YouTube. I also create separate content for TikTok.
Gotcha.
And that's a big thing, is that like using content from one thing for another, but using it the same way does not work. Like, especially because of if you do anything horizontally in TikTok, it will not work. You have to shoot vertical video for TikTok.
Okay.
I mean, it does. It rotates it, right? Doesn't it? It puts in like a little tiny square.
Yeah, it puts
Like
it
a little,
like this, and
it
then
puts
there's-
it portrait in like 90% of the screen is chopped off.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it just isn't as engaging.
Yeah.
You know, so like for instance, I put out a like top 10 things I'm grateful for in board games, and the YouTube version of that video was like me expanding on like why I'm grateful for the things I listed, and it was like 10 minutes for YouTube. And the TikTok version of that is I said, here are the top 5 things I'm grateful for in board games. And it is 45 seconds total instead of 10 minutes. You know,
Interesting. I just found this TikTok board games channel that it's no person on screen. It's all
hands,
pictures of hands and moving things around the board. It's got 569,000 likes, 43,000 comments. I don't know how many views. Doesn't tell me.
So great. How about a top 10 list of like board games that are similar, but they're nothing alike, like Monopoly and Mousetrap or something. And you know your comedic ways. I'm sure you could tie that into a funny thing.
Yeah. Well, and you know, other things that pop on TikTok is I'll do like videos like games better than chess or something like that, where it's like, oh, everybody knows chess, everybody knows Monopoly, so it's like, oh, you know those things, here's something, here's other things you can try.
There's a lot of that.
I wonder if TikTok hides the amount of time people watch so that they don't get to what do you call it? Frustrated.
It's what?
It doesn't show how much time people are watching. So because they don't want people to get frustrated, like, oh, nobody's watching my stuff. Because in YouTube you can see how many people are watching your videos, and it frustrates me to no end that we have a 2-hour video. Now, it's just something to look at, but like 75% of the videos, the viewers drop off after 1 minute, right? For a 2-hour, let's say a 2-hour game playthrough, whatever. I don't care. But I'm just saying, like, okay, that's sort of frustrating. How do we make people watch this stuff?
You're not.
Whereas if you only saw 1 second or 2 seconds on most of your videos, would be like, oh shit, why am I bothering? No one's watching any of this, right? Like they don't tell you that. Like if you have 1 million views, you almost think, oh, they watched the whole thing, but we don't know. I'm wondering if TikTok purposefully hides that to not frustrate content creators.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Do you think a 30-second video really, like, you're 2 hours? I mean, you know, an average game night game.
I'm not saying it's apples to apples, but I'm just saying, like,
no, but I mean,
if you do a 30-second video on TikTok and only people like on average watch it for 1.5 seconds, would you be frustrated at that?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Well, I guess if I'm just doing, see, to me, it's like I'm only putting an hour worth of work into it.
Sure, so maybe like not that big a deal.
It's not as bad. I guess if that's what you're only like, I'm thinking differently. Like,
I mean, I just can't understand how 1 million people watch this Cuphead video.
Yeah,
I cannot believe this. Just knowing people, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
I can't believe this. It's not that engaging. You can't. I mean, whatever. I don't know. That's just me.
So do they play ads on TikTok?
Yeah, you have ads intertwined with content. They're filmed as content,
but they're like, it's like a sponsored ad. So when you're scrolling,
it'll throw one in there for you.
Yeah, if you don't know though, you might think it's just a regular video that's just in your feed. You know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, like I said, I gotta go to Wawa. I gotta get some. Oh, I got a funny story about Wawa. I went to Wawa the other night. It was late, like 2 o'clock in the morning. I usually do to avoid the drunks and all that. But this guy was. I had to get gas, so I parked the car, and the guy in the pump, not right next to me, but across from that one, had his hood up, and I was like, "You all right?" He's like, "Yeah, something's going on with my battery." I was like, "All right," or the car died. He said. I said, "All right." So I pumped the gas, and I started to pump the gas, and another car with his friends came out. And I finished pumping, and he started helping him, you know. So I finished pumping the gas. And it took me about 10 minutes or so. And then I look over, and they're still there. So I parked the car and came back. And they're all looking at a video on how to jumpstart a car. You know, and they're like, they got it hooked up and all that. And they've been charging it since, like, I started pumping gas, like I said. So I went over, I'm like,
I would probably have to look at a video. I've never jump started a car.
Really?
No.
I
I've
thought that
also
was
lived
pretty.
in Texas, though.
Well,
That's-
you don't drive as much, Scott, but
well, it's
but-
also in Texas. I mean,
I mean,
living
I
in like
drove
the
for 50
Midwest, you
years.
have to know how to do it.
yeah.
It doesn't get cold here either. So
Well, that's not your battery dies. Your battery,
yeah.
But so I went over and I was like, I looked at it. I was like, you're not connected. They were connected to the car body. I'm like, you're not going to get it like that. It's not. It's painted. You're not getting a contact. Because I was like, you've been trying this for 10 minutes. If it didn't kick, it's not going to kick. The battery's shot or whatever. And like, all right, thanks. Went right back to the YouTube video.
Did they watch your TikTok?
Yeah, and I was like, all right, whatever.
See, now that'd be a TikTok I would watch. 15 seconds on how to jumpstart a car. Come on.
But it's like, I was like, do you want me
There needs to be a
help you
TikTok
with
for
it?
everything to do in the world. Like, give me a TikTok for that.
My popular channel that I actually would update if I could get logged into it was exactly that. I would talk about how to do things around the house, and those got some real
Why don't
traction.
you just start it over?
Because I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Like I've got all my eggs. In the, well, I
He's
mean,
beyond
honest, I've got
Well,
all
here's the
my
thing.
Well,
eggs
I mean,
in
here's the
the
deal. Here's the deal. You sit there and you talk about how you want your YouTube channel or whatever to like do these things for you, and you're like, you say, I found this thing that I did, and it really was getting some traction. It was doing some stuff. Well, why don't you do that? Ah, who gives a shit?
Lance, you're so wrong. Like I'm looking at it right now. Last
You could
November,
get that
I
Home
made,
Depot
no. Last
sponsored money.
November, I made $123 in estimated
That's the
revenue.
way to go. Or
So
lose.
far this November, I've already made 231. Like I'm getting this turned around.
He's rolling in it.
I have shot 50 plus how to play videos in the last 2 months. All right. They're just going to continue to make me $0.25 to $1 every single week for fuck who knows how long. Like I'm gonna have 1,000 of these videos stacked up in the next few years, and they are just gonna bang.
You were Lance. You
Just
Well,
let it
through the
go.
day.
Let it go.
That's $300.
Disney, Let it go. Let it go. We've been through this. Well, I'm leaving anyway. I won't be on next week. I'll be up in the mountains. No signal.
And
So
by the way, oh, never mind.
Everybody,
No.
happy and safe.
I'm gonna listen to him say, by the way, that's fine.
We're talking about a different channel. This was Bauer's. This is Bauer's Tool Corner, where I told people how to fix toilets and fucking garage stuff. This wasn't Bauer's Game Corner. That's the one that got good traction. Was when I was doing household things.
All right. I'm gonna wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
Happy
If you want-
Thanksgiving,
if
everybody.
If you want to hang out,
Same.
like for the secrets, I actually have something I was going to ask. No, just something that was annoying me that I didn't want to say out loud. So, to all of our listeners, thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving. Yada da da.
happy Thanksgiving.
Good
Good to see ya.
Be good to everybody.
play some games.
I'm gonna
There you
take a
go.
stab at what's pissing off Lance after we get